Chapter 19 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 19. Leah's emotion, as she felt, was almost cruelly genuine. It bore the trademark of sincerity. It made her heart hammer furiously against her ribs and drove the blood from her cheeks. Yet she knew that Jim still lived, that the lying cablegram was but a necessary card to play for the winning of large stakes. For once the expected had happened, that was all. Why, then, should she exhibit emotions which could not possibly have been caused by the excuse offered to the public? Her heart replied with brutal directness that she had crossed the Old Bailey Rubicon and was actually participating in a crime. The last word shook her out of cotton-wool wrappings into a naked world. Up to the receipt of the cablegram she could have drawn back. Now, fully committed to the adventure, she was compelled to tread a perilous path. A criminal, yes. She had been one in intention, which mattered little. She was now criminal in fact, and that meant punishment. Her imagination conjured up visions of the possible. The judge spoke, the prison gaped, the bolts shot home. Curzon Street was exchanged for Wormwood Scrubs. Ugh! But after all, such queasy thoughts were unnecessary. If she had broken the 8th commandment, she fully intended to keep the 11th and unwritten one, "Thou shalt not be found out." The truth to Mrs. Saracen, excusing a hasty departure, served to circulate the fiction of Jim's death, which the widow wished to be speedily and widely known. She could not have selected a bell with a better clapper. Promulgated by the Sauce Queen, the sad invention shortly became town talk, and, disseminated by myriad tongues, ran like a prairie fire throughout society, with a capital letter. A more weighty bag on the postman's back resulted, and commiserating platitudes showered on Leah, as thick as the over-quoted leaves of Vallombrosa. She glanced through many, replied to a few, and burned very wisely the majority. Between whiles her attention was given to parcels from Jay's, and considerations of widows' caps, and the recognition that the feminine uniform of woe clothed with marked distinction a really beautiful mourner. To women, grief has its consolations in crape millinery. Seclusion was necessary in those days of lamentation, but none the less wearisome. To play the nun, while people scattered to Cowes and the Continent, chafed the chameleon woman. Some intimate sympathizers she received, and to these she matched mournful words with a mournful countenance. With the blinds half down and sal volatile at hand, in a becoming gown, and using a handkerchief 3 inches black-bordered to redden the driest of eyes, Lady Jim held funereal receptions, and spoke in low tones of her late husband's hitherto unknown good qualities. His palpable evils she cloaked with the "his own worst enemy" phrase, and mentioned twice that if not an angel, he at least had been a man. The visitor addressed made her exit expressing hopes that Lord James was an angel now, and the door closed in time to prevent her seeing Leah's enjoyment of the picture thus cast on her amused mind. "Jim an angel!" murmured the widow, wiping away real tears. He'd bet on his flying. With the Duke she played her comedy of sorrow very prettily. Pentland and Frith arrived in haste, while the Marchioness hurried on beforehand to prepare Leah for the interview. But she was already word perfect in her part, aware that Lord Frith would discredit ostentatious grief, she assumed the position of a shocked rather than a broken-hearted widow, though she said nothing but what might have been inscribed on Jim's tombstone. Not a crocodile tear did she shed under Frith's too observant eyes, but sat near the Duke, holding his gouty lean hand, and skilfully impressed the trio with the belief that she and the deceased had not been so far asunder as was supposed, the corollary of such impression being that she honestly regretted Jim's untimely demise. No more could be expected even from the most forgiving woman, and no more was demanded by the ducal family. After these preliminary condolences, Pentland suggested that Leah should come to Firmingham for the funeral. It was necessary to agree to this, and she did, with graceful readiness, only intimating that she would remain in town until the remains arrived at Southampton. Even as she made the stipulation, she wondered how Demetrius had contrived to transfer Garth's body from Madeira to Jamaica for the deception. "I thought poor Jim would have been buried where he died," she remarked tentatively. The Duke was shocked. "Certainly not. Jim, poor fellow, must rest with his ancestors. We must look upon his face for the last time." Leah plucked nervously at her black gown, and wondered if the Russian was wise in submitting a substituted corpse to family scrutiny. "They say that death changes people," she ventured uneasily, "and of course embalming—" "Just what I said to Bunny," interrupted Lady Frith, in too vivacious a tone for the occasion. "We shall hardly know Jim with the soul out of him." "My dear Hilda!" "Well, Bunny, you know souls aren't buried." "They go to a better world, as Jim's has gone," mourned the doting father. Frith looked doubtfully at his sister-in-law. The less said about Jim's destination the better. Therefore did he crush sentiment with dry business. "I expect Demetrius will arrive with the remains about the end of the month," said he, in the hardest of voices. "After the funeral we can see about the will." "It leaves everything to Leah," his father informed him. "Indeed! And what had Jim to leave behind him besides his character?" "The insurance money." Yes, Jarvey Peel's present. £20,000, eh?" "And accumulations," supplemented Lady Jim. "But need we talk of such things now?" And she sighed the conversation back to sentiment. "Quite so, quite so," quavered the Duke, shaking his head. "Terrible loss to you, my dear, and your natural grief, and hum." Further fossilized phrases escaped his memory. "I certainly feel for poor Jim," said Leah, with sedate dignity. "He had his faults, of course, but then so have I." "Your kind remembrance of Jim excuses the few you possess," was Pentland's reply, while Frith, compressing his thin lips, made no remark. Indeed, there was no chance, for Hilda clamoured that Leah should come to her house for beef tea and consolation. She had never agreed with her more sceptical husband about the Curzon Street menage, and credited Lady Jim with the requisite virtues of a genuine widow. "Your strength must be kept up, dear," she babbled, as though she expected Leah to faint then and there. "I know exactly how you feel, just as I should if Bunny became an angel. But we must all die, dear Leah, and death is the gate of life, and—" "Can't you leave these proverbial condolences to Lionel?" broke in her exasperated husband. "Oh, Bunny," with a wail, "the sacred dead!" "Let the child talk," commanded Pentland. "She expresses my feelings." Thus encouraged, the child did talk, and Lady Jim listened with a bent head to original remarks about time, the great consoler, and meetings on a golden shore, to part no more, and keeping the loved memory green, and bowing to the inevitable, and such like official utterances, without which no funeral is complete. When Hilda stopped for want of breath and memory, Leah kissed her with the affection of one deeply moved, and observed that she was tired. And indeed she was, bored to death, in fact. So the Marchioness, pleased with her plagiarized eloquence, took leave tactfully and tearfully on the Duke's arm. Frith lingered. "Why don't you laugh?" he said dryly. "At Hilda in the pulpit? Why should I? She means well." "Ha! I allude to your demure listening. I do not wish to speak ill of the dead, and after all Jim was my brother. But are you really and truly sorry?" "In a way, if you will press for an answer. One can't live 5 years with a man without missing him at the breakfast table." "Hum. Though you and I pretend otherwise to console my father, we know that Jim was no saint." "Am I?" she asked, shrugging. "Politeness forbids my answering that question." "I don't see what politeness has to do with this interview. Have you remained to make yourself disagreeable?" "On my honour, no. You're a clever woman, Leah, and as a scamp's wife you have conducted yourself admirably." "As I am now the scamp's widow, had that not better have been left unsaid?" Frith shrugged in his turn. "I suppose so, since we have agreed to call black white. But I waited to say that I'll help you in any way you wish." Leah was surprised and touched. She and Frith had never been good friends. Apparently he was not such a bad sort, after all. But what was behind this offer? Her ineradicable suspicion of human nature made her doubt, though she spared him the question. "It is very good of you," said she cordially, "but with the insurance money and this house, which your father says I can retain, I shall do very well. There is no need for you to open your purse or your heart." The Marquis hunched his shoulders and let them drop. "Hum," he repeated, biting his forefinger. "You will be marrying again?" "What has that to do with you?" she flashed out haughtily. "Well, you bear our family name," he reminded her, "and Demetrius." Lady Jim felt qualmish. "Demetrius?" she echoed faintly. What could Frith possibly have to say about the prime mover in the plot? "The man is crazy about you," said he, frowning. "I can't help lunatics being at large," said Leah, reassured as to his meaning, and at once on the defensive. "Have I encouraged him?" He hastened to protest. "Oh no. As I said before, your conduct as Jim's wife has been admirable, truly admirable. But I should not like to see you marry Demetrius." "Why should you think me willing to do so?" "I don't, since the man is a foreigner, and poor and untitled." "He can be a prince, and wealthy, if he chooses to be reconciled with the Russian authorities." "Even then, Leah, do you really like this man?" "As a clever doctor and an amusing talker, yes." "Well?" Frith, baffled and perplexed, bit his finger again. "He is devoted to you. They talk of it at the clubs." "No, no," hurriedly, as she turned crimson with indignation. "There's not a word said against you. But this absurd infatuation, and you a widow. These foreigners go to ridiculous lengths. So you see " "I certainly do not see," interrupted Leah, with conviction. "Did you offer assistance so that you might meddle?" "Oh no, no," protested the Marquis, looking shocked. "But you have behaved so well as Jim's wife." "That is the third time you have said so, and I am by no means stupid. It seems to me," she looked straight at him, "that you believe M. Demetrius will ask me to marry him." "Yes, I do think so." "Will it ease your mind if I say that I have no intention of accepting any impertinent proposal he may make?" "It will, and it does," said Frith bluntly. "I should not like to see you throw yourself away on that man. Should you marry again, it will be entirely my own affair." Of course, of course. All the same, quite so. Good day, Lord Frith." He smiled grimly, seeing that she would not permit him to finish a single sentence. "Am I to take your use of my title as an intimation that we are to be strangers?" "To the extent of supervision, yes." "But you can't manage things unaided." "That also is my business. As your interference is concerned with M. Demetrius, and I have set your mind at rest on that point, there is no more to be said." "As you please." Still this Demetrius. Oh, Demetrius, she echoed, enraged by this parrot repetition. I never wish to hear his name or set eyes on his face again. This was true enough. Now that the Russian had served her turn, he could go hang. She had no further use of him, and he could whistle for his well-earned wages. When Frith, after further interrupted expostulations, took his leave, Lady Jim sat down, chin on hand, to consider this town talk. The love-sick babbling of Demetrius troubled her little. No scandal could attach to a Diana who never hunted the noble quarry man, and Leah was such a known lover of herself that even scandal refrained from giving her a rival. Still, the Russian was pertinacious and could be vindictive. He had fulfilled her bidding for a certain price, and that price he would assuredly demand. Make him her second husband she would not. He belonged to Katinka, who could keep him and welcome. The remembrance of the daughter suggested the useful father. Aksakoff, unfettered by honourable prejudices, certainly could help her for the attaining of his own ends, if Demetrius became troublesome. Could she lure him to Paris, his disappearance from her life would only be a question of days, perhaps hours. But for the moment she did not see how to export her accomplice to Siberia, via the gay city, without becoming a more active agent than was wise. One Russian had her, there was no blinking the fact, under his thumb, and to remove that pressure in the only way in which it could be removed meant the substitution of a similar thumb. She would merely jump from the frying pan into the fire, both equally uncomfortable. On this account, and lest she should exchange King Log for King Stork, Leah hesitated to enlist Aksakoff's assistance. Luckily, there was no need to come to an immediate decision. She had 3 weeks at least to consider the matter. The funeral, the procuring of the insurance money, natural grief for the tricking of the world, and the regulation period of mourning. She could oppose these obstacles should Demetrius press his suit unduly hard. This being so, she flung off the burden for the time being, although the necessity of settling the matter sooner or later haunted her thoughts. Such insistence of the disagreeable broke up her rest, and she would waken at dawn to plot escape. Chloral occasionally aided her to sleep the difficulty out of her head, but she detested drugs that demand extortionate repayment for their kindness, and used narcotic discreetly. A week of these haggard hauntings aged her. Anxiety became apparent in hollow eyes and colourless cheeks. One day, with outspoken horror, she discovered an entirely new wrinkle, and noted later that the unexpected opening of a door caused her nerves to jump. Kind friends ascribed such things to commendable sorrow for the dead, and Leah tacitly accepted their comforting and petting on this obvious plea. But not to regret 1,000 gems would she have risked her beauty. As after her tongue, for Leah put brains before looks, it was her keenest-edged weapon with which to fight the world, and was supremely powerful to control fools. Daily the stream of sympathising friends rolled through the dainty drawing-room, and bore Lady Jim away from comedy grief to more pleasant shores, where gossip of he and she, and the tertium quid, interspersed with millinery discussions and shrewd female handling of current society events, made things more tolerable. Lady Richardson babbled herself in with a box of chocolate from Sir Billy, a consolation not unpalatable to Leah, who liked Billy and loved sweets. Both being acquired tastes, said Lady Jim, but not to the little mother. "So thoughtful of him, isn't it?" chattered Lady Richardson, who was coloured in subdued tints, with a gown to match, for the visit. "The dear boy! He said to me that we must prevent you from breaking your heart." "And prescribes eating," said Leah, humorously. "I never knew Sir Billy was so young. Thank him for me, Fanny, and tell him that when I think of taking a second, I'll give him a look in." "Oh, Billy has thought of that already, such a boy as he is. You're sure to have a badly spelt proposal from him, dear. But seriously speaking, will you?" "Oh, of course you will." "Why should I? You have not." "My heart is buried in the grave of Billy's father," murmured Lady Richardson pensively. "Dig it up again." "Well, there's Reggie Lake, of course, but he's so poor." "All the more reason that he should propose. You have a good jointure." "Settled entirely on myself," said the little woman shrewdly, then added romantically, "I must be loved for myself alone." "Oh!" Lady Jim shrugged. "If you expect miracles " "Really, Leah." Her visitor became pinker than her rouge. "I mean that men are selfish, dear. They always have their eye on the cash box, you know." "I hope that won't be your fate, darling," was the spiteful reply, for Lady Richardson always scratched back. "Oh, my face is my fortune, Fanny. Jim, poor dear spendthrift, has left me with only a few thousands, which won't last long." "I should think not, in your hands, dear. But there is Mr. Askew and Dr. Demetrius. Both admire you." "Admiration does not necessarily mean marriage, and at present I think more of my loss than of a second husband." "So sweet of you, and so proper. But you might take a look at the market. Mr. Trent, now, the South African, he's a millionaire." "So I should think, from his manners." "Lord Canvey would give me a grandmother-in-law of the worst." "Sir Jacob Machpelah?" "The man who has taken his name from Abraham's cemetery. I suppose he thought it sounded Scotch. No, thanks. My name is Hebrew, but my tastes are Gentile." "Johnny Danesbury?" "A penny doll with a squeak. I want a man." "Colonel Harrington." "He's a brute without instinct." "I begin to think you keep a matrimonial agency, Fanny." "It wouldn't pay, were you my only client," retorted Lady Richardson, still remembering the miracle dig. "No one seems to satisfy you. I believe you mean to marry Askew, after all. What of him?" "He's a nice footman, and doesn't ask wages." "Aren't these suggestions rather premature? My heart, like yours, may be in my husband's grave." "I didn't know he was buried yet," said the little woman, crossly. "How impossible you are, darling." "Always, when people get on my nerves, dear." "I believe you want some other woman's husband." "Oh dear, no. I never covet my neighbour's ass." Shot and shell were flying rather thickly, and seeing no chance of planting her flag on Leah's bulwarks, Lady Richardson beat a discreet retreat, with Judas kisses and Parthian shots. "So glad if I have cheered you up, dear. Kiss." "Bear up and don't break your heart. Kiss, kiss." "So sweet your sorrow, and so genuine. Kiss, kiss, kiss." And having given several Rolands for one Oliver, Lady Richardson departed. "Cat," said Lady Jim to the closed door, and settled to munch Billy's chocolates over Marcel Prévost's Lettres d'une Femme. CHAPTER XX. Chapter 20 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 20. The supposed remains of Jim Kaims duly arrived on British ground in charge of an extraordinarily anxious medical attendant, and Lord Frith arranged for their transfer to Firmingham. There Leah was already established as Niobe, studiously dismal in the jet-trimmed, crape-flounced equivalent of sackcloth. With the Marchioness, a few decayed cousins, and many hired mourners connected closely or distantly with the family, she assisted the Duke to lament his Absalom. Therefore, behind lowered blinds, in the twilight atmosphere of the great house, did officially grief-stricken relations move warily on tiptoe, speaking in hushed voices, with downcast eyes, of the deceased and his post-mortem virtues. The apotheosis of the prodigal son, who had thus quietly come home, made the place about as cheerful as a mausoleum. Limiting the solemnity strictly to the family, Lionel was requested to inter Jim's body with the rites in which Jim's soul had never believed. Then for the first time did he behold Leah in her new character, as hitherto a sympathetic letter had excused a personal interview. Now, face to face, Kaimes considered the advisability, as clergyman, relative, and friend, to administer presumably needed consolation. This last straw broke the widow's overladen back. She had wept with Pentland, mourned with kith and kin, enduring also for 3 dreary weeks twaddling platitudes, written and spoken, by meddlesome well-wishers. These exasperating necessities would have been unendurable even had Jim been where he deserved to be. But that she should suffer them, when Jim was rejoicing as Mr. Berring and expecting his share of the money she thus laboriously earned, nearly drove her beyond the bounds of decorum. She could have thrown the novel she was reading at Lionel's head, and barely escaped doing so when he appeared in her sitting room, almost aggressively sympathetic. But reflecting that with the funeral would come a cessation of these aggravations, and mindful that the money was almost in her purse, she asked him to be seated, and prepared to stomach aphorisms. "How good of you to come," she sighed conventionally, then added, to avert, if possible, protracted boredom, "I'm dull company." "Naturally, Lady James, but I rejoice to see that you are resigned." "I'm not tearing my hair and gnashing my teeth, if that is what you mean. I will, if you think Jim worthy of such excesses." "Hush, hush! He is dead." "I see evidences of that on all sides of me," replied Leah, tartly. "Shouldn't you say that he is not lost, but gone before? I believe that is one of the stock phrases of your profession." Lionel moved uneasily. It was difficult to whitewash Jim, and he could not invent non-existing virtues on the spur of the moment. "He was your husband, remember," was his effort to parry this thrust. "Oh, Lord, don't I know it? Would I put up with all this else? Did you come to tell me that Queen Anne is dead?" "I came to cheer you." "Go on, then. Tell me a funny story." The curate looked and felt shocked. "Lady James!" "Lionel, if you preach, I shall scream," cried Leah, developing whirlwind passion, and rising a veritable Bellona. "Or else I'll oh!" She ripped her handkerchief viciously, while sweeping tempestuously up and down. "I don't know what I'll do if you play Job's comforter." Her cheeks flamed, her eyes sparkled, and her voice leaped an octave as she flung the last words at him. Lionel started up, surprised at this sudden anger, and wondered if grief was bringing on hysteria. "Won't you sit down?" said obtuse man, giving the worst possible advice to overstrung woman. "A little sal volatile?" "I'm sick of sitting down, and lying down, and sal volatile, and listening to humbug, and wearing black, and being bothered. I've had more trouble over Jim in his death than I ever allowed him to give me in his life. You say the same silly things every one else says. You parrot. Can't you be original?" "Death is such an old established institution that it is difficult to be original," said Lionel, resuming his chair with a shrug. "Then I shall talk myself. Yes, I wish to speak plainly, and to you I intend to speak plainly, since you are the only man I respect." "Thank you." "I daresay you are priggish," went on Lady Jim, finding it a marvellous relief to speak loudly and without reserve, "but you are honest in spite of it, and you don't gossip, though you are a parson. In trouble I shall always come to you, padre." "You are in trouble now," hinted Kaimes, smiling at her frankness. "Eh? What?" "Yes. Of course Jim's dead." She choked over the lie, and returned to laugh at ease in her chair. "Where has he gone, Lionel?" "Don't, Lady James. I admit that he had his faults." "Be honest. He had nothing else but faults." "No, no. We all have our good points." "Give me a list of Jim's," she suggested derisively. "For the moment I can't think." "No, nor you wouldn't if you thought for a century. Jim is as bad as they make 'em. Was, if you will abuse him. Oh, yes, I forgot. Well, then, Jim was bad, and I don't know if you call telling the truth abuse. Of the most virulent sort on occasions. Are we not all sinners? Speak for yourself, Mr. Humility. Lionel, amazed by this self-canonization, became less Aaron the priest and more Adam the natural man. "You don't call yourself immaculate, surely," he observed sarcastically. "Did I? By inference. And if no sinner, you must be saint." "Ah, I see. Lamp black or snow white. Grey does not exist. Parsons see the horizon, the doorstep, but no middle distance. Woman is Lucrece or Jezebel with you. I am neither, but a simple woman, as God made me, and as the devil has marred. Foh! In this very room, when we spoke last, I scouted that bogey's existence. If you don't believe in evil existing, you can't in good. No devil, no God, Lady James." "I never knew that the Deity depended upon Satan for his being," said Leah, dryly, "and theology doesn't amuse me. It's cobwebs and spindrift. Talk sense if you must talk." Lionel, hoping to lead her by a side path to further consideration of her spiritual needs, consented to diverge for the moment. "I'll talk money, if you call that sense." "Of course I do. Uncommon sense, as there is so little of it. Money?" She looked at him questioningly. "The insurance on your late husband's life." "Oh, well?" She wondered what he was about to say. "The Duke asked me to interview the lawyers." "Very unnecessary. I know all about the £20,000. Jim left it to me by will." "You underestimate by 10,000. What, £30,000?" Then, in answer to a nod, "Oh, you must be mistaken." Leah was truthfully agitated. Had the golden goose laid 2 eggs instead of 1? "No, your husband's life was insured when he was a child for £20,000, with profits at an annual premium. Mr. Jarvey Peel and his executors paid the money to keep the insurance in force." Yes, and the principal was payable to Jim at 60, or to any one he might leave it to at death. I, as the widow, take all." She repeated the word 3 times in the purring voice of a cat over cream. "Exactly," assented the curate, thinking she betrayed over plainly horse leech parentage. "And the extra 10,000 is the accumulation of an annual bonus of £15 on every 1,000. "That's 300 a year," calculated Lady Jim, feverishly. "Quite so. Jim was 35 when he died, so 300 a year for 34 years comes to 10,000. 200, supplemented Lady Jim, correcting his arithmetic. "Oh, Lord, £30,200, and Jim never knew he was worth his weight in this gold." "He never inquired, since the money would not come to him till he attained the age of 60. It would have been almost double then," commented the lady, pensively. "What a pity Jim did not live till But no, we should have both been old then, and there would have been no fun. I am content with 30,000. Really I am, Lionel. It doesn't do to be greedy." "You are not," said the curate, ironically, "else you would have again mentioned the odd hundreds." Leah made a ball out of the torn handkerchief and tossed it gaily in the air. "That will do for lawyers' costs," said she, airily, "though I hope the bill won't be so extortionate. £30,000." She sprang up with dithyrambic utterance, scarcely refraining from a war dance. 30,000 golden sovereigns, 6,000 lovely, lovely Bank of England notes. Oh, Vanderbilt, oh! The sight of her relative's disgusted face curbed her ecstasy. "You think that my exultation over this money is vulgar." "Heartless, at least, since it is the price of your husband's death. To you, apparently, Jim is more valuable dead than alive." "I entirely agree with you," confessed Leah, candidly; then added with impatient anger, "Do you expect me to tell you lies?" "You might show some grief." "Heavens! What else have I been doing for the past 3 weeks?" "Assuming a virtue which you have not." That remark is too clever to be original, my dear man. How impossible you are! I wear mourning and cry at the right time, and say things I don't believe about Jim to his father and the rest of them, while to you, who blame me for behaving decently outside, I speak as I feel, only to be condemned. What do you expect?" "To see you exhibit some real grief," said Lionel, who was really angered by her callous behaviour. "You show more genuine emotion over this miserable money than over poor Jim." "Poor Jim!" she mocked scornfully. "Are you going to cry up his virtues?" "He was not so bad as you make him out to be," retorted Lionel, doggedly. "Then he must have revealed a side of his nature to you which he never showed to me," snapped Leah, sharply. "Faugh! What's the use of acting to empty benches? Go downstairs if you want an audience. We are behind the scenes here." "Very allegorical and needless. Can't you be more womanly?" "If I were, the sal volatile you recommend would be needed, I can tell you. Being a parson, you will not understand. Being a man, you cannot. Womanly, womanly! Does that imply cant and shams? Am I to mourn with spurious lamentations that selfish profligate who would have broken my heart had he ever possessed it? To be womanly is to excuse a man's faults, to lie down and be trodden upon, to condone unfaithfulness, and to be grateful for the shreds and patches of an egotistic life. Never, never." Her lips twisted scornfully, her nostrils dilated, and she clenched her hands to restrain an outburst of that wrath which had consumed her during 5 years of holy matrimony. Lionel, astonished by her sudden transition from gay to grave, forbore interruption, and she declaimed her marital wrongs in a Boadicean vein. "I've read in that Bible of yours of the casting of pearls before swine. Jim was a Gadarene pig, who would have rent me had I loved him, as I admit a wife should love her husband. My coldness, and what you consider my selfishness, was my sole safeguard against ruin and sorrow and outrage. You know that I speak the truth. I defy you to say otherwise. Jim, oh, Jim!" She laughed unpleasantly. "Jim, that rag doll of his family, who was placed on a pedestal and worshipped as though he were the golden idol he never was, and never could be. I respect the Duke much more than I ever respected my husband, for he is genuinely blind to Jim's faults and mourns honestly. But you who knew the man and rebuked the man, oh, it would be amusing were it not so shameful." Her bosom heaved as she hurled this speech at him, with jibe and jeer and ironic laughter. "I thank God that the man is out of my life," was her passionate cry. "Yes, I thank God. Did you believe in God, you would not say that. Bah! Theology again, and truth, which is not theology, and never will be. That depends upon belief. The science which treats of God and of man's duty to God cannot be understood by you who have neither hope nor faith. At least I have charity, the greatest of the three, which you lack. Give me an example. I credit you with honesty, while you cry me down as a bad woman. Pardon me, I do not say that you are bad, misguided rather. And why? According to your lights, because I do not put up Jim as a pig idol to worship with crocodile tears." She silenced Kaimes for the moment, as there was much truth in her overstated contention. No decent woman could have loved or honoured the dead man, and this outspoken condemnation, provable in the main, was assuredly more honest than pretended laudation and sham sorrow would have been. Yet the merciless indictment jarred on Lionel's sense of propriety, righteous as he knew it to be. "The man is dead," said he testily. "Leave him to God." Leah held her peace. It annoyed the ordinarily self-possessed woman that for one fierce moment emotion should have overleaped judgment. Reining in her passions, she relapsed into the sober jog-trot necessary on the rutted road of conventionality. But Lionel's final speech provoked a laugh. Would his laudation of the dead, she wondered, change to criticism of the living did he learn the truth? Feminine desire for the last word would have blurted out this final argument, but that an innate masculine discretion recommended silence. Therefore did she compromise with a laugh, which Lionel, misunderstanding, resented with the warmth of a generous nature. "That is positively cruel," said he, indignantly. "Very human, I think," said Lady Jim, yawning away the reaction. Following his own line of thought, the curate did not traverse this statement. "A woman can make of a man what she pleases." "Possibly. But I had a beast to deal with. Can't you think more kindly of him now that he is gone?" "No," said Leah, decisively. "I would not say so to every one, but I do to you out of respect for your character." "I am both flattered and grieved. Be lenient, Lady James. Are you so good yourself that you can refuse charity to the dead?" Leah shrugged her shoulders and crossed her feet. "That's a trifle personal, isn't it?" she asked, good-humouredly, like the rest of this futile conversation. "Well, for the first time and the last, I shall pay you the compliment of defending myself. To begin with, my friend, your definition of good and bad depends upon dogma, so we disagree at the outset. Let us take the primary instincts of being, and oh, I fear we have not the time to begin with Genesis. What is left of poor Jim arrives in charge of Monsieur Demetrius within 2 hours, and I must prepare myself for the scene there is bound to be. To be brief in my defence, I can safely say that I am better than most women. I never gave Jim the chances he gave me of appearing in the divorce court. I keep my temper, even when most provoked. I don't say nasty things about those who run me down, and always help those I like. I avoid the use of slang and of excessively strong drink. I neither smoke nor indulge in morphine. I invariably go to church with half a crown for the plate, and I think that includes all my virtues. What more would you have?" "Unselfishness," responded Lionel, gravely. "Egotism is your sin." "And the world's. I might inquire with the Apostles, and I do inquire with all curiosity, who then can be saved?" "Those whose merits do not spring from the ego, as do yours. To you, Lady James, Satan comes in his favourite guise as an angel of light, and only the ethereal spear of the Holy Spirit can unmask him. Virtuous, I grant you are, because you pamper self too much to sacrifice your position and comforts to a love that is willing to lose the world for love alone. Good-tempered, why not, with a healthy body and an equable nature? That you do not gossip is certainly a point in your favour, although I suspect that this abstinence is again the ego, which does not permit you to be sufficiently interested in others to discuss their affairs. You help those you like, feed them, as it were, with the overabundant crumbs from your table. In the words of our Lord, I can say, 'Do not even the publicans so?' But would you help those you hate, and at a sacrifice?" "Certainly not. Why should I? They would not be even grateful." "Quite so. You expect a reward for your good deeds. In this world you look for yours in the next." "No, though I admit that the temptation is strong. I try to serve God out of love and gratitude." "Ridiculous, even if true. Such self-abnegation is beyond me." "Yes, that is what I call being really and truly good." "I see. That is, I don't see. You are always so impossible." "Nothing is impossible with God's help, as without it nothing is possible. Listen, Lady James." And with his soul on fire to raise her from the material to the spiritual, Lionel attempted reasonable argument. For over half an hour did he preach, expound, warn, demonstrate, quote, deduce, persuade. But at the end of 35 rapid minutes he found her and himself again at the starting point. Leah listened critically and even with interest. Hindered by her limitations from seeing a satisfactory conclusion, she declined the tournament and retired to watch her opponent tilt at giants which she mistook for windmills. Said the inversely deceived Donna Quixote. "How well you talk, Lionel. Why don't you leave the church and go in for Parliament?" The curate shook the cold water of this douche out of his ears, and rose markedly discouraged. "I cannot make you understand," he said sadly. "Only the Holy Spirit can convince you of your need." "My need of what?" "Of salvation." "That would be adding sugar to honey, and I feel very contented with my honey. Good health, plenty of money, a tolerable position, and you have yet to reckon with God. All these things come from Him, and all He can take away." "I don't agree with you, nor will you until your pride is broken." "That it never will be," said Leah, superbly. "So you think in your insolence of beauty and health. But when you come to die?" "Well, then I shall die, and that's all about it." "What is the glory of the rainbow to the colour blind?" Lionel asked himself, and walked to the door. There he paused to deliver himself of a final warning. "Though you triumph in your own strength, and be at ease in the palace of sin, yet will the reckoning come. The Most High God is." And he departed. Words, words, words. That was Lady Jim's summing up of the interview. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 21. In that chilly hour preceding dawn, under the searching grey eye of earliest morning, the coffin was opened in the presence of Pentland and his family. The likeness between the lawful son and the unlawful, even more apparent in death than in life, startled the woman best prepared to countenance a gross deception. Leah could almost have imagined this waxen, awful face to be that of Jim, and an emotion of genuine fear shook her to the soul she had so deliberately burdened. Moreover, and not without reason, that haunting thought of an assisted death became appallingly obtrusive before these medicated remains. Was she guilty of? Her will fought desperately against the suggested word, and this mental struggle still further compelled the revelation of elemental feelings. Streaming tears, trembling hands, furtive glances testified to truthful terrors breaking through calculated pretence. It needed a scornful look from Frith the sceptic, and an amazed stare on the part of Demetrius, to assure her that she beheld a corpse of no importance, save as a substitute for a living double. And even then this ironic inspection of the false seemed but a gruesome masquerade of Jim's lying in state when his turn really came. The actuality of her feelings afforded a welcome escape from further harrowings, and she left the room clinging to the arm of Demetrius, careless whither he led her. The picture gallery was his goal, since its seclusion invited no eavesdroppers, and here he experimented with personally manufactured salts, pungent and rousing. These, it soon appeared, were scarcely needed. Lady Jim, released from the necessity of playing a grim comedy, recovered speedily, and with recuperation came the disposition to flick away the disagreeable. "What a fool I am!" said Leah, enraged to discover she was but mortal. A woman," murmured Demetrius, cynically complacent. "But no heroine. Ugh!" She shivered and huddled in her chair. "I shall dream of that thing for the next year. It was so like Jim. Ugh, ugh! Horrible, horrible!" "Why should the sight of an empty house so startle you, madame?" "I am in no mood for metaphors. Go away. You will be needed to shut that thing up." My successor, the undertaker, will do that. I have done my share." "I only hope you have not overdone it," muttered the woman. "And the meaning of that remark, madame?" Leah, wanting to know yet, fearing to know, evaded an answer and shirked a question. "Leave me for a time," she entreated. "No, if you will pardon my rudeness. We have much to talk about." "Cannot you wait till after the funeral?" she said crossly. "It will look so strange, your remaining here with me." "Ah, but no, madame. To those who might speak, I am but your doctor, who has brought you here to recover yourself." "I am perfectly recovered, perfectly." "In that case we can talk," he insisted. She yielded, not being yet her old fighting self after the soul shaking. It was dangerous to enter upon a contest with flawed armour, so she temporised. It would be best, she decided, to hear his story without committing herself to comments. Later, when her nerves were steady, she could answer more cautiously the question he was about to ask at an inopportune moment. Her wary nature declined a consideration of marriage arrangements, to the extent of fixing a date for a ceremony in which she did not intend to take part. Still, he could plead, and she could and would procrastinate. Therefore would the victory be with her when this unprepared interview ended. "Talk on," she said languidly, then added with a spite created by shattered nerves, "though I think it very disagreeable of you to make me look on that horrid dead thing." Demetrius was tolerant of feminine irrelevance. "Madame, to avert possible suspicion, it was necessary." "Undoubtedly it was necessary," admitted self-contradicting woman. "But what a risk!" "Ah, pardon. In the dark all cats are grey." "I know nothing about cats, but the faces of the dead certainly vary, Monsieur Demetrius, and dangers cannot be explained away by proverbs." "In this case the danger has explained itself. We are now safe." The plural struck disagreeably on Leah's ear, and reminded her somewhat pointedly of the readjusted relations between herself and the doctor. "We are now safe," she echoed with reproving emphasis. "Assuredly," responded Demetrius, wilfully blind. "Monseigneur has been completely deceived. Also Monsieur le Marquis and Madame his wife. While your tears, my dear friend, have washed away any possible doubts, which, for my part, I do not believe existed." Again she was faced by positive circumstances, for the Russian's last words hinted a sarcasm which annoyed her. It might be that, with still quivering nerves, she looked too anxiously for causes of offence, but the familiar ease of his manner was unpalatable. A second implied rebuke would avail as little as had the first, and Leah, mindful of her dignity, abstained from indicating in words the Rubicon he was not to cross. Demetrius knew overmuch for her to speak authoritatively, so it was necessary to permit him the odious intimacy of an accomplice. But he should pay hereafter for his usurpation of such a position, that she vowed inwardly, even while smiling on his success. Smiling was possible now, as the prospect of an inevitable verbal duel braced her to abnormal self-control. "Sit down," she commanded abruptly. "I have yet to learn details of your scheme." "Our scheme," he reminded her. "You flatter me, Monsieur Demetrius, since I cannot take credit for your clever inventions." "We are all in the same boat, madame." "You, I, and?" She glanced at him inquiringly. "Your husband." "Can you not grasp the fact that I am a widow? When I have a husband," she smiled meaningly, "do you think he will sanction Mr. Berring rowing in the boat you mention? Suspicious people are the easiest to gull. and the smile rather than the words changed the gloomy doubter into a confiding child. Her enforced diplomacy was gaining her ground already. "My angel, you mean?" Leah cleverly shortened a possible rhapsody. "Of course I do. Ah!" with a sentimental sigh. "What have I done to be so doubted?" "Never by me, I swear. Believe me, soul of my soul." "Hush!" She raised an admonitory finger to check dithyrambic wooings at an untoward moment. "We are yet in the wood." "Out of it, while here yes, here, where you so sweetly promised we should become one." His voice sank tenderly. "After certain preliminaries had been observed, M. Demetrius." "Say Constantine." "As you will, Constantine. I can deny you few things after what you have done." "Yet what you deny is what I desire." Lady Jim displayed impatience at this headlong haste. "We are not in Verona, nor will your age permit you to play Romeo to a Juliet of my temperament. When my husband's body is buried," she laughed consciously, "and my months of mourning are ended, then well, then ah, be patient, Constantine." "Am I not to touch your finger tips meanwhile?" "If it is any satisfaction"; and she gave him her hand to mumble, ruminating meanwhile on this shrinking of giant to dwarf. The unendurable lasted half a minute. Then, "Be sensible, M. Demetrius." "Ah!" The child sighed for his lost rattle. "You descend from poetry to prose." She nodded. "Would you versify explanations?" "Explanations?" "Necessary ones. How did you transfer Garth's body to Jamaica?" The doctor looked piteous. "To think of wasting this golden hour," he murmured. "Oh!" The ejaculation was careless, but the instinct was to box a dullard's ears. "Business before pleasure, M. Demetrius." "At least, Constantine." "M. Demetrius," she repeated inflexibly. "We are to marry? Well and good. But beforehand I must understand my position as a Russian princess." The pessimism of the Slav asserted itself in renewed doubts. "I am a simple doctor, madame." "Very simple, if you imagine. But that can be discussed later. Come," cajolingly to a hesitating and sullen being, "an account of your adventures must prove amusing. Cheer me up for the funeral." This extraordinary conclusion staggered a man not easily moved to amazement. "Mon Dieu!" Then in English, "You were weeping some minutes ago, madame." "And I may be weeping some minutes later," she retorted, suppressing rising irritation. "I ask explanations rather than give them. Tell me how you managed." Shrugging away a question relative to female weathercocks, Demetrius reluctantly obeyed. He desired love talk, and she hard facts. But naturally her subject forced his subject out of sight. Man being romantic and woman practical, the latter invariably clips the former's wings, lest he should soar beyond the necessities of her hour. Moreover, his pinions rendered useless, Demetrius could not dispute common sense views. Thus dexterously managed, did he yield to a puppet, Fate, the strings of which were pulled by obstinacy and selfishness, blended into what Leah called firmness. She was an adept at ticketing her vices virtues. "That poor Garth." The doctor mentioned his late patient thus endearingly throughout the narrative, "died of consumption." "Of consumption?" Leah put the question she had been shirking for so long, with nervous emphasis and with short indrawn breaths. "Assuredly, and earlier than I expected. There was no need to " "I know, I know. Do not put it into words." She fiddled with her handkerchief, looking up, down, everywhere except at her companion. "Did he suffer much?" was her inquiring whisper. "Not at all. He died in his sleep. Pray do not alarm yourself, madame. The release was a happy and an easy one." "I am so glad, so relieved," murmured Lady Jim, seeing the spectre which had long haunted her pillow dissolve into thin air. "You see, I thought that is, I fancied," she hesitated, and passed her tongue over dry lips. "The need did not arise," explained the doctor, answering somewhat contemptuously her unspoken fears, "although I was prepared to No, do not shudder. There is no blood on my hands, nor on yours. We can marry in peace." The doubly false prophecy of the last sentence provoked her into ignoring the entire speech. "Go on, please go on. Garth died a natural death at Funchal. Well?" "I did not say that, madame." "Absurd! Why, your explanation?" "Is yet to come, if you will accord me a hearing." Whereupon, accepting an impatient permission, Demetrius slipped into the undramatic, literally so, for he avoided oratorical snares, the high colouring of superlatives, and the temptation to dilate on obviously sensational moments. He might have been reciting the alphabet, so dry was his deliver of an advisedly barren tale. One Richard Strange, mariner, so commenced the sober Odyssey, owned and captained a sea gipsy, prowling on ocean highways and in harbour byways for the picking up of chance cargoes. As an instinctive buccaneer, ostensibly law-abiding, he lent himself and his tramp steamer to whatever nefarious proposals promised the acquisition of money at slight risks. Thus fitted for the Russian's requirements, secret instructions brought him to anchor in Funchal Bay. With him sailed, for possible restoration to health, a consumptive nephew, Herne by name, also a factor in an admirably conceived scheme. "The dead was necessary for the living, and the dead for the dead," said Demetrius, paradoxically. "What do you mean by that?" questioned Lady Jim, very naturally. "The body of that poor Garth had to be buried in Madeira, madame. Yet being wanted here, to pass as the corpse of your husband, it was necessary to arrange for a substitute." "I understand. Herne was to pass as Garth, and Garth as Jim." Demetrius assented, and proceeded. With his two patients, the doctor lodged at a second-rate hotel, not a stone's throw from the shore. In due time Herne died, and Demetrius, at once transferring the body to Garth's bedroom, induced the surviving consumptive to board the Stormy Petrel, so the sea gipsy was named, for the purpose of informing its skipper of his relative's death. Strange, previously advised, detained the young man, and Demetrius proceeded to bury Herne under the prisoner's name. "An easier task than you would think, madame," he explained, "for the Portuguese landlord confused the names of my patients, owing to his ignorance of their language." "But scarcely of their appearance, I should think," observed Lady Jim, shrewdly. Demetrius shrugged away the objection. "I cannot say that the landlord had studied Lavater. To his uninformed eye, two fair young Englishmen were much alike, and consumption, madam, begets a family likeness in those it afflicts. I assure you that this Portuguese was as satisfied that my poor Garth had died, as is Monseigneur convinced that his son lies in the coffin we inspected." Leah shuddered for the 20th time at the mental picture evolved. "Ugh! What then?" The doctor informed her placidly. As Garth, under a tombstone suitably inscribed, the skipper's nephew was buried, the very fact that he had existed thus being blotted out by a chiselled lie. Then did the sea tramp loaf the word is appropriate overseas to Jamaica at a slow 10 knots an hour, with bad luck, it would seem, to one passenger at least. "He died on board?" exclaimed the listener. "That poor Garth? Ah, yes. As a child did he fall asleep to waken. Demetrius spread his hands, at a loss to supply further information. His ideas of a future state were vague. With an admirably embalmed body on board, the disreputable craft of Captain Strange slipped her anchors in Kingston Harbour, but no half-masted ensign intimated her lugubrious cargo. Lord James Kaims, forewarned by a cipher letter, rode out to inspect an eidolon of himself as he would one day appear. His nerves being shaken by enforced invalidism, he did not appreciate the sight. Also, the medicines of Demetrius, given to induce counterfeit consumption and lean, sallow looks, made him fear lest this rascally comedy should deepen into a real tragedy for himself. Those in Kingston with whom he had made acquaintance were not surprised when Demetrius took him eastward to the famous Blue Mountains, in the hope that the healing air would mend his lungs. Nor did any one manifest astonishment when, after a discreet period, news came of his death. Perhaps if these sympathisers had seen one James Baring sneak on board the stormy Petrel, and had beheld that ship rolling south to Buenos Ayres, they would have expended less pity on his untimely decease. As it was, while Jim foregathered with the skipper, a man after his own buccaneering heart, former acquaintances, government officials, and local doctors were complimenting Demetrius on the clever way in which he had embalmed the late James Kaimes' body with such few scientific appliances as could be at hand in the Blue Mountains. "They had no suspicion, these people?" questioned Leah, abruptly. "I assure you, no, madame. My mummy, you saw it yourself." Leah rose, lest her mind's eye should conceive too vivid a picture. "I shall always see it," she murmured with loathing. "Ugh, what a fool I am! What a fool!" "A woman, a woman. And so, madame, we recommence our conversation." "It has already lasted too long," she rejoined. "Lord Frith" here she stopped, too discreet to repeat club gossip, which might strengthen still more the already strong position of Demetrius. "You were about to observe, madame?" "Nothing. It is of no moment. You are sure all is safe?" "Sure." "As sure as I am that we, you and I, shall be happy." "Sentiment and business mix about as well as snow and fire," snapped Leah, yet ridden by a nightmare memory of that dead face. "But this sailor, whose nephew you borrowed?" "Captain Strange? He will say what I will." "At a price, no doubt." "Of the smallest, madame. £1,000." "Ridiculous! Extortionate!" "One cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs," said Demetrius, in dry tones. "It would be well not to vex my friend Strange." "Who wants to vex him? He shall have his money. Anything else?" "This letter from your late husband"; and Demetrius handed over an envelope directed in Jim's sprawling hand, and sealed with Jim's ancestral coat of arms. "Fool!" was Leah's comment on this carelessness. "Doesn't he know he is dead, and is about to be buried?" She thrust the letter hastily into her pocket, and was about to hurry away, when she caught a glimpse of the Russian's darkening face. She paused wisely to dismiss him with a compliment. "You have managed splendidly, M. Demetrius." "Do I not deserve to be called Constantine now?" "Yes no that is oh, don't bother." Lady Jim snatched away the hand he had captured. "You foreigners never learn sense." "Are you teaching it to me now?" he asked, in a metallic voice. "I am, if you are clever enough to learn the lesson. See as little of me as possible, and don't speak to me at all. When Jim that is, when Garth is buried, we shall see." "But, madame " "Quite so. Consider your objections answered." "They will be answered," said Demetrius, very distinctly, "before the altar of any church you may select." A remembrance of his capacity for being dangerous, and an anxious survey of his narrowing eyes, made her deceptive. She diplomatically employed feminine strategy, against which no man living can manoeuvre. "You doubt me, Constantine," whispered the she Judas, with trembling tenderness. "Will not this?" She bent forward to drop a butterfly kiss on his forehead, and left him dazed in the seventh and most exalted paradise of fools. "Foh!" said Lady Jim, when shut up in her own room. There she read the communication from her legally deceased husband. It narrated a story similar to that detailed by Demetrius, but scarcely so concisely. Mr. Berring showed a disposition to ramble, and his excursions ended on every occasion in a command to send half the insurance money at once, the last two words being aggressively underlined. He was in the best of health, on his way to Buenos Ayres, thence would travel to Rosario, where that woman lives, commented Leah, tearing off the address and carefully burning Jim's maunderings. "Half the money, eh? £15,000? I think not, Mr. Berring. That captain, too, with his absurd charge, and after all my trouble. I wonder Demetrius does not claim his share also." It would have been cheaper had he done so, since she possessed the money, and he intended to possess her. But he would refuse a cheque and claim her hand, as she reflected with impotent rage. What a pity she could not pay him off, and, along with Jim and Strange, dismiss him into limbo. She did not exactly know what limbo was, or where it was, save that once there these people could not bother her. But with all the will in the world she could not get out of the apparent cul-de-sac she had walked into. "Demetrius wants me and these other beasts my money," she raged inwardly. "What a mean advantage they all take. Pigs! As though I worked for nothing. What is to be done? What?" This question was difficult to answer. Jim she could bamboozle with a small sum, since he could not well betray her without laying himself open to a charge of conspiracy. But the Russian and the skipper, both adventurers of the most reckless type, would assuredly demand their wages. "I shall have to pay that captain," she decided regretfully. "But Demetrius, insolent little creature, he shall go to Siberia, even if I have to kiss him again. Faugh!" Then she descended to tell the Duke how the sight of poor dear Jim's face had broken her up entirely. Yet people said that Leah Kaimes had no sense of humour. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 22. A sociable undertaker, lacking the indispensable humour of his brethren, bitterly complained that he rarely inquired after a friend's health without being suspected of business motives. Ex-Lieutenant Harry Askew found himself in a similar predicament, since his desire to marry a widow precluded him from offering sympathy. That he should personally, or by letter, deplore the necessity of crape caps would suggest waning affection, while a congratulatory address laid him open to the charge, which this especial widow would certainly make, of unseemly dancing on a newly made grave. With laboured wisdom, Askew dropped between the horns of this dilemma, paying no visit, writing no letter. He compromised by leaving a card. In this dexterous avoidance of impalement, Lady Jim read the untold story of his perplexity, and smiled at the diplomatic evasion. There being an exception to every rule, the absence which should have made the Askew heart grow fonder produced an opposite effect. Debarred from the temple of his goddess, he began to ask himself why he worshipped, and thereby dug the grave of illicit passion. That such was now permissible and even praiseworthy, considering its consolatory results, only made him a more ardent sexton. The votaries of Eros can begarland themselves with roses, but Hymen's celebrants wear chains of approved legal pattern. Was the cultus of the matrimonial god worth such encumbrances? Thus Askew inquired of his own pampered self, and not knowing exactly what his selfishness desired, obtained but a doubtful response. What else could he expect? Two-faced Janus is the true god of oracles. Lady Jim was witty, beautiful, chaste, and brilliant, admirable qualities in a woman, but in a wife, unless informed with love, rather unattractive. Askew doubted if a composite mate of this glittering, unwarmed sort would satisfy his somewhat exacting requirements. Accepting too readily the world's definition, what he and it called love was actually selfishness, masquerading. He fancied, and with much reason, that Leah, openly devoted to herself, would not show devotion to him. That is, she being selfish, and he ditto, genuine happiness would not and could not spring from this union of like and like. Moreover, he ignorantly loved, in the world's sense, through his eyes and with his lower nature. So it was probable that the legal possession of irresponsive beauty would pall. To limit a butterfly to one rose would bore the butterfly, and if the rose were sentient, she also might feel weary. In this way, and from surface feelings, argued Askew, but natural limitations prevented comprehension of the true reason which disinclined him to prosecute his now legal and therefore uninteresting wooing. He was a better man than he knew, and this he would have known had he paid heed to the intimations of his higher self, when it occasionally overcame the lower. When the god within overtopped the brute, he had beheld not so clearly the body as the soul of Lola Fajardo, and had for one swift moment recognized that conjunction with the spirit would best promote his happiness. A genuine marriage must be spiritual, and it is the souls whom God hath joined which man is forbidden to put asunder. Askew's introspective self knew that his allotted wife on this physical plane was Lola, and that to her alone should love be given. But the lust of the eye demanded Leah Kaimes' beauty, and feigned a spurious passion to gain possession. Absence from Lady Jim made him aware that he did not actually love her, and a feeble struggle of the soul, bound in chains of selfishness, revealed that he would do well to seek Lola once more. Hence came the war between light and darkness, wherein the light so far triumphed that the young man sought Curzon Street with more self-control than was desirable in an admitted lover, one, be it known, of the worldly material type only. And may all such, for the well-being of the race, be anathema maranatha. "I took you to be more original," said Leah, when he entered. "Original?" "To the extent of defying conventionality by calling before the funeral. Your grief needed consolation. You declined to console. I come now, at the 11th and less necessary hour. Besides," she looked meaningly towards the window-seat, where a flushed and smiling Katinka adored with timid conversation and eloquent eyes a rather sour Demetrius, "will you have a cup of tea?" "Thank you"; and they moved towards the bamboo table, whence she had risen to whisper her greeting at the door. Advisedly, it would seem, since she cast a rapid and satisfied glance at the doctor's lowering face. The set mouth and narrowing eyes, hard as jade, betokened jealous rebuke of Leah's condescending to meet the newcomer as royalty should be met. Reading this index of a mind ill at ease, Lady Jim resumed her seat, tacitly pleased. She had an end to gain, and this over attention to Askew meant the beginning of plots. It was over a month since the supposed Jim Kaims had been packed away in the family vault, and his widow enjoyed the fruits of her labours. Dr. Demetrius, looking upon the £30,000 as purchase money, wished to possess the woman he had thus bought, and objected to other customers eyeing his bargain. Hence his jealousy discerned a rival in Askew, and Lady Jim, aware of this clear-sightedness, was content that he should so discern. She could neither cajole nor reason Demetrius into trusting himself in Paris, but the desired result might be brought about by utilising green-eyed jealousy. The unexpected meeting of the rivals afforded her an eagerly seized chance of putting fire to powder. The possible explosion, she hoped, would blow Demetrius into Siberian wilds. Thus, playing with amorous fire, she hastened to heap on lavish fuel. "I am seeing a few friends now," said Lady Jim, ministering to her visitor's 5 o'clock wants. "Mademoiselle Aksakoff and Dr. Demetrius. You know both, I believe. Lady Richardson may look in later, also." Here she checked her tongue. Aksakoff was due in half an hour, but it would not do to advise Demetrius of that. The chances were that Katinka, aware of the intended visit, would carry off the doctor early. Lady Jim devoutly wished that she would. Her drawing-room was no stage for melodrama. "Also?" queried the newly arrived. "Also her son, Sir Billy. Have you met him?" "Of course. Monte Carlo. I remember. Isn't he charming? A D'Orsay of the cradle, Brummel in embryo. I have a mind to marry him as a pocket husband." "Am I to wish you joy?" Leah looked at him suddenly, and understood. This man had risen from his knees, and the chances were, going by experience, that he would stroll away. She did not intend to permit that, since he was necessary to her schemes. Until Demetrius was safely bestowed in Siberia, he would have to be flattered and coerced and ensnared into remaining. Then he could go and welcome. With freedom and money, she wanted no encumbrances, and it vexes a woman to have a man more earnest than herself hanging round her skirts. However, this was not the time for plain speaking, and she answered in this Thalian vein. "Of course you must wish me joy," in a whisper. The smiles of Leah, the attitude of Askew, the sibilant, indistinct voices of both, goaded Demetrius. He all but interrupted the tea-table conference. But since Lady Jim wished to be a princess, she had conveyed that idea clearly, and as Katinka's aid was necessary to the recovering of his birthright, he dared not to offend the girl. Jealous himself, Demetrius knew how easy it would be to arouse the doubts of another, especially of a woman. He therefore remained seated and waited developments, while Katinka chatted earnestly. "I really wish you would be reconciled with my father," said she. "Monsieur Aksakoff is less willing for such a consummation than I, mademoiselle." She disagreed hurriedly. "You are wrong. My father is willing, but your enemies are not." "And my enemies are his enemies?" he inquired dryly. "Assuredly. But one enemy, Paul Petrovitch, is my friend." "Your cousin." Katinka nodded, and proceeded with explanations. "He has, as you know, much influence with the Czar. That would be used on your behalf, if" she paused, coloured, and cast down her eyes. "If what?" "If I agreed to marry him." Thin ice indeed, but Demetrius skated extremely well. "Mademoiselle," said he gravely, "I cut myself off from my princely family, and surrendered wealth, that I might work the cause of humanity. To assist a brother worker did I risk exile, with the result you behold. Why then should I demand a sacrifice on your part to restore that which I personally do not regret?" "Believe me, my friend, it would mean no sacrifice. You hinted when last we met that you were prepared to consider the proposition of resuming your rank." "I did, contingent on certain events happening," replied Demetrius, thinking that if Lady Jim insisted upon being a princess of the drawing rooms, he would be forced to yield. "But we can talk of this in a few months." "There is no hurry. recalling the necessary period of mourning. "No, there is no hurry." He paused, then questioned suddenly, "You love Paul Petrovitch?" "No, no. Ah, no." "It would then certainly be a sacrifice for you to marry him." "I would never do that." "How then could you persuade him to use his influence?" "It is a case of diamond cut diamond," explained Katinka, with the indifference of a woman to all other honour, save that of the man she loves. "Paul Petrovitch wishes to marry me. If I agree, he will induce the Czar to reinstate you in your possessions. When you have made your peace at St. Petersburg, I could refuse to Oh!" She broke off with a confused laugh. "Do not look shocked, Monsieur Demetrius. I but trick him, as he is prepared to trick me." "I am far from being shocked," denied the liberal minded doctor. "To prevent being bitten, we must bite. But the possible sacrifice " "Lies in lending myself to such a trick. I make it for you for you. Yes. Do you not understand?" Only that stupid animal, a sheep, could have refused comprehension. "I am not worthy," shuffled Demetrius, hurriedly. "I think you are," she breathed tenderly. "Will you not permit me to prove my belief?" "I shall be honoured, if in a few months the time is scarcely ripe for me to move, and you will understand. In short, when things are different. Your noble offer we can discuss it later. Believe me," he thrilled her with a light touch, "I comprehend the nobility of your nature. Ah, my friend, do not press me to take advantage of so glorious a sacrifice." "So," stammered Demetrius, his confusion being worse confounded, and wrapping up refusal in evasive words, meaningless if sugared. Katinka sighed. Always she pressed her mediatory offer, and always she declined acceptance. Angry that the proffered gift should be flung back in her face, she suddenly felt a sense of outrage at his persistent quibbling. This man must see that she loved him, yet he trifled with her. Too obvious passion. There was Lady Jim, of course, in spite of Lady Jim's readjustment of the situation at Monte Carlo. Yet could any man love this chilly, self-centred Englishwoman? No. As she knew, Demetrius demanded love for love, and he certainly would not give all to Lady Jim without receiving back in kind. Therefore he did not love the woman. Therefore he was heart whole. And being so, why should he not yield to one who was ready to suffer all for his sake? She could not understand, but this she knew, that her self-respect rebelled. And at that moment that feeling, swallowing up all others, impelled her to walk away without even a backward glance. But she remained where she was, since her adoration for this unresponsive god amounted to monomania. She hated to cringe, to cast down her womanly dignity, but she was forced to do so. Passion proved stronger than self-respect, than natural shame, than maiden pride. Enthralled by Venus, as had been Helen of Troy, she was forced to grovel at the feet of this, as she suspected, ignoble Paris. Would he never smile? Would he never unbend? She could not say. She did not know. All she felt was pure unhappiness, and she could have cursed the power which trammelled her in these nets of undesired love. The gods were sporting, and Olympus shook with laughter at her mortal sorrow. "Come when you need me," said she, and rose. Demetrius was self-seeking, yet possessed human feelings, and of these shame was uppermost. The vein of divinity which streaked his clay made him acknowledge that he was using hardly this flouted worshipper. Outwardly, at least, and with an impetuosity alien to his calculating character, he wished to make amends. "Let me come also." "There is no need," she replied coldly, and crossed to the tea table. "You will excuse my departure, Lady James. I have an engagement. Mr. Askew." She bowed, and then went silently out of the room. "Do you follow, doctor?" asked Lady Jim, stepping with him to the scarcely closed door. He did not reply directly, but glanced across her shoulder towards the yawning lieutenant. "Remember," he breathed significantly, and in his turn departed. Leah wondered that the feelings which had evoked the words should not have kept him watchful of her pretty play, and confessed herself puzzled by his abrupt following of Katinka's trail. But having, as she knew, aroused his jealousy, there was no need to consider meanings which would not affect her schemes. Aksakoff was due, and before he appeared, it was necessary to teach Askew the rôle of catspaw. He was to decoy Demetrius to Paris, but of course she did not mean him to be aware of his ignoble duties. She returned to rebuke him for yawning, and to propose a remedy. "What you need is change of scene, if not of society. Now there is Paris, which you probably know well." "I do not know it at all," he confessed. "What a neglected education! I must teach you Paris. Will you be ready for your first lesson early next week?" "I do not quite understand." Lady Jim nodded laughingly. "Which proves that our future is now split into your future and my future." "I am more in the dark than ever," said the amazed listener. Lady Jim curled her lip contemptuously. "You men need so much explanation," said she; then meaningly, "I can still retain you as a friend, I hope." "What do you that is, on what grounds? You do not comprehend." He stuttered, grew red, and writhed over the fire, in which she was grilling him, with much enjoyment to herself. "Ah, but I do comprehend very clearly, too. When did the change come?" "The change? Of heart, if you wish me to enter into details." "There is no change in me," he denied, still red and flurried. "And no truth, either, when you make such a statement." With a light laugh she recalled his fierce wooing. "You would not attempt to break my wrists now?" "I'm very, very sorry that I was rough with you." "Quite so. And cannot you see that such sorrow explains everything?" "Not to me," said Askew, desperately fervent. Leah clapped her hands gaily. "How very badly you do it! Do not go on the stage, I beg of you. Well"; she kissed her hand to him. "Adieu. I hope she will be happy." "Who will be happy?" "The other woman." "There is no " He caught her derisive eyes, and broke down with an uneasy laugh. "I suppose we have made a mistake." "You have," she replied, promptly emphasising the pronoun. "Ah!" His pride was wounded by the implied indifference. "Then you knew it would come to this?" "Of course, because I did not choose that it should end otherwise. If I had chosen, you would still have been." She glanced smilingly at her slim feet, then handled the teapot with ostentatious liveliness. "You can have some cold tea, if you like." As Askew had intended to drop her, the idea that she was dropping him, and very readily too, was wounding to his vanity. "You never loved me," he declared. "Did I ever say that I did?" "Well, no. All the same." She clasped her hands over her knee, and smiled indulgently at his mortified face. "All the same, you are unwise to explain, so we will change the subject, Mr. Askew." "Ah, not even Harry?" "Not even Leah," she mocked. "Still, you can call me Lady Jim." "Till you change your name." "Certainly not for that of Askew. Señorita Fajardo may think differently when you propose." "How do you know I shall?" he asked sulkily, for every word she uttered fretted his uneasy vanity. "Because you are a shuttlecock between two battledores. She sent you flying to me, and I shall speed you back to her." The young man was almost too mortified to speak. "What a light, vain fool you make me out to be! No, you are merely a man in the hands of two women, clay in the hands of accomplished potters. Now," she laid a caressing hand on his arm, "promise me to go back to Rosario at once." "No," snapped Askew, wincing at the touch, and so gave her the very answer she required. Her motive in pelting him with hard sentences had been to arouse his vanity, to assert itself in aggressive contradiction, and for three reasons. Firstly, she did not wish him to make an inconvenient third in Mr. Berring's wooing of the Spanish lady, lest he should learn much that it was undesirable for him to know. Secondly, she required him as her Parisian decoy duck. And thirdly, it was out of the question that he should dare to end the flirtation without her leave. A reflection of these things led her to play skilfully on manly conceit, with the aforesaid result. She was satisfied when he replied in the negative, Askew also, since thereby, in his own estimation, he had vindicated virility, and lacked the insight to see himself her puppet. Having gained her end, Lady Jim apparently yielded to the lord of creation fiat. "Well, then, come to Paris with me and Joan Tallentire. We go on Monday to the Hotel Henri III, Champs Elysees. You can come on Wednesday." "But I don't think " "I am quite sure you don't. Perhaps Thursday will suit you better." "If you insist." "I do not, unless on common sense, of which you possess so little." "How you bully me!" he cried, much vexed by this badgering. "Of course. We always bully those we love as friends, that is. Ah, here is Monsieur Aksakoff. What a surprise!" She rose gracefully and sailed forward with outstretched hand. "So kind of you to come. You know Mr. Askew, I think." The diplomatist bowed, and seated himself near the table, whereat Askew, devoured by a desire for further confidences, fumed with depressed eyebrows and twisted mouth. Lady Jim rang for fresh tea, listening meanwhile to Aksakoff discussing the safe subject of the weather. Occasionally she glanced with amusement at her victim, who by this time did not know his own mind, and certainly was incapable of analysing his very complicated feelings. She bewildered him. He was not master of himself in her presence, and alternately quailed and rebelled under her spells. Flight from Circe was his wisest plan. "Must you?" inquired Lady Jim, winningly, at the first movement. "Must what, please?" he asked sulkily, settling down again. "Must you go? I see you must. So sorry. Good bye." "I do not want to be bored." "Naturally. A widow is but dull company. Please do not leave us in the dark. The button is on the right hand side of the door. No, that is wrong." She rose and switched on the light herself. "That is better. Don't you think it is? So good of you to come and cheer me." Then dropping her voice, "Paris?" "I shall cross on Wednesday," he murmured. "Then we can resume our conversation." "What pleasure you promise me," she retorted, and closing the door, came back to the waiting diplomatist, yawning daintily. "Excuse me, Monsieur Aksakoff, have I just ended a bad quarter of an hour?" "That young man, madam?" "The same. He wants to marry me. Shocking, isn't it, seeing that I scarcely know how to pose as a widow?" "But natural on his part, surely." "How nicely you pay compliments. By the way," sliding away from the subject, "your daughter was here. She has gone off somewhere with your friend M. Demetrius." Aksakoff frowned. "It is kind of you to enlarge my circle of acquaintance, madam. I presume you desire to speak of this gentleman?" Leah raised her eyebrows. "No. Why should I? Our conversation at Monte Carlo." "Did we converse?" "So we did. Something about a sunset, wasn't it?" The diplomatist became unworthy of the name through sheer irritation. "Can we not drop our masks, madam?" "I never knew that we wore such things," said Lady Jim, lightly. "I'm sure I do not. Why should I? But you sent for me." Leah placed her elbows on the table and the tips of her fingers together. "I did, to ask you for some letters to nice people in Paris." "Ah!" His face lighted up. "You go to Paris?" "My good friend, have I not said so? And the letters?" "I shall be delighted." Aksakoff was now beginning to understand the necessity of reading between the remarks. "But are letters necessary? I hope to be in Paris myself next week." "How delightful! You will be able to amuse me. Do not look shocked. I assure you I only wish to drown my grief." "Of course," assented Aksakoff, dryly; then added, with a significance she ignored, "Do you go alone to Paris?" "Oh, dear me, no. Miss Tallentire goes with me, a charming girl who is engaged to my cousin, the Reverend Lionel Kaimes. We stay for a week at the Hotel Henri III, Champs Elysees, very quietly, you know, as I am still mourning." "As you are still in mourning," corrected her visitor, politely. "Certainly. You would not have me flaunting colours with poor dear Jim just dead. I want to be cheered up, and I ask you, Mr. Askew, to cheer me." "Oh, ah!" Aksakoff wrinkled his brow. "Mr. Askew goes to Paris also?" He said something about it. Such a nuisance, seeing that he thinks well, I told you." "Madame, his thoughts are excusable, but M. Demetrius will be angered." "What do you mean?" demanded Lady Jim, imperiously. Aksakoff's patience was almost exhausted. "We spoke at Monte Carlo," he reminded her. "Surely we understand one another." "Possibly you may. I am quite in the dark. Why should you couple my name with that of M. Demetrius?" "Report says that he loves you." "Oh, report!" She laughed, frankly amused. "If you believe reports." Here a shrug and a contemptuous laugh. "Why, reports leave no one a shred of character. I quite expect that my enemies, Mrs. Penworthy for one, will say that Mr. Askew followed me to Paris for the purpose of marrying me at the British Embassy." Aksakoff admired her profoundly. Without committing herself in any way or for a single instance, she was placing in his hands the thread of the intrigue. Tacitly acknowledging a diplomatic superior, he followed her lead. "I trust that Mrs. Penworthy, whom I have the honour to know, will not spread such a report," he said gravely. "Oh, but she will. A horrid woman, and scarcely respectable. She has called in Dr. Demetrius as her medical attendant, and if, as you say, he admires me, she is sure to make mischief." "Well," said Aksakoff, reflectively, "I am perfectly sure that if M. Demetrius heard such gossip, he would " "Forbid the banns," finished Leah, hastily and derisively. "Pah! Do you think, knowing his danger, he would trust himself in Paris? You are entirely wrong, M. Aksakoff. Our mutual friend left me this very afternoon to follow your daughter. Let him marry her. Now do." "No," said Aksakoff, setting down his cup. "Until he surrenders Katinka, he is safer in England. In that case, please do not let Mrs. Penworthy gossip him into crossing the Channel." "For your sake I will not," said Aksakoff, dryly, and with every intention of aiding and abetting Mrs. Penworthy. "Will you give me another cup of tea?" She supplied him, and their conversation embraced a variety of subjects. No further mention was made of Demetrius, or of Katinka, or of Askew, or even of Paris. They quite understood one another, did these two clever people. When the diplomatist departed, he kissed Lady Jim's hand with courtly warmth. "You are a charming woman, madame, a truly admirable woman. But" he straightened himself and looked into her eyes "I should not like to have you for an enemy." "What do you mean by that?" asked Lady Jim, artlessly. "A compliment, madame. Believe me, a very high compliment." CHAPTER XXIII. Of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street, by Fergus Hume. Chapter XXIII. "Oh, it's lovely, lovely, lovely," sang Joan Tallentire, clapping her hands and whirling dervish fashion around the room. A radiant day or so in Paris had acted on her as sunshine acts on a flower. When the petals expand, the colour deepens, and the perfume exhales. What observer, casual or close, would have recognised in this eager-eyed and sparkling girl the timid companion of Lady Canvey? For weeks she had associated with the octogenarian. Many months had she superintended the well-being of pauper hags in Lambeth slums, and in the nursing of an ailing mother many precious years had been expended. No wonder the fire of being burnt low. No marvel that for long the eyes had lacked lustre and the cheeks colour. It was truly a case of the old eating the young, stealing by contact, as it were, the vitality of youth to reanimate waning life. Now Lady Jim, playing fairy godmother, had transformed this Cinderella, and the grub of Lambeth soared a splendid dragonfly. The spring, long delayed in its coming, sang in her veins. With stimulating company, amidst novel surroundings, and with tempting food for satisfying physical and moral appetites, came the renascent period. Joan felt the burden of artificial years slip from her shoulders. Her quick blood, responding to its environments, rose to fever heat. One cloud alone necked the sunshine of pleasure's dawn. "I wish Lionel was here," she sighed. "A pagan in the Temple, a Jew in the Church," said Lady Jim, shrugging. "My dear, Paris was invented for clergymen to rail at, not to enjoy." "Lionel is not narrow minded, Lady James. He approves of innocent amusements, magic lanterns and penny readings. I fear Paris cannot supply those dissipations. You can enjoy them under the honeymoon. Meanwhile, Mr. Askew is less exacting and more amusing." "There is no one like Lionel no one." "I grant that. Else would the world be innocent and dull." Joan pursed up her pretty lips and wrinkled a smooth brow. "I don't understand that," said she, meditatively. "No," assented Leah, with a slow and somewhat envious look. "You never will." "Why not?" "I could give you 50 reasons, but 3 will do. You are good and kind and healthy minded to excess, an angel whose white wings flutter above the mire in which we bipeds grovel. Quite the wife for our unsophisticated padre, Saint Sebastian and Saint Cecilia. Surely a marriage arranged in heaven." Miss Tallentire could not quite follow Leah's flights, not an infrequent occurrence. Nevertheless, her intuition espied a compliment. "Do you really mean that?" "As I rarely mean anything. Let me be candid for once, since we converse in the nursery, and say that I respect Lionel, and I respect you." "I would rather have love," suggested the girl, timidly. Leah touched her breast with 8 finger tips. Then in response to an answering blush, "My dear, I love no one but myself." "I can't believe that, or you would not have bothered to bring me to Paris." "Merely the desire for a new sensation. I assure you, as Lionel assured me, that all my virtues spring from the ego." "What is the ego?" "Leah Kaimes, in this instance." "I don't think you are selfish," persisted Joan. "If you really and truly were, you would not say so." "Oh, but I should. That is my refined form of self love. When I cry aloud my imperfections, I receive some such compliment as you have paid. Then little god Ego, sitting within my breast, sniffs up the incense." "In that case, I am selfish too. I like to be told nice things." "And to be given nice things, such as well, I expect Lionel, in spite of clerical propriety, can explain better than I. And," added Lady Jim, mischievously, in dumb show, "my dear, your ego is shaped like a good young padre. You are merged in Lionel, swallowed up, as some one's rod swallowed up some one else's. I suppose now," Leah nursed her knees with clasped hands, "I suppose when you marry Saint Sebastian you will be wildly happy in a dull country rectory, wearing twice turned gowns and last year's hats, and fussing after old women and grubby village urchins, with your husband's sermons for relaxation when penny readings pall." "Quite happy," assented Joan, laughing at the over coloured picture. "With Lionel, of course." "As I say, your ego is his ego, dear." And Lady Jim dropped 2 impulsive kisses on her companion's cheeks. Joan wondered at this uninvited display of affection, and wondered still more when Leah turned away with a somewhat bitter laugh. Perhaps, had she guessed the truth, her sympathy would have extended to this woman, whom self-love isolated from humanity. It pleased Leah to pose as this simple maid's providence, and on the whole she sustained her deity excellently. Many a time did she check her free spoken and sharp tongue, lest Joan should feel hurt, or become precociously enlightened about those sins which are dubbed idiosyncrasies in society. The amusements provided were primitive and commonplace, as befitted the retirement of a newly made widow and uncultured debutante tastes. Drives in the Bois, visits to the Louvre, to Versailles, to Notre Dame, on the tale of Hugo's romance, to Père Lachaise, many inspections of many delightful shops, one concert at least, and the exploration of places which had to do with the picturesque history of France filtered through Baedeker and Murray. Leah, unused to bread and milk, thought the majority of these outings insipid, but Joan enjoyed them immensely, and wondered at continental dissipation. Her ignorance credited Leah with loving, and invariably leading, this cook's tourist life when abroad, and that lady laughed frequently in the seclusion of her bedroom at the idea of being limited to nursery geography. Nevertheless, she did not undeceive her ingénue. The bloom, if she could prevent it, should not be brushed too early from this peach. Which reticence and determination showed that Lady Jim had in her some soul of that goodness which lives in things evil. Askew duly arrived 48 hours later, so that his meeting with Leah might appear unexpected. He called daily at the Hotel Henri III, and on a hint from Lady Jim, devoted attention to Joan the maid. Leah herself philandered in a businesslike way with M. Aksakoff, who, strange to say, followed Askew's trail on important business. Lady Jim enjoyed many interesting conversations with him, dealing with a quiet obliteration of Demetrius, if he should by any chance walk into the trap. Joan and her cavalier, good surface readers, did not guess at the elements working below, and so danced unsuspectingly on a volcano. The fickle sailor was now lukewarm in his affections, and as Leah purposed dropping him gradually as soon as Demetrius was on his way to Siberia, she was not ill pleased to watch red-hot passion cool to ashen-grey friendship. Certainly it still remained to withhold him from seeking a foreign wife overseas, but she postponed schemes of prevention pending the disposal of immediate troubles. Sometimes it occurred to her that Askew, a man of tow, like all sailors, might catch fire from contact with Joan. But player as she was with the hearts and brains of men, she cherished sufficient friendship for Lionel to forego a possible spoiling of his sober romance. There was little danger that Miss Tallentire would exchange church for navy, but that the juxtaposition of an artless maid and an inflammable bachelor might not breed fickleness, Lady Jim wrote a letter. "Why not come over and escort us back to town?" ran this epistle. "Also in Paris you will assuredly find material for a sermon on the wickedness of that great city Nineveh. I believe you parsons give Western towns Eastern names when you wish to abuse them, to avoid libel actions, maybe." Then followed the mention of the rope to drag this clerical lover across Channel. "Do come, if only to see how Joan enjoys the society of Mr. Askew." The expected happened on the 5th day of Lady Jim's sojourn in Paris, when, shortly after noon, Demetrius, obviously disordered in dress and mind, presented himself in the character of a bolt from the blue. Luckily, Askew was translating to Joan the Luxor hieroglyphics in the vicinity of the Place de la Concorde obelisk, so that she had an hour to explain away the rumours which had undoubtedly brought him over. When the sitting-room door clicked behind him, he facing her with black looks, she drew a deep breath to brace for the fight, and heard what he did not, the snick of prison bolts shot home. So far, lured by the will-o'-the-wisp, jealousy, he had followed recklessly the dangerous path. Now it remained for her to conduct him to the precipice, over which she and Aksakoff intended he should be thrown. A trifle of acting was necessary to reassure the venturesome and perhaps suspicious traveller. "Monsieur Demetrius, are you mad? Not Constantine, then?" He panted like a spent runner, and his face twisted in a wry smile. "What do you mean?" Demetrius dropped heavily into the nearest chair, and sent angry, inquiring glances into every corner. "Where is he?" "Where is who?" "Oh, madame." He became sarcastic here. "You know very well, I think." "I know nothing, save that you are foolish to venture into Paris, where there is a price on your head. Monsieur Aksakoff is here too. If he knew, if he guessed Well, what matter? I have run greater risks for lesser reasons. Yet they must be strong ones in the present instance to make you enter the bear's den." "I have one reason for my venture, madame you; and another, Mr. Askew; not to speak of a third, this marriage at your embassy." "I can understand the first. The second may be explained by wholly unnecessary jealousy. But the final one, this marriage you speak of, between yourself and Mr. Askew?" Lady Jim stared, then laughed good humouredly. "My dear Constantine, the idea is too ridiculous." "I have the news on good authority." "Which is the last authority you should believe. Mr. Askew is certainly here, but not, I believe, in the character of a bridegroom." "Mrs. Penworthy." "Oh!" Leah's scorn was worthy of the great Sarah. "Mrs. Penworthy?" "She told me that you came here, that Mr. Askew followed 48 hours later quite correct and that you intended to marry him at the British Embassy." "Really! I never knew that Mrs. Penworthy was imaginative." "It is not true." His eye probed her. She did not flinch. "You must be mad to think so." "It is not true," he persisted. "You yourself have denied the truth of it twice. Mr. Askew at this moment dances round Miss Tallentire's skirts. Would I permit that if Oh, ridiculous! You men swallow camels." Her dupe rose to pace the room and to pour out the anger of many brooding hours. "It is not true? Ah, if I could only be sure of that! This woman, this Mrs. Penworthy, she swore that you He choked, flung himself headlong to where she smiled contemptuous, and seized her hands vehemently. "Swear that it is false." He dropped on his knees, almost tearful. "I do swear," rejoined Leah, disengaging her wrists. "You can take Mr. Askew back to London if you like. He is engaged to marry a lady in South America. There is nothing between us nothing. A flirtation, yes. Banter and pretty smiles, idle nothings and surface conversations." She smoothed back his hair and smiled playfully. "Am I marrying Othello?" "You are so beautiful," he muttered, wavering. "In your eyes, no doubt. Mr. Askew prefers brunettes south of the equator. But" she rose suddenly, as though she spurned him "but I prefer trust. I am angry yes, very angry. Oh, that you should doubt me. Doubt me!" Her tragic assertion was admirable. "I do not. I do not." And he still grovelled, catching at her dress. "Your presence here proves otherwise. Mr. Askew, indeed! A general lover, a volatile sailor, with a wife in every port, for all I know. Can you not credit me with more exclusive tastes?" "He is handsome," muttered the still suspicious doctor, and rose, brushing his knees mechanically. "Is he? So you think I am to be won by looks, like a schoolmiss in her teens?" She looked at his sharp white face and laughed cruelly. "That I am engaged to you should prove differently." He scarcely heeded her. "Swear! Swear!" and his eyes flamed. Leah, calculating the effect, lost her temper. "I shall in a moment," she cried angrily. "The most patient of women, of whom I am not one, have their limits. Why do you allow jealousy to overrule common sense, when the position is so plain? You fixed your price and fulfilled your part of the bargain. Am I ask you, free to play you this trick of a hasty marriage, when you can expose me as privy to a fraud? You see that I do not mince matters. I speak plainly, do I not? You have all the winning cards, and can compel me to become your wife, even if I dissented. Why, then, do you come here on a fool's errand?" "But I love you so," he protested piteously. "And love, being blind, makes you stumble into danger. I think you had better return to England by the night train. Am I to leave you with Mr. Askew?" "Oh, take him with you. I gave you permission before. And pray don't make scenes. I dislike them." "Then I am wrong?" "Faugh! If you doubt my word, perhaps you will take Mr. Askew's. He will be here soon with Miss Tallentire. I decline to defend a position which requires no defence." A shrug ended this speech, and this, in conjunction with the anger brightening her hard blue eyes, reduced him to profuse apologies. "But indeed, my soul, you should not be enraged. That I should risk what I do risk surely proves my love for you." "You have proved it before, by getting me the insurance money," she replied impatiently. "Pray return at once. I can see you in Curzon Street when I return on Tuesday." "Then you promise to marry me?" "Yes." Leah heaved a sigh of exhaustion. "How often do you wish me to say so? Even if you remain Dr. Demetrius, I am bound to become your wife, seeing that you hold my reputation in your hands. Though, of course," she added sweetly, "I expect to be Princess Constantine Demetrius." "I am willing, believe me, I am willing," he stuttered, now quite positive that Mrs. Penworthy was a liar of the worst. "Aksakoff! What of him?" "Did you not say that he would aid me to regain my position if I gave up Katinka?" "He said something like that," she rejoined carelessly, and wondering why at this moment he recalled the proposition. "But I rather fancy his offer was merely to leave you alone." Demetrius looked silently at the carpet. Leah watched him with a doubtful look, on her guard against complications. He looked up suddenly, and with rather a shamed face. "Certainly I could secure the services of Mademoiselle Aksakoff," he murmured. "But it seems cruel to use her influence, and then to leave her. She loves me. Ah, yes, she loves me very truly, and I treat her most badly." "If you think so, why not make amends and marry her?" "Because I love you, and at great risk I have bought you." He glared at her savagely. "I refuse to let you go. You are mine mine." "I never denied that," said Lady Jim, dryly; "but I really cannot accompany you to Siberia, and if you remain here " "Wait!" He flung up an imperative hand. "I shall see Aksakoff." This sounded almost too good to be true, and Leah doubted. "No." "Yes. Ah, my adored, I know how you feel for my safety." His voice took on a caressing tone. "But it is nothing." He brushed away imaginary danger with a rapid gesture. "I shall see him. I shall plainly surrender Katinka. And then, when he knows that we, you and I, are to marry, he will interest himself with the Czar on our you mark me, my angel on our behalf." "It's a mad idea impracticable. You dare not trust Aksakoff." "Ah, bah! He will not arrest me publicly. He cannot. The scandal, the diplomatic storm, the newspapers no, no, it is too absurd. Besides," he shrugged, "this tender father will repay me if I give his daughter to understand that we can never marry. He desires her to be the Countess Paul Petrovitch." "Hum," said Lady Jim, rejoicing that the prisoner should thus lock himself in and pitch the key out of the window. "Monsieur Aksakoff hinted something of this to me at Monte Carlo." "Then you can see then you must understand," Demetrius gesticulated excitedly. "Should I surrender Mademoiselle, if I write a letter stating that I do not love, that there can by no means be marriage, Aksakoff will help me, help you, help us both. As Prince and Princess Demetrius yes, I see. And yet the risk." "There is no risk publicly. And to snare me in secret no. I am wary, oh, most wary. No one can trap me. I swear to you, no one." "Demetrius," said Leah, as gravely as her delight would let her, "you have done me a service which I repay with my hand in marriage. I do not love you as I ought to, but love may come with the honeymoon. Still, even now, I have sufficient affection for you to wish for your safety. Supposing," she laid an anxious hand on his arm, "supposing Monsieur Aksakoff played you false, and you were trapped into taking this Siberian journey, what would I do?" "Ah, no, my friend. Believe me, it is best to treat with this diplomatist in London. There you are safe. Here" she shook her head warningly. She could not have made a speech, as she very well knew, more likely to provoke Demetrius into remaining in his enemy's camp. He had accepted her disavowal of Mrs. Penworthy's gossip, and yet now that she asked him to go, urged him to depart, even in Askew's company, his incurable suspicion made him hesitate. "I shall stay here and see Aksakoff," he announced doggedly. "Very good," assented Lady Jim, accepting the fiat. "He is coming to luncheon. You can speak to him then." "Why to luncheon?" asked the doctor sharply. "Why not?" demanded Leah, up in arms on the instant. "When we are married, your enemies shall be my enemies. Until then, my friends, of whom Monsieur Aksakoff is one, shall be my own." She became less imperative in her speech and looks, dropping to a conversational tone. "If you must know, Katinka asked her father to call while he was in Paris. I could not do less than ask him to luncheon, could I?" A less clever woman would have made a less frivolous excuse, and despite his cleverness, Demetrius was gulled into accepting the false as genuinely true. "You will permit that I go to brush my clothes, to remove the dust of travel?" he asked politely. "I return soon to meet Monsieur Aksakoff." "2:30 is the time," said Leah, with a careless glance at the gimcrack clock on the mantelpiece. "And perhaps it will be safer for you to meet him in my presence, at my table. He can scarcely arrest you there. One moment," as Demetrius turned to go with a hasty bow. "Mention our engagement to him privately. I do not wish Miss Tallentire to know, as she would probably tell Lionel Kaimes, and then the family, very rightly too, would be shocked." "You can always depend upon my discretion, madame," murmured the doctor, bowing over her hand, and brusquely departed with the air of a conqueror. Lady Jim rubbed the kiss from her hand with vehemence, and flew to the window, where she watched as eagerly as Sister Anne on Bluebeard's castle top. The dapper little figure emerged from the grand portal, and strutted victoriously down the street. Leah nodded complacently. He was now in the toils, and moreover was voluntarily binding himself in bonds. All the better. There could be no compunction on her part in betraying such a heedless fool. If he would insist upon letting his jealous heart govern his usually wise head, it was impolitic to prevent him. With sudden thankfulness, Lady Jim fished out of her pocket a ruffled peacock's feather. "My luck holds, it holds," she said, kissing the fetish. "You always bring me luck, dear, dear"; and she kissed again. This religious ceremony ended, the fortunate lady looked again at the clock. It was 5 minutes past one. Sitting down at a side table, she wrote a note, sealed it, and delivered it to an obsequious waiter, with directions for its delivery at the Russian Embassy. "And lay 2 extra places at luncheon," she ordered. "2 gentlemen are coming." In this way Monsieur Aksakoff had the unexpected pleasure of partaking of Lady Jim's hospitality. CHAPTER XXIV. Chapter 24 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 24. Alone and punctual, hungry for midday victuals, and eager to impart newly acquired knowledge, Miss Tallentire returned from studying the Luxor obelisk. Her coming upon the hour and solitary state were noted, but a second-hand rendering of hieroglyphic lore could be dispensed with by a lady entertaining a more modern-minded guest. Aksakoff, with a notable sparkle in his eyes, begotten by confidential conversation with his hostess, rose to welcome the fair interrupter. International courtesies were exchanged, while Leah, glancing impatiently at the clock, waited for their conclusion to slip in a question or so. "Where is Mr. Askew? Why did he not bring you back?" "He did, Lady James, as far as the lift. He is now writing a letter in the smoking room." "And so will forget that I asked him to luncheon. Please remind him, dear, or better, tell the waiter to bring him up. Monsieur Demetrius is coming also." "Dr. Demetrius?" Joan paused in her exit. "I did not know that he was in Paris, Lady James." "Nor did I, until an hour ago. Don't lose time, dear. Mr. Askew may go, and I particularly wish him to stay." Lady Jim ushered the girl out hurriedly, and judiciously saw to the closing of the door before turning to meet Aksakoff's inquiring gaze. "You approve of a full table, madame?" "There is safety in numbers," she assured him. "For Monsieur Demetrius?" Leah resumed her seat with raised eyebrows. "I fear you will think me dull, Monsieur Aksakoff, but I do not understand." The diplomatist bowed an apology. He had forgotten that even in private her comedy was to be played by the book. The conversation of the next few minutes, he foresaw very plainly. She would play round the reason for their meeting, without coming to grips, mysteriously conveying her meaning in speeches which she did not mean. Only a politician of Aksakoff's subtlety would have understood the unsaid from what she now proceeded to say. "Besides," she was continuing the speech, interrupted by his bow, "you promised that no harm should come to the doctor." "Madame, I renew that promise." "I hope so. Otherwise I shall regret having consented to this meeting." "Yet I understood that Monsieur Demetrius desired it." "That is no reason why I should consent." "Possibly not. Still, as a peacemaker " "You put me into the Beatitudes, then?" "Why not, if you achieve your object in reconciling enemies?" "The signing of the treaty depends upon you, Monsieur Aksakoff." "Consider it signed on conditions." "Which means that it is not signed. Monsieur Demetrius is anxious, even willing, to renounce your daughter." A dull red stained Aksakoff's opaque skin. "How flattering to my fatherly pride. There is, then" the hint was delicate "another?" Lady Jim retorted in kind. "So you said at Monte Carlo." "Mademoiselle Ninette. I believe I did. She lured him to Paris, then." "How should I know? He has never mentioned the creature's name to me, nor would he dare to. He came, so he declares, to see me." "On matters connected with your recent loss, no doubt." "It is more than probable." Her avoidance of the necessary topic exasperated him. Sharp words were on the tip of his tongue, but wisdom withheld them. His accomplice was not the woman to yield to dominance, and the merest hint of its exercise might, probably would, engender wrath likely to jeopardize the almost achieved plot. Money or no money, Aksakoff still ascribed mercenary reasons. Her pride would never bend to the yoke of advice. To be silent was his second thought, and silent he became. This, it would seem, was wise, since she began to explain, Aksakoff paying out liberally the necessary rope that she might hang herself. "Monsieur Demetrius is unwise to come here. I told him so. Yes, I confess, remember my warning, that I betrayed you. All the same, very foolishly, I think, he insisted upon an immediate meeting to recover his birthright, he says. Can you arrange for the rehabilitation of this exiled Esau?" A faint smile played around the diplomatist's thin lips. "I can." "And you will?" "Assuredly, if M. Demetrius disabuses Katinka of her infatuation." "That is his affair and yours?" No doubt she spoke meaningly. "You will wish to speak to him privately." "There is no need, madame, seeing that you are in his confidence and in mine. Besides," very slowly, "we can converse over our tea." Lady Jim's nerves jumped. "Over tea," she echoed equally slowly. "Tea after luncheon?" "It is a Russian custom. M. Demetrius and I are Russians. Still, if the suggestion appears presumptuous," he waved his hand with assumed deprecation, "I withdraw it and apologise." "No." She passed her tongue over dry white lips, and answered faintly, "You shall have your tea." Then rising hurriedly, she made for the near window on an obvious excuse. "I do not see him coming." As plainly as though Aksakoff had put it into words, did Lady Jim know that he intended to drug their victim. What would occur if this plotter succeeded, she did not know. What might occur, she shivered to think of, and the thought made her rash. "The police," she murmured, turning from the window. M. Aksakoff joined her, adjusting his pince nez leisurely, and proceeded to look up and down the street 2 stories below. "I do not see the police, madame. But what a delightful day! I trust the night will be equally mild, since I journey to Havre." "You go to Havre to night?" breathed Leah, not yet herself. "By a moderately late train. My cousin Count Petrovitch is there with his yacht. We have to talk about his possible marriage with my daughter before he leaves to morrow for Kronstadt." "Oh!" sighed Lady Jim, very white. "How amusing!" And after misusing the word, she went back to her chair with geographical thoughts. Paris, Havre, Kronstadt, Siberia, and Demetrius. "Oh!" sighed she again, with a trembling hand shielding her eyes. "You are ailing, madame," cried Aksakoff, hastening to her politely. "Starving," replied Leah, with a wry smile. "Hush!" The warning hissed through the chatter of Joan and Askew, who entered, almost riotously happy. Their exuberant manners and frank speech brought a wholesome breeze of cleansing honesty into the atmosphere of stale rascality. The bracing wind blew Lady Jim out of dark chambers into the daylit spaces of the commonplace. With the protean capability of women, she flashed as a sun from passing storm clouds, to shine on the honest and hungry. "Thanks awfully for your invitation to luncheon," said Askew. "Which you forgot." "Did I ever receive it?" he asked doubtfully. "Did not my last remark imply the invitation? Remarkable." So irrelevant sounded the last word that Aksakoff queried its reason. "Not that a man should forget an invitation," she explained, "but that a single meal should escape his greedy memory." "You make me out to be a gourmet," hinted the invited guest. "Why not a gourmand? One speaks French in Paris." "Not invariably, since we now converse in English," said Askew, dryly, and she approved of the retort. Clearly he was rapidly recovering from the green sickness of crude passion. Meantime Joan instructed Aksakoff in ancient history. The hieroglyphics on the Place de la Concorde obelisk describe the triumphs of Rameses II, who reigned over Egypt in the 14th century before Christ. "Mr. Askew knows him." "Indeed," smiled Lady Jim. "Is he stopping in Paris?" "Miss Tallentire means to say that I know of him." "Well, I said so, but my English is faulty." "Mr. Askew will surely improve it. His knowledge of hieroglyphics " "The guide book's knowledge, Lady James," corrected Askew. "Hum. Information while you wait. Murray and Baedeker's extract of history. Archaeological tabloids." "What felicitous phrases!" "Sarcasm. That merely means convalescence." "You have been ill, then, monsieur?" Aksakoff addressed the colouring young gentleman. "Heart disease," flashed Lady Jim, gaily. "Ah, M. Demetrius"; and so did her ex lover out of a retort. "You know, Miss Tallentire, Monsieur Askew, they were at Firmingen, if you remember, and Monsieur Aksakoff, who will doubtless recall Dr. Demetrius." "Say Prince Constantine Demetrius, madame." "You place me too high," said the doctor, bowing stiffly. "Out of Russia I am but a simple physician." "And a remarkably clever one, according to this lady." "Madame flatters. I failed where I should have succeeded." Leah murmured a sharp aside, reproving the professional humility which necessitated an allusion to her loss. A bowing waiter entered before the doctor's apologetic shrug could be followed by words. "Madame is served," said the waiter, and the lift lowered 5 hungry people to the dining room. Says a disciple of Brillat Savarin, with solemn truth and the infallible judgment of experience, "Breakfast in Scotland, lunch in America, and dine in Paris." Circumstances prevented Lady Jim from dispensing Boston hospitality, but having supervised the ideas of the Henri Trois chef, she placed a very dainty and tempting repast before a quartette almost too hungry to be critical. Nor was wanting wine, chosen with masculine discretion, to loosen rusty tongues and release fair thoughts embedded in slow brains. But this latter adjective must be taken very appropriately at table with a grain of salt. None of those who ate and drank were dull. 3 of them, indeed, were much too clever, and the remaining 2 made up in sparkle what they lacked in depth. Many good things were eaten and said during that merry meal, and the corner near the large window bubbled with laughter. Leah, watching stealthily the courtesy of Aksakoff and his fellow countrymen, shivered internally at the irony of circumstances. Paris, Havre, Kronstadt, Siberia. The 4 names repeated themselves dolorously in her brain like a street cry. What wonder, then, that the spectacle of this tragic comedy made her laugh and babble, and smile and nod, and play to perfection the rôle of an attentive hostess. She was quite glad that what would prove in all probability to be her victim's last civilised meal was appetising. Aksakoff professed himself charmed with her esprit. Here, thought he, were the makings of an ideal conspirator, and he regretted her nationality. The Anglo-Saxon nature is so alien to working mole fashion. Yet, had he only known the truth, Lady Jim had already proved her willingness to conspire, if not against a throne, at least for the cheating of a limited company. The luncheon was thus pleasant, and not less so the digestive hour, when the repleted guests assembled in the sitting room. Anxious to afford the diplomatist every assistance, Lady Jim gathered the young people under her wing near the piano at the far end of the apartment. Joan, who had more of a soul than a memory for music, played scraps, chatting to right and left, while her nimble fingers ran from Mozart to Chopin, and attempted what their owner remembered of Wagner's creations. Thus the Muscovites, smoking by special permission, were enabled to exchange views in comparative privacy. To assure complete secrecy, and with the hole and corner instinct of the Slav, they talked Russian with a bluntness strangely opposed to Lady Jim's elusive suggestiveness. The situation, to Demetrius at least, did not admit of sugared phrases or ambiguous explanations. "Madame yonder," he nodded towards Leah, "told you why I desired this interview." "Yes." Aksakoff handled his cigarette daintily. "But an explanation from you is necessary." Demetrius nodded brusquely. "I must mention the name of your daughter." "Without doubt, since her welfare is the main object of our meeting." "Mademoiselle Aksakoff," said Demetrius coldly, "has done me the honour to admire me, but that my affections are already engaged I should certainly reciprocate." "You allude to Mademoiselle Ninette?" A look of surprise flitted across the other's face. "The actress? Why should you think so?" "Rumour credits you with being her lover." "And, as usual, rumour is wrong. Mademoiselle Ninette was assuredly my patient, but I received my fees in gold, not in kisses. As poor Dr. Demetrius, I cannot live on love. I've an Aksakoff. Prince Constantine will be able to do so with the lady he mentions." "I mention no lady." "Ah, pardon." Aksakoff was foiled. "You accept my apology." "None is needed. I intended to tell you the name of the lady, Ivan Aksakoff. It is Madame yonder." With uplifted eyebrows, the diplomatist glanced in the direction of Leah. "I heard something in London clubs of your admiration for her, Constantine Demetrius. Even before her husband died, it was said that you had laid yourself at her feet. What a pity you cannot marry her." "An ideal match, my friend, quite ideal, and so useful in promoting a social understanding between Holy Russia and these islanders." "We marry in a year," announced the doctor calmly. "Ah, no. But pardon me, it is impossible." Aksakoff, really and truly startled, dropped his cigarette. "That haughty Lady James Kaimes should It is quite impossible," said he, staring. "I refer you to the lady herself," insisted Demetrius. "Ah!" droned the other, picking up his cigarette to place it in the ash tray and lighting another. "Yes." He stared again at his companion, then stole a glance at Leah. Apparently her desire to assist Muscovite politics was not entirely a question of pounds, shillings, and pence. She was less sordid and more subtle than he had guessed. Demetrius, giving him no time to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion, went on with his explanation. "You will therefore understand that my marriage with your daughter is out of the question." "Of course," assented Aksakoff absently, and wondering why Lady Jim engaged herself to this exile. "Of course," he added more briskly. "I trust you will permit me to announce this engagement to my daughter." "Certainly. It will show her that you are unworthy of her hand," ended Aksakoff sharply. From here the father overleaped the diplomatist. "Quite so, Ivan Aksakoff, and I hope soon to congratulate the Countess Petrovitch." "You are too good, Constantine Demetrius, in return for thus arranging your domestic affairs," continued the doctor, unmoved by the sarcasm. "Will you gain my pardon from the Czar? Can you gain it?" he asked with emphasis. "I can and will." "My title, my money?" "Both shall be restored. And of course," added Aksakoff, with a keen glance, "you will no longer work in what you term the sacred cause of humanity." Demetrius waved his hand gloomily. "Dreams of youth, desires for the impossible. I am aware," he added bitterly, "that individuality in a bureaucratic administration is looked upon as a crime. Can you wonder at it? If one wheel refuses to fit in with another, the machine will not work. We are all parts of a mighty engine, which crushes the poor and the weak. What matter, since you, Constantine Demetrius, are neither poor nor weak?" "My sympathy a most dangerous word, current only in that Utopia you dreamed of. It is not in the Russian dictionary." Demetrius turned on the scoffer a glittering eye. "It will be some day," said he slowly. "My friend," Aksakoff shook the ash from his cigarette, "if you propose to edit dictionaries, you must remain Dr. Demetrius in exile." "I gladly would," rejoined the other heartily, "only " His voice died away as he looked towards Lady Jim. The diplomatist laughed. "There's always a woman. Ah, these dear ladies, how practical they are! In their hands we are wax, which they mould after the honey is squeezed out." He laughed again, then resumed, businesslike: "You will write to my daughter and place the truth of this engagement beyond question. To morrow, Ivan Aksakoff, when I am in London, and needless to say, I shall always profoundly respect Mademoiselle, your daughter." "You mean the Countess Petrovitch." "If you can so far bend her to your ambition," retorted Demetrius. "You promise, then, to write me with the Czar?" Aksakoff nodded and laughed cynically. "You are already Prince Constantine Demetrius, rich, honoured, and unsympathetic." The doctor winced at the last word, but shook hands on the agreement. Lady Jim glanced across the room with Judas and his kiss in her mind. That the cap fitted her also she did not consider for the moment. "Coffee, coffee," cried the pianist, rising. "Just what I want." "It is tea on this occasion," replied Leah, and went over to take charge of the tray brought in by a smiling waiter. "Tea!" Joan echoed the word in an amazed voice, and tripped like a fairy towards a comfortable low chair. Who ever heard of tea in the middle of the day? "Australian colonists in the back blocks," explained Askew, sauntering to assist in arranging a harlequin set of cups. "They drink tea at all hours." "In Russia also," remarked Lady Jim, jingling the saucers. "This is a concession to the prejudices of our foreign guests"; and she laughed amiably at the Muscovites. Demetrius bowed and smiled, twisting his waxed moustache with admiring glances at Leah's red hair. He was far from suspecting a snare, and that Aksakoff should have a finger and thumb in his waistcoat pocket did not seem remarkable, but Lady Jim, nervously on the alert, guessed that the diplomatist was fiddling with something of a narcotic nature. Also his significant glance at her, at the teacups, at Demetrius, hinted at her duty. She fulfilled it with a spasm of fear, well masked by frivolity. "Joan, I have dropped my handkerchief near the piano, I think. Will you please look for it?" Miss Tallentire rose to be anticipated, as Leah guessed she would be, by two attentive gentlemen. "Allow me permit me, mademoiselle"; and with Askew, Demetrius crossed for the search, while Lady Jim ran on lightly. "It might be on the floor near you, Joan. What a nuisance! How stupid of me!" Then Joan looked on the carpet, Leah also, the latter straining her ears to hear the almost inaudible. The faint tinkle of a pellet dropped into a cup sounded to her guilty soul like a clap of thunder. "Here it is," cried Joan, fishing under the table, and picking up what Lady Jim had purposely dropped. "Thanks awfully, dear. Mr. Askew, M. Demetrius, do not trouble. Give me the teapot, Joan. Ah," she babbled on while filling the cups, "what a pity we have not glasses, so that you could drink the tea in your own fashion, M. Demetrius. M. Aksakoff, we did so enjoy the novelty at your Monte Carlo villa. Still, here is a lemon. Slice it, Joan dear. Do sit down, doctor. M. Aksakoff, you can be waiter." "Allow me," cried Askew, half rising. "Sit where you are," said Leah, sharply. "You'll upset the table. M. Aksakoff." "With pleasure, madame," and he obliged her with stiff cordiality. Leah wiped her lips, which were dry, and stole a stealthy glance at the cup which he handed to the doctor. It was of a deep blue colour. "Augh!" she breathed as he set it to his lips. "You are wearied with your duties, madame," conjectured Aksakoff, sipping with gusto, "and I, alas, can relieve you only by acting as waiter." "You are a guest now," she rejoined, with a nervous laugh. "Is the tea to your liking?" "Most delightful tea," said Demetrius, courteously. "You compliment the decoction too highly. Tea on the Continent is like rain in the Sahara. I except Russia, of course," she ended, smiling. "You will find us English in many ways when you visit Moscow, madame." Leah looked inquisitively at Aksakoff, who spoke, guessing that he was in possession of the truth, and wondering what he thought of the engagement. The man's face betrayed nothing, however, and her gaze travelled to Demetrius. He was sitting perfectly still, and his eyes looked dull, as though the fire of life was dwindling within. Meeting her smile, he roused himself with a jerk and an apology. "I feel sleepy. The heat, no doubt," he murmured. "I can't say that I feel scorching," said Askew, glancing through the window at a grey sky. "You are used to the tropics. M. Demetrius is not," observed Aksakoff. Joan laughed. "You remind me of a horrid story my brother told me. An old Anglo Indian was being cremated at Woking, and said that it was the first time he had felt warm in England." "A horrid story, indeed," murmured Lady Jim, with her eyes on the expressionless face of Demetrius. "You shouldn't tell it, dear." Then she rose hurriedly. "Are you quite well, Monsieur Demetrius?" "Oh, yes, quite." The doctor's voice droned into an inarticulate mumble, and his head fell forward. "Oh, Mr. Askew, Monsieur Aksakoff, what is the matter? His eyes are closed. His breathing just listen." "Kind of fit, perhaps," said Askew, rising to shake Demetrius, and so extorted a cry from the kind hearted hostess. "Don't! The man is ill. Oh, how dreadful! Loosen his collar. Open the window. I wonder if he needs a doctor." And she stepped to the electric button of the bell. "There might be one in the hotel," said Aksakoff, as Joan and Askew obeyed her directions, and from the tone of his voice she knew that there was one in the hotel. "It really seems to be a kind of fit," said Aksakoff, looking at the now unconscious man. "Yet he appeared to be quite well a few minutes ago." Leah did not hear. She was already at the door, issuing hurried instructions to a waiter whose smile had vanished. When she came back, the two men had placed Demetrius on the sofa, where he lay breathing heavily, his face white and his lips purple. Not a pleasant sight by any means, as Askew thought. "Had not you ladies better retire?" he suggested. "No, no," they cried in one breath. "We must help." "Only the doctor can do that, if there is one," said Aksakoff, observing his handiwork on the sofa with a critical eye. Then, at the tail of a triple wrap, entered the fat proprietor of the Henri Trois, scared in looks and importantly fussy in manner. Behind him glided a spick and span man, not unlike Demetrius, and unmistakably Tartar. "Dr. Helfmann happened to be luncheoning," explained M. Gravier, fortunately. "What is the matter, madame?" Helfmann soon explained that. He felt the pulse of the patient, laid a gentle hand on a weakly beating heart, and turned up the purple eyelids. Askew and Aksakoff stood aside with the proprietor. Lady Jim and Joan bent forward with pale faces and clasped hands, anxious for the verdict. "A kind of fit," explained the doctor. "He will be insensible for 2-3 hours." "In my hotel? Ach, the scandal!" cried Gravier, spreading his fat hands in dismay. "Is it really a fit?" asked Lady Jim, paying no attention. "Madame," the doctor faced her coldly, "to speak technically would not enlighten you. I can bring this gentleman back to his senses, but I think, with your permission," added he, bowing, "that if you will permit me to take him in a cab to a chemist's shop, where I can procure the drug I require, it will save time. And in this case," he glanced calmly at the unconscious man, "time means life." "Ugh!" said Askew. "Take him away at once." "If you think it is better," murmured Lady Jim, not daring to meet the victorious eye of the diplomatist. "Of course," rejoined Askew, brusquely. "You and Miss Tallentire can do nothing, and the sight is not a pleasant one." "Joan!" Lady Jim drew the girl away, and passed with her into the bedroom adjoining. There, behind a closed door, they listened to the sound of a body being removed, the scraping of feet, the heavy breathing of laden men, the bumping and humping of something soft. Horrible suggestion. They could hear these intimations of removal very plainly. Leah sat on the bed with tightly clasped hands between slack knees. "Ugh!" said Leah. "It is all right, Lady James," said Joan, petting her. "Poor Monsieur Demetrius will soon be all right. I wonder what made him ill." "I wonder," echoed Lady Jim, and wondered very truly. She could not understand what drug Aksakoff had used to reduce Demetrius so rapidly to unconsciousness, and not another word was spoken for 10 minutes. "They have driven away in a fiacre," announced Miss Tallentire from the window. "Who have driven?" "That doctor and M. Demetrius." "Not M. Aksakoff?" Before her question could be answered, a sharp knock came to the door, and Aksakoff presented himself. When it was opened, "All is well, dear ladies," said he blandly. "Dr. Helfmann has gone with our sick friend. Mr. Askew follows to see that all is well." "Askew follows?" said Lady Jim, with a sharp glance. "But why?" The diplomatist still smiled. "He has a kind heart, that young Mr. Askew. And so?" He shrugged, then bowed to Joan. "I compliment you, mademoiselle, on your courage. You also, madame. And now, all being well, I must take my leave." He kissed Lady Jim's hand. "I shall see you again in London." as to-night I journey to Havre." He went out, and Leah again heard four names, as though a ghostly porter was calling them at a ghostly junction. "Paris, Havre, Kronstadt, Siberia," said the ghostly porter. "Ugh," said Lady Jim. CHAPTER 25. Of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 25. Joan was less surprised than a better informed lady when no word of the sick man's progress came to hand. Aksakoff was presumably at Havre, and Askew, having missed the fiacre and called uselessly at a chemist's shop indicated by Helfmann, clamoured for information. Unacquainted with the address of Demetrius, no information could be given by Lady Jim, but she proffered a suggestion to keep the budding philanthropist quiet. "He might be in an hospital." "He might. I'll go the round." "Do," she assented cordially, and quite easy in her mind about this needle in a haystack search. So Askew, wisely acting immediately on an impulse that could not last, set forth on his quest, only to drift across the path of an old shipmate. The meeting led to cocktails at the American bar, and the consumption of these involved the calling up of a past which made the ex-Navy man long to nose the out trail once more. That his friend who did business in great waters should know of a clean-built schooner yacht for sale at a ridiculously low price was natural. And equally natural was Askew's determination to cross the Channel that very day, lest the desirable vessel should be snapped up. Thus it came about that he presented himself to Leah prior to an immediate departure, without recurring to the quest. Lady Jim, however, could not forbear a taunt. "And your philanthropic search?" she inquired. Askew coloured, laughed, and shrugged. "Demetrius is no kith or kin of mine," was his excuse, "and wouldn't do as much for me, I doubt. 'Sides, he's probably on his legs by now, and will come skipping along to see you." "If he does, I shall advise him of your charity." "No, don't," urged the youth coolly. "He'll be giving me a testimonial." Leah laughed good humouredly. "Well, good bye," and she shook hands. "Thanks for your company. Joan has enjoyed it immensely." "And you?" "Ah!" with a sigh and a twinkle. "Think what I have lost." "Meaning me?" "Meaning you, man of lightning moods. Philanthropy, love, 10 minutes of each. Shall I see you in London?" "Oh yes. But if I can annex this schooner at a fair price, I'm thinking of a cruise." "In Pacific waters?" He grew red and uneasy, shifting from one foot to the other. "I might." "That means you will. The first case I ever knew of a man being off with the new love and on with the old. But," she held up a finger, "I claim a visit before you go." Askew seized her hand. "I promise." Then coaxingly, "We are friends." "Parting friends, and I have already shaken hands with you twice. Au revoir till Curzon Street." And nodding him Godspeed, she retired to consider possibilities of preventing a speedy departure. Poor woman, no sooner had she cleared away one obstacle than another bulked in the path, and these, unfortunately, she could not leap over or go round. They had to be removed by toilsome pick and shovel work. "What a mercy Demetrius is disposed of," said Lady Jim to her mirror. "2 new wrinkles. I shan't give that silly boy the chance of adding a third." On the morning of the departure from Paris, Leah received a letter from Demetrius, which she showed to Joan almost as soon as the train steamed out of the Gare du Nord. A week of talk in Paris and 5 years' study in England had instructed Miss Tallentire insufficiently in the French tongue. Therefore did she wilt away at the sight of the epistle. Lady Jim translated. "He is still ill in some hotel." She was careful not to give the address. "But better, much better. Later he proposes to go to Russia." "I thought he was in exile," said Joan, doubtfully. "He is. I think the folly of risking his liberty in St. Petersburg is apparent, but he hopes to cajole the Czar into granting his pardon." "H'm." Leah packed away the letter in her dressing bag. "I dare say we shall hear of him next in Siberia." Joan opened a pair of horrified eyes. "Lady James!" "Oh, it's a charming place, they say, and not at all so disagreeable as people make out. The climate is much more delightful than our own, dear, and the society really intellectual. The Russians send all their clever people there, you know. I am sure Dr. Demetrius will be very comfortable." "Exile to Siberia? It sounds horrible." "Yes, sounds, but isn't. You have been reading Tolstoy and seeing melodramas, my dear." "I thought Dr. Demetrius loved you," said Joan, suddenly. "Oh, he did. The man was a perfect nuisance. But you see, I did not love him." "No, no, of course you would not. I never meant that. As poor dear Lord James's wife, you could not. And as poor dear Lord James's widow, I can. Only I don't." Miss Tallentire was still confused. "You must think me dreadfully rude." "Oh, dreadfully," she murmured, regretting an unintentional insinuation. "I think you dreadfully innocent and dreadfully sweet," said Leah, kissing the flushed face. "I'm talking like that horrid Mulrady girl. Where do these Americans pick up their adjectives?" Even while chatting, and while the train tore through a bleak landscape almost blotted out with rain, Leah wondered who had written the letter. Not Demetrius, certainly, although the calligraphy would have caused an expert to commit perjury. Aksakoff was more clever with tongue than pen, so Leah fell back on Helfmann as a possible forger. Assuredly she did not believe that he was a medical man, and his fortunate presence at the needed hour argued a carefully laid plot. The fiacre probably drove to St. Lazare, and thence Helfmann had no doubt personally conducted his patient to Havre to be shipped on board the Petrovitch yacht. Now the boat was kicking her way through the grey northern seas, and Demetrius, in possession of his senses, was looking forward to a forced passage across the Urals. An unpleasant journey at this time of the year, but needful for men who wanted more than was good for them. And thank God this particular man was out of her life for ever. While offering up the hasty prayer, Lady Jim touched the peacock's feather, tucked away in her pocket, and felt that life really was worth living, when one knew how to dispose of disagreeable people. Perhaps the prayer, addressed to a deity other than the fetish, made the domestic god sulky, but he or it certainly did not expedite Leah's journey to Curzon Street, for 2 weary days' wind and rain, stormy waves, and over-cautious officials detained the travellers in Calais. A hurricane that would have done credit to the South Seas made the Channel impassable, and the waves that Britannia is supposed to rule rebelled furiously against her white cliffs. Leah, inconceivably bored, watched the gusty hours through streaming panes, and wondered if the gale extended to the Mediterranean. If so, the ducal yacht with Frith and his father on board must be having a pitch and toss time of the worst. The Duke was no hardened mariner, and uncomfortable motions prolonged to excess might make a man of his age so ill that he would Here Leah's vivid imagination produced a shudder. She did not wish the kindly old Duke to die of exhaustion. Not that she cared over much for him, but Frith succeeding to unlimited money bags would be less easy to manage in the important matter of occasional cheques. The insurance money would not last for ever with one of her tastes. And after all, since this greedy Captain Strange would insist upon his dues, she had only £29,000. Then Jim would want ready money, and his demands, she knew him of old, would probably be shameless. Of course, seeing that, on the face of it, he was involved deeper than she was in a shady conspiracy, he could be told to mind his own business and marry Signorita Fajardo, if desirous of being kept like a gentleman. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was probable that she would have to send him a trifle. How dreadful it was to think that a single shilling of that hardly earned money should slip through her fingers. But the harpies had to be appeased or driven away. She could not achieve the last, therefore her purse strings would have to be unloosened. Already the pockets of Strange gaped hungrily, and it was her hard fate to fill them. "So absurd," grumbled Lady Jim, as the wind whimpered and the rain lashed the glass. "In the Middle Ages one could have hired a nice bravo to put him out of the way, and there would not have been even funeral expenses. I must pay, I suppose, but I'll see if the beast will not take the money by instalments. There is always the chance that he might be drowned between payments, and I hope he will be," she ended devoutly. In this amiable frame of mind she arrived at Curzon Street, after sending Joan, brimful of Continental experiences, to the less fashionable district of Lambeth. The house looked cosy, the servants were attentive, the insurance money swelled her bank account, and best of all, Demetrius was posting towards Siberia. On the whole, things were tolerable. It was not Leah's custom to indulge in superlatives, so she decided to remain for a week or two in London, prior to being bored at Firmingham, where the Marchioness awaited the home coming of the yachting party. After her late efforts in the cause of politics, Lady Jim felt that she really could not stand Hilda's artificial childishness without an intermezzo of amusement. But fun of any sort was hard to find, since her widowhood and the emptiness of town precluded indulgence. Piccadilly and the Park, St. James's Street and Pall Mall, were as barren of pleasure and a fashionable population as that Siberia towards which Demetrius unwillingly journeyed. Even Lady Canvey had moved out of the early Victorian room into more modern surroundings at Nice. Askew certainly paid his promised visit, but he proved to be dull, thinking more of the yacht than the woman. The technical terms he employed in describing his purchase made Lady Jim yawn, and she decided that, like all men, he was unutterably selfish. However, she was sufficiently kind-hearted and diplomatic to show him the pseudo letter and translate it for his benefit. "Told you so," said he, when in possession of misleading facts. "The beggar's all right. Be on his legs in a jiffy." "Thanks to your care. Don't rub it into a fellow, Lady Jim." "Lady James." "Lady James it is, though it seems to me that we are to be merely acquaintances." "Most of my friends are acquaintances, but I want this acquaintance to be a friend." "What an exacting nature! Well," with a sigh, "I suppose as you have loved and I have lost, we can be friends till you marry." "Why not after?" "Dear Mr. Askew, a bachelor selects his own friends, a wife chooses those of her husband. Meantime, you are a nice boy, if somewhat fickle, and I like you sufficiently to let you go. When does this ship of yours go south?" "Schooner, Lady Jim, schooner yacht, 200 tons, Lloyd's measurement, and you explained that before." "Did I?" "Yes, of course. Well, she is a beauty." "Ah, the same term was applied to me once, and by a man who said that he would love me for ever." "I don't believe I was ever so crude," retorted Askew, bluntly. "You don't tell a lady that she is a beauty, though you might say it to a shop girl." "Really, I don't know any people of that class. You do, apparently." The young man grew red, and wriggled like a speared eel, thinking how very like a woman she was. She did not want him, and she did want him. She told him to go, and wished him to stop. She pardoned his fickleness, yet kept it in mind. Ah, you bundle of contradictions! Why not say a woman? One word explains your three. "I like to be verbose," said Askew, sulkily. "You always are. First about me, and then about this ship thing. I suppose the Fajardo woman will be the next." "Don't speak of her like that." "Why not? She is my rival. I should be more than mortal if I forgave her, and less than a woman if I did not say nasty things about her." "Say them about me, then." "I have been doing my best, and really you take a ragging very well. There, poor boy," she patted his cheek, "I shan't tease you any more. When do you sail?" "In 3 weeks." "For Buenos Ayres?" "Of course." "Oh, true and eager lover. Dine with me next Thursday, and we can talk about her." "You'll be nasty." "About the ship?" "Oh, no." "I thought you meant Lola." "Perhaps I did. Both ship and woman are hers, you know. Next Thursday? I shall be delighted." "You look it. Do try and conceal your emotions better." Askew laughed, and took up his hat. She was more like a mosquito than a human being, and he made for the door, weary of being stung. "I would rather be your friend than your husband, Lady Jim," he said coolly. "What a compliment, seeing what husbands are. I ought to know." "Oh, pardon me, I forgot," he stuttered, much confused. She shook her head at him gravely. "What a child in arms you are!" To this last piece of impertinence Askew would have replied rather sharply, thereby proving the truth of her remark, but that the door was blocked by a tall, lean man. "Monsieur Aksakoff," announced the footman behind the newcomer. "Good day, Lady James. Good day, Monsieur Aksakoff, and good bye." Leah, when alone with the diplomatist, felt her heart leap at the solemnity of his looks. She fancied that he might have come to tell her of the doctor's escape. In reality, Aksakoff was wondering how he could pay her £2,000 without turning the arranged comedy into a drama. Feeling his way, he allowed her the first word. "You will stop to luncheon," said Lady Jim, amiably. "I trespass too much on your hospitality, dear madame. You must have had enough of me at our last luncheon in Paris." "Oh, I have forgotten all about Paris"; and she gave him a look which intimated that he almost should feign forgetfulness. "Ah, no; but pardon me, I came to inquire about M. Demetrius." "Why from me? I know nothing." "Wait, I do know something. He wrote me a letter saying he was better, and intended to go to Russia, probably to see Petrovitch about his pardon. I wish I had seen him before he left Paris"; and the diplomatist smiled when the letter was mentioned. "Did you not see him?" Aksakoff raised his eyebrows. "But it was impossible, madame," he explained, without even a wink. "Dr. Helfmann took him away in the fiacre, and I departed for Havre. I did not return to Paris." "I see. Your business at Havre detained you." "Longer than I expected," said the diplomatist, taking his cue. "You see, madame, I was forced to repeat my conversation with M. Demetrius to my cousin the Count. I expect that he wrote to Paris and told M. Demetrius to come to Havre for a conversation." "Without knowing his address? How clever!" Aksakoff laughed. "You have me there, madame." "I really don't know what you mean. How is Katinka?" "She is at Brussels, in good health, I believe." "Does she know that M. Demetrius has gone to St. Petersburg?" "Possibly. He had to write announcing his engagement to you." If he expected Lady Jim to be taken aback by this abrupt speech, he was mistaken in the woman, whose aplomb he should have known. She merely laughed, and dropped out a ready lie with slow amusement. "Ah, my dear M. Aksakoff, clever linguists as you Russians are, your comprehension of the English language is limited, very, very limited. M. Demetrius should have known that in our tongue one word may have several meanings. See a diesis. See to perceive by the eye." "Your illustration is felicitous, madame. I understand, then, that M. Demetrius translated 'no' as 'yes.'" Oh, he was by no means so stupid as that. The man bothered me with intentions for months, and was quite a nuisance. I nearly spoke to poor dear Jim about his smirking, grinning compliments. He talked of me in clubs, and followed everywhere, sighing like a furnace, if a furnace ever does sigh. I speak on Shakespeare's authority. To keep the creature quiet, I said something which he apparently misconstrued. A sop to Cerberus, a cake to a child. You understand? "I think so. There was no engagement?" "None at all. How impertinent of him to suggest such a thing, when my husband is scarcely cold in his grave. But I pardon him on account of his ignorance of our language, which undoubtedly led him into error. When I see him again, I shall explain myself in a way which he will probably find disagreeable." Aksakoff smiled imperceptibly. "Monsieur Demetrius is much to blame, madame, for not having given more attention to your English grammar. I go to St. Petersburg myself in a week. Perhaps you will give me some message to him." "No, the man is a fool, and I never wish to hear about him again." "Your command shall be obeyed. From this moment his name never shall be mentioned by me." And he mentally admired the clever way in which she had wriggled out of an untenable situation. But the object of his visit had still to be approached, and at this moment an inspiration how to approach it came opportunely. The mention of poor dear Jim suggested lines upon which he might proceed with safety. "I come on a serious errand, madame," said he softly. "Yes." She did not know what he meant, and under the circumstances did not intend to inquire. To advance under the guns of masked batteries was never Leah's mode of campaigning. "Your husband pardon, your late husband played bridge," said the diplomatist, so crudely as to render himself unworthy of the name. "I believe he did." "Assuredly, and with me on occasions. 12 months ago we were at a party of 5 at Torquay." "I believe Jim did go there sometimes. Go on." "It is hard to go on, madame," said Aksakoff, with feigned nervousness, "as I have a confession to make." "I grant your absolution beforehand." "You are too good. Then I can repay you by handing over the money." "What money?" "My losses at bridge." "Yes, with your husband and others I played a great deal, unfortunately for my pockets." She noticed the misused plural, and smiled. "Most people made that remark grammatically when they played with Jim. So you lost?" £2,000. The exact sum he had mentioned at Monte Carlo. At once she saw that he wished to pay wages on a sufficiently plausible pretext. The money would have been useful to pay Strange and Jim, so that she could keep her £30,000 intact. But strangely enough, in so unscrupulous a woman, she could not make up her mind to finger such dirty gold. "Death pays all debts," she said quietly. "On the part of the corpse, assuredly, but those who live have to reckon with the executors." "In that case you had better see the Marquis of Frith. He is poor Jim's executor." "Ah, no, madame. Be kind. I should have paid this money before, but my salary did not permit. What would M. le Marquis say if I confessed that I delayed so long to pay a debt of honour?" "What does it matter, so long as you do pay?" "It matters much amongst men," said Aksakoff, stiffly. "But you, a woman, and a clever woman," he added with emphasis, "will understand. I pray you, madame, to take my cheque for the full amount, and permit my mind to be at rest." Lady Jim, priding herself on performing a hard penance for her late rascality, shook her head. "No," said she, seriously. "I am quite sure that Jim, who was often in a hole himself, would not have been hard on you. Had he lived, the money would have been a godsend to him. I admit that. But I really cannot take payment of any gambling debts. It would not be right," she finished virtuously. Aksakoff was less surprised than she anticipated. Her refusal of this money assured him that the story of the engagement was true, and that Leah had rid herself of an undesirable suitor, who had power to compel completion of a forced contract. What power Demetrius had over her, Aksakoff could not guess, but the whole circumstances showed that her desire had been for the obliteration of the man, and not to earn £2,000. But nothing of this appeared on his calm face. "Pray take the cheque, madame," he urged, and held it under her nose. "No, no." She pushed back her chair from that too alluring bait. I cannot take it, and I shall say nothing about it. Stay." She took the fluttering paper from his hand and rose. "You have paid me on Jim's behalf. Is that not so?" "Yes." Aksakoff watched her, wondering at this right about face. Then she approached the fire and flung in the cheque. "The debt is paid, and you are free." "Ah, but no." "I say yes." Lady Jim approached him with outstretched hands and a smile which had won her many things. "You are my friend, and not my debtor. Is it not so?" He kissed those extended hands. "Madame, a hard working and poor official, thanks you. My services now and ever are at your command." With the thought that Demetrius might return unexpectedly from Siberia, she thanked him. "I may have to remind you of that some day." "When and where you will, madame." His pale eyes lighted up with enthusiastic fire. "Were you my wife, I should be an ambassador." "You may be, some day. Madame Aksakoff has talents." "Madame Aksakoff is?" "Madame Aksakoff. And you are well, what?" she demanded, smiling. "An angel." "How weak!" "All language is weak, when used to describe such a woman as you, madame. I take my leave. Your servant." "And my friend." "To the death, madame." He went out as stiff and solemn as ever, with the conviction that he had parted from Jezebel's cousin german. Nevertheless, he admired her prodigiously, especially as he intended to put into his own pockets the £2,000 she had so tactfully earned and so foolishly rejected. The bureaucracy would never hear of her folly, and it would be a pity to return money which a poor official could bank against evil days. Not that Aksakoff expected these. The capture of Demetrius, without publicity, and so cleverly achieved, would gain him infinite credit as an efficient servant of the Czar. A charming and astute woman, he thought gratefully, when ruminating on certain advancement, but dangerous, added Prudence. Leah went about for the next 7 days with her head in the air, and with the contempt for those people who found renunciation difficult. She could renounce with ease. Had she not refused a large sum of money because she felt that it was wrong to take it? What self-denial! She felt aggressively virtuous, and but for the circumstances would have liked to trumpet her perfections in the street. That she did not do so was further self-denial, and a flattering conscience, with which Providence had nothing to do, assured her that she was a pearl amongst women. Now that Demetrius was out of sight, she calmly put him out of mind, and began to think how she could prevent Askew from spoiling Jim's nefarious courting of the Spanish lady. There was no way, so far as she could see, since the sailor's love had grown cold, and she had no bonds in which to bind him. But she trusted to that luck which the fetish always sent her way, and sure enough the luck came, but some weeks later. Beforehand, the fetish, still annoyed by her prayer to another god, sent her a reminder that it could be disagreeable. A bolt from the blue came in the shape of a telegram from Firmingham. "Come to me at once," wired the Marchioness. "Yacht lost off Brest. Duke and Frith and most of crew drowned. Come." "She might have spared the last word," said Leah, staring and stunned. CHAPTER 25. Chapter 26 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 26. Lady Jim boarded a special train to Firmingham in a royal rage, the more riotous for necessary suppression. After the shock of the unexpected had passed, she gave a flitting thought of pity to her drowned relatives, and reverted hastily to selfish considerations. Solitude permitting the play of temper, she punished the fetish by flinging its outward and visible sign of a peacock's feather from the compartment which witnessed the unmasking. That her Baal should have played her such a trick was intolerable, and still more intolerable the thought that circumstances muzzled her. For the first time in her victorious life, Leah Kaimes dealt with a fixed decree against which there was no appeal. What could she do? Nothing. To make chaos of a continent would not have relieved her feelings, and there was nothing to wreck in the limited space of the carriage. Unable to sit still, she threw herself from seat to seat, feeling like a caged tiger with the added savagery of a trained intellect. Unlike the beast, she had the use of speech to vent her wrath, but this she did not utilise, from a conviction that no words would do justice to the situation. A Texan mule driver's vocabulary would have fallen short of her requirements. Her impotent anger was like that of a dog leaping and slavering against an offending but unreachable moon. And the facts, the hard, ironic facts, which she could not do away with, scheme as she might, those inflexible actualities buzzed in her brain, until repetition took the rhythm of the droning wheels underfoot. Pentland was dead, along with his son and heir; Hilda a widow with 2 girl babies who did not count in the succession. Jim was wiped out of social existence, and by her own act. Remained Lionel, the curate, the prig, her one honest man, the Duke of Pentland. Leah could have screamed in the face of this crushing truth. A title at the best, 50,000 a year, 3 country seats, a town house, spacious and crammed with beautiful things, and a Scotch moor with an adorable shooting box. This was the heritage of the new peer. Of a milk and water parson, raged Lady Jim unjustly, who will waste everything in charity, and turn the houses into pigsties for the unclean. Oh, Lord, to think that such a clerical ass should get the inside runnings. This latter phrase she had picked up from Miss Mulrady, and at the moment it seemed expressive. The position would not bear thinking about, yet she had to think, appealing between whiles to the gods of things as they are, for reasons to justify such shabby treatment. What had she done that they should be so disagreeable? It was enough to make a truly virtuous woman, as she assuredly could call herself, dance a can-can in Piccadilly. Then she desisted for a few moments from calling the unseen bad names, to lament over her own short-sightedness. To think that she should have sold Jim's birthright for £30,000! It was not even 1 year's income of the Pentland estate. She would have been a duchess too. Not that she personally cared for rank, but with a higher position she could have trampled the more easily on her enemies. A thought of these, flashing into her mind, made her clench her fists and grit her teeth. How they would rejoice, the beasts, to think what she had missed, and by how short a period she had missed it. If they had only one neck, as Caligula desired for his enemies, how she would have enjoyed a chop at it. "Oh!" cried Leah, banging the cushions and choking in the dust thus raised, "if I could only bring Jim back!" It was a kindly wish, as she desired him to enjoy the good things that had fallen into his sham grave, but there did not seem much chance of achieving the impossible. Jim was dead and buried, and the interment had been legally sanctified by her tears. If he came to life, it would be difficult to explain how a corpse in his name came to occupy a niche in the Kaimes vault. Also, inquiry might lead to the production of a Siberian exile. If Demetrius told the truth, which he assuredly would do in the face of a betrayal he must guess was her work, there would be no place for her in society, and she would starve, a social Peri at the gates of a forbidden paradise. No, think as she would, and think she did, till her brain ached, things had to remain as she had foolishly arranged them. It was a galling thought to think that none but she who suffered was responsible. She could not even lay the blame on the stars, but she could and did on the fetish. It was something of a relief to have thrown its peacock manifestation out of the window. 2 hours in the railway carriage tamed her unruly nerves into some sort of submission, and partially schooled her into accepting the inevitable. To make the best of it, to rob the new Duke shamelessly of money, and the Curzon Street house on the plea of disinheritance, were the results at which she arrived. By the time Firmingham appeared through the carriage window, she had ceased to kick against the pricks. The mask was on her face when the train stopped, and it was a quiet and demure lady who alighted at the station. Even the sister-in-law who entered the great house to console the Marchioness was as sympathetic as the most exacting could have required. She suppressed a groan when she passed through the doors of the lordly mansion that was really and truly her own, but managed by a steady exercise of her strong will to greet Colley with great calmness. The butler intimated that Lady Frith wept incessantly in her boudoir, and that the Duke "What?" queried Leah, sharply, adding more grammatically, "Who?" "His Grace the Duke, my lady. He is in the study." "Mr. Lionel Kaimes?" "As was, my lady. His Grace came down last night." "Ah, why wasn't there an accident on the line?" muttered she, who longed to announce herself as a genuine duchess, and could not. "I beg pardon, my lady." "Oh, I'll go to my room, Colley. Tell his Grace I shall see him in an hour." When she had changed her dress for one heavier with crape, as a sign of additional grief, and had lain for a miserable 40 minutes without closing an eye, and had swallowed a much needed dose of sal volatile, and had relieved her feelings by scolding an unoffending maid, she went before the footlights to play her most difficult and unpalatable part. The former nobody, seated at his predecessor's desk, rose, looking pale and careworn. "A terrible thing," said the new Duke, giving his hand gravely. "Awful. I can scarcely believe it. Is it really true?" And she had a passing hope that it might not be, seeing she could not benefit. "Only too true, unfortunately." "For those two, I suppose you mean. You're all right." "A square peg in a round hole, I fear," he sighed. "I would give much that both had survived." "How unnatural," commented Lady Jim, with a grimace. "But you always were eccentric. People won't mind that now you are a duke. But I am sorry, really, for them, I mean. Such an awful thing to be cut off before you've made your arrangements for an agreeable reception in the next world. What a mercy they went together, for company, you know. And they say drowning is really quite nice after the first choking is over." Lionel looked at her sternly, but felt helpless. She played with the solemn issues of life and death as a child with a bauble. Would nothing touch her heart? Would nothing make her serious? The flippancy jarred on his overstrung nerves. "Please do not talk like that," said he, harshly and emphatically. "Please do not." "I'm only trying to cheer you up," she answered, opening her eyes wide, and with a faint smile softening her hard mouth. "I really cried. You mustn't think me hard hearted. Really I cried when I heard of the accident. I suppose it was an accident." "I should call it the act of God." "Oh!" Leah could find no very pertinent reply, and glided dexterously into another subject to prevent religious instruction. "I came down to see poor Hilda, as she wanted me so badly, but I thought it best to learn details from you first. We must spare the poor thing's feelings, you know, Lionel," ended Lady Jim, thoughtfully. His face brightened. "I'm glad you call me that," said he, earnestly, "for I confess it is difficult for me to respond to my title." "You'll get used to it," she assured him. "I suppose you will drop the parson now?" "Certainly not. I am still my master's servant. He has merely raised me to a higher and more responsible position in his household." "Raised your wages also," murmured Leah, shrugging. "I beg your pardon, Lionel. I should not have said that." "You should not, indeed," was the pained response. "It's a kind of hysteria," apologised Lady Jim, almost at a loss for an excuse, "like that man who botanised on his mother's grave, you know. Besides, people who really feel laugh awfully when sorrow comes, and Jim's death took most of my tears, poor dear Jim. I daresay you think that I am unfeeling, but I'm not, really and truly I'm not. What with these dear things dying so unexpectedly, my own feeling of widowhood, and condolences from people who will say the wrong thing, I feel broken hearted." Lionel smiled grimly at this incoherent and wholly false explanation. "You have a strange way of showing grief, Lady James." "Don't be nasty. Now that you are up in the world, I'll be quite different with Hilda, poor soul, though I must be natural with you. It is a compliment, if you only look at it in the right way, which, of course, with your priggishness you won't. And you needn't use that cheap title of mine, just to remind me how nearly I've missed being called by a more expensive one. I suppose Joan will be your Duchess. Do you think she will fill the position?" "Admirably." "How curt! There's still a lot of the parson about you, Lionel, and ever will be." "World without end, I suppose. Hysteria again, Duke, so don't look shocked. Give me details." The young man looked again at this wonderful being. For many months he had known the impossibility of altering Leah's view of things seen and unseen. The most sacred subject seemed to appeal to her sense of humour, and no solemnity could banish the ever ready smile from her lips. In reality, he was unjust in thinking thus. Lady Jim, considering her losses and the ironic position she occupied, only kept herself from shrieking out the truth by giving vent to ill-timed frivolities. Her greatest relief would have been to tell this prig that he was a supplanter. Hysteria, said she, was the excuse for unnatural merriment, and truly hysteria it was, although she could not swear to it. Unaware of all this turmoil in the mind of the mourner in motley, Lionel positively thought that troubles had rendered her distraught, and so passed over her incongruities. The yacht was on her homeward way, he explained, in the eminently laboured fashion of a landsman when dealing with ships. During that storm a week ago she went down off Brest, Cape Brest. Struck on a reef? No. She sprang a leak, and the boats were stove in, so no one could be saved in that way. By clinging to a spar the steward reached shore. He alone survived, and Lionel covered his face to indulge in a silent prayer for those who had perished. Lady Jim was more practical, according to her lights. "Why did you only hear this week old news yesterday?" "The steward, the survivor, was ill with fever. Also, he was wounded in the head against the rock, I suppose. The yacht was seen to founder far off shore, but no one at Brest knew her name. When the steward came to himself the other day, he explained, and the news was telegraphed to the Duke's lawyers, who sent for me. I expect we shall not learn full details till this steward arrives. He is now on his way to London." "And the Duke, Frith?" "Their bodies are in the depths with the ship and those who formed her crew. Peace be to their souls." "You needn't worry about that," said Leah, tartly, and paying her tribute to the dead. "I'm quite sure that the Duke and Frith have gone to that heaven you're always talking about. It is awful," she added pensively, and with a shudder, "but talking only makes it worse. I'll go and see Hilda, poor dear." Lionel followed her to the door. "Lady James, let me beg of you to keep the hysteria in check." "Of course," she assured him, giving her hand frankly. "I always adapt my mood to my company. It would be useless for one woman to waste hysteria on another. Both know too much about it. I'll be nice. Oh, you can be sure of that. I'm not a bad sort, my good man." "Sometimes I think you are a very decent sort, Lady James." "And on other occasions?" she questioned, unmoved. "Don't ask me." "I won't. You can't explain, and will only fib. Parsons can't keep back an answer, whether they know anything of the matter in hand or not. But I'll be good to that poor baby woman. Indeed I will." And indeed she was, swinging round to the opposite extreme with the Protean adaptability of her nature. Besides, after the interview with the new Duke, she felt able to command her feelings better. It is only possible to act perfectly when the emotions are under control, as Lady Jim found; and if she said what she did not mean, and acted as she did not feel, well, that was the fault of the circumstances into which her treacherous fetish had thrown her. But at heart she really had some pity for this useless doll of a woman who sobbed in her arms. "Don't cry, dear," said Leah, ardently, beginning to console. "You know how I feel for you. I also have lost a husband. Owing to circumstances," she rather choked over this lie, but it came out pretty readily. "I shall never, never lift up my head again," sobbed the latest widow. "Oh, yes, you will, dear," replied the earlier one, cheerfully. "Look at me." Hilda shook her head and declined to look. "Frith wasn't Jim," said she. "And he wasn't my husband either. You feel Frith's death, and I feel Jim's. We each have our own sorrow, and time alone will help us to forget the dear departed." "Leah," Hilda sobbed more violently than ever, "I shall never, never forget never, 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 never." "I didn't mean forget exactly," murmured Leah, who had been more candid than she intended. "But time will soothe us, and we shall all meet on a happier shore." "I hope so. I hope so." The Marchioness clasped her hands devoutly and raised her eyes. "I can see our three dear ones meeting now." "I wish I could," said Lady Jim, truthfully; and she felt that the meeting of the Kaimes family in heaven would be a sight worth witnessing. Of course Jim was alive, but even if he were dead, she did not think that Hilda's vision could possibly become fact. The Duke, who had turned angel in his old age, and Frith, who was always pious, had a chance certainly; but Jim, when his turn came, would probably not be of the party. However, the business of consoling a sore heart had to be attended to, and Leah dosed Hilda with all the platitudes which the Marchioness had used during a similar and earlier event. And Lady Jim was so admirable an actress that she really deceived herself into thinking that her stage play was real life. Her eloquence, her attentions, her hoverings like a guardian angel over Hilda, her bringing in the children that was a master stroke and her general zeal in drying a mourner's tears, were truly wonderful. By the time she left the Marchioness sitting up with his children on her lap, soothed and comforted, and grateful for Leah's kindness, poor Lady Jim felt quite exhausted. "I do hope there will be a decent dinner," she soliloquised in the seclusion of her own room. "I can't stand much more of this without food." Through the troubles of death and the joys of birth, the worry of weak minds and the scheming of strong ones, ever moves the solid business of life, connected with eating and sleeping. Therefore the Firmingham cook, being a hired servant, was sufficiently master of his emotions to send up a really tempting repast. The new Duke and the disinherited Duchess partook of this meal in a small room without attendants. Wishing to talk family matters, they did not desire eavesdropping footmen. Besides, Hilda remained in her own apartment, nourishing her emotions with red lavender, and calling at intervals for Bunny to come back. Lady Jim paid several visits to the poor little soul during the evening, and each time was successful in cheering her up. But it was trying work, as again and again she had to begin from the beginning. No wonder she looked harassed when seated opposite to her host. Lionel thanked her gratefully, and with reason, for Hilda had eulogized Leah and her work of mercy. "I knew you would prove yourself a true woman," said he, pouring her out a glass of champagne. "Oh, Lord," said Lady Jim, sipping the wine, and wondered what he would say could he see into her mind. "Give me some of that vol au vent, Lionel. It is really very good." The man felt slightly disappointed. "You can eat?" "Do you require me to tell you that?" she asked lightly. "I have enjoyed every course." "Eat? I should think so. You don't want me to faint, as Hilda has been doing." "But your feelings?" "Oh, they are well under control now. And after all," Leah paused with a fork half way to her mouth, "it's best to be sensible even when things smash. If I had come down to howl about the house, where would you have been?" "I really cannot understand your nature." Lady Jim nodded. "Same here. I never know what I shall do under given circumstances, save keep my poor wits about me. We're strange beasts, Lionel, strange beasts." He disagreed, mindful of her good Samaritan kindness. "You make yourself out to be worse than you are, Lady James." "Don't you make any such mistake. I never seek cheap praise by crying down my virtues. Were you my father confessor, which you are not, and I religious, which I have no inclination to be, I should shock you into Hilda's state. Poor little thing, what an undisciplined mind she has, and how she does work for those tyrants, the emotions. I think you had better send for Joan. She is used to women who run wild." "You put things unpleasantly," said he, uneasily. "And truthfully. Answer my question, please. Joan arrives to morrow with her mother." "I am glad," Leah assured him fervently. "Too many female cooks can never spoil the funeral broth. The more women you have in a mourning house the better. We like to weep in company, and to talk obituary notices. That is, other women do. I fancy I have a dash of the man in me, and this sort of undertaker rejoicing gives me the creeps." Lionel secretly agreed with her, although he disapproved of the mode of expression. Ostentatious grief he disliked, as most men do, and discussing funeral emotions threadbare was not to his healthy liking. Therefore did he talk business with Lady Jim. It was necessary to distract his attention, she said, and so set about plundering the air. By the time coffee arrived, Lionel had promised her the Curzon Street house as a gift, and had agreed to pay all debts as the late Duke had arranged. Also untruthfully assured by Leah that her temporal prosperity had suffered by the untimely demise of Jim, he promised to pay a quarterly £1,000 a year for the rest of her life. "Yes," said Lionel, emphatically, "even if you marry Lady James." "I have no intention of marrying yet," said Leah, who was busy with Kümmel. She really felt that the consoling of a tearful widow required Kümmel. "I thought that Mr. Askew admired you." "He admires a new schooner he has bought, and some woman in South America. Oh, Mr. Askew has a Catholic mind, I can tell you." "Dr. Demetrius? He has gone to Russia, I believe, on business connected with his pardon. Didn't Joan tell you how he was taken ill in Paris?" "Yes. What a strange thing." "Oh, I don't know. He once told me that he inherited fits, mother's side. It was very rude of him to have one in my rooms, but some men are so inconsiderate." "He loves you or loved me. Which?" "Present tense, I fancy. Will you marry him?" "Will I marry the Emperor of China, you mean? No, thanks. I have no wish to live in a country of bounce and bombs, and I never could read those novels written by men with unpronounceable names. Besides, I can't bear dapper little men with waxed moustaches. I only tolerated Dr. Demetrius because he was useful to Jim." "A great friend of your husband's, I believe." "Do you? Does one generally make a friend of one's doctor?" "The man was certainly credited with being your friend. And more, he talked openly of his love for you." "What bad taste! I don't see how you can hold me responsible. He did love me, I believe. At least, he pestered me with attentions. It's a mercy he has gone to to Russia. I hope he'll stay there, and be eaten up by white bears like those poor brats Elisha was so spiteful to. As to marrying," her eyes twinkled, "it won't be easy to replace poor Jim. He was such a good husband." "You never said that when he was alive." "Of course not. He would have taken advantage of the compliment. But Jim wasn't bad on the whole. He left me alone, at all events. Perhaps his successor will bother me to show public affection, as if I would or could, for the matter of that." "Lady James, do you love any one but yourself?" "You and Joan, dear little innocent glass case dolls that you are. Yes, you may blush and smile, but I am really in earnest. You were always so rude to me that I knew you to be genuine." "Oh!" Lionel exhibited shocked surprise. "I hope I was never rude." "Horribly, on all occasions. If you had not been, I never should have believed that you were genuine. When people mean what they say and don't want anything from one, they are always rude. It's a kind of trademark. I am sure Socrates was a man you could always trust, and would never have invited to dinner. You're something like him, only you don't ask questions, and are better looking. I always consider you the one honest man in a world of rogues, and if you were not engaged to Joan, I should marry you." Lionel coloured still deeper, and laughed in an embarrassed fashion. "I might have something to say to that." "Not at all. Didn't you hear me say that I should have married you? What could you or any man do against me?" And she laughed with an insolent pride in her beauty and powers. "By the way," she added, "I have to run up to town to morrow on business. Do you mind?" "Not at all. Joan and her mother will be here. Do exactly what you please, Lady James." "Call me Leah, now that you are the head of the family," she murmured, and laid a gentle hand on his shoulder. He threw back his head and met her eyes with a boyish blush. "Leah," he breathed. "Very well, then, Leah." Lady Jim tapped his smooth cheek indulgently. "You foolish thing," she said kindly. "If it was worth my while, I could " Leaving the sentence unfinished, and Lionel furious, she left the room. That she, this hardened coquette of the world, should dare to think he would forget the sweetest and best of girls. Let her sing the song of the sirens as she might, he would never, no, never, prove false to Joan. But honest as were these thoughts, Lionel was but a man, when all was said and done, and the touch on his shoulder, the look in her eyes, the cooing murmur of her voice, made him wince, and not unpleasantly. Well was it for the young man that Leah did not choose to try her wiles, else he might have been lured towards that pit, the edges of which are wreathed with roses. Had his future Duchess been any other than Joan the simple, a perverse spirit might have led Lady Jim to indulge in some perilous amusement. But she liked the girl, and honestly respected Lionel. Therefore did the lover scoff at her magic arts, strong only in escaping temptation. Had Leah put forth her powers, "Silly little donkey," she thought, climbing the stairs, "as if I couldn't do what I liked. It would be a hard battle, but I could, I could, I could. Only I shan't," she finished. "Joan is a dear girl, and I am the most worried woman in the world." She made the latter part of this final remark again, when she conned a brusque and somewhat imperative letter which had arrived by the evening post. It came from one Richard Strange, and purported to be written from a third rate Strand hotel. This uncivilised communication intimated that the aforesaid Strange would be obliged, this underlined, if her ladyship would afford him an immediate interview. Commented Leah, glancing suspiciously at the underlined word. "He isn't sure of his money, and means to be nasty if he doesn't get it. Well," she heaved a sigh, "he must be paid, I suppose, the blackmailing beast. And the whole sum down, I expect. Time payments won't be acceptable to a man who writes in this fashion." She wrote an artful letter, stating that Dr. Demetrius had spoken of his travels with a Captain Strange, and solely because she wished to hear of poor Mr. Garth, who had been a protégé of her late father-in-law, she made an appointment at 10, Curzon Street, for 5 the next evening. This epistle, which did not recognise existing facts, and could be shown to the whole world without betraying anything underhand, she sent off at once. If possible, she would have shirked meeting a man she more than suspected of being a brute. But to vanquish danger one must meet it, as she very well knew. "And if he wants more than his 1,000," thought Lady Jim, again on her way to the widowed Marchioness, "he'll find that I am quite equal to deal with him, and with a dozen like him, if need be. £1,000! Oh, Lord, the greedy wretch!" Then she spread her wings as a ministering angel. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 27. "No," rasped the lean man, and his eyes hardened like those of a cat with her claws out. "You've figured out, ma'am, in your own way, very prettily, I don't deny. But my Pisgah sight's got to be took, you bet. Guess we'll do the view in a bunch, and toss fur lots." Leah smiled vaguely, because she was not sure of her ground, and required a translator badly. Jim had been abstruse on occasions, but this seafaring person spoke the shibboleth of a shifting population to excess. Never having met one of this breed before, she did not know how to handle him. Captain Strange was not a Muscovite diplomatist who would call black white, or even grey, to please her, and moreover he appeared to be extraordinarily unsympathetic in the presence of lovely woman. The magic of sex had worked weakly hitherto, and this brusque visitor gave her to understand that he was not to be cajoled into make-believe conversation. He required, and declared emphatically that he did require, an unvarnished statement of facts, to be argued exhaustively, so that he might know, as he tersely put it, where he dropped anchor. "You don't chuck orange peel my way, ma'am," said the mariner, and intended to clinch his assertion by spitting, but the sight of the carpet pulled him back to civilization. The friend of Demetrius, owner and captain of the Stormy Petrel, presented himself as a tall, small-boned man, with no superfluous flesh on his frame work, and with a jaw as hard from bullying underlings, and as blue from close shaving as were his eyes. The tint of these, added to the blackness of curling hair, combined with the racy vernacular which he flung fairly in her face, inclined Lady Jim to class him as an Irish American; but from the discourteous way in which he spoke, as they never would have spoken in dear dirty Dublin, and from his habit of interjecting slang words, chosen from the domestic speech of the Five Nations, she was puzzled to fix his nationality accurately. As a matter of private history, and this she discovered later, he was entirely cosmopolitan, and, out of sheer contrariety, owed allegiance to no particular flag. Not a bad-looking freebooter, Leah decided, with his regular features and well-shaped head and white teeth and ruddy, clean-shaven face. But dangerous, was her second and wiser thought. She was right. The man of many lands was also of many minds, but at the back of them all lay the unalterable determination to ride roughshod over any one who would submit. As Lady Jim also held to the same theory of individualism, it was not unlikely that a brisk encounter might ensue, and for this she was quite prepared. Meantime, she decided that he was picturesque, and in his rough blue clothes, with a red necktie and barbaric gold rings in his ears, and a general air of you be damnedness, would have amused her as a new figure from the underworld, but that the large issues of the conversation induced seriousness. "I don't understand you, and I am sure you do not understand me," was her observation, after digesting the orange peel parable. "Let it go at that, ma'am. But I reckon I can make myself as clear as any man, livin' or dead, when dollars are in the pool. Now you," he shook a large brown finger, "you, ma'am, give me taffy." "What is taffy?" "What you might call sugar. Best brand, and no sand in it, anyhow. I've struck heaps of the female in my time, and it's all taffy with them, till they annex the outfit, and then y' kin go hang, I guess." He fixed her with a true quarter-deck eye. "I surmises you're tryin' t' play Sally Waters low down. Not much, oh no. I should smile considerable to think as any gilded female got the bulge on me. Go slow, ma'am. Make no haste when the fat's afire, says Isaiah. Beckon he knew things, did that prophet." Leah smiled again at this Wild West outburst. "You are a free child of nature, Captain Strange." "Taffy again. I'm a man, you bet. Same along as your husband." "I should think you and he would get on together extremely well," said Lady Jim, dryly. "But don't you think you could contrive to be a little less rude?" "Why, bless y', this is civil for me." "How your crew must love you!" "I'd boot 'em round the ship if they didn't," snapped Strange, very ferociously. "They've got to love me up to the level of workin' their insides out, else I'd lay out every man Jack in his little wooden overcoat." "What a sweet nature you have! Are you married?" "Got a wife o' sorts," said the mariner, indifferently, "and 2 kids o' the best." His eyes softened. "Now, ma'am, you could talk to me fur a millennium 'bout them little nippers." The last word was pure Whitechapel, and Leah wondered if that parish could claim this buccaneer. But time was too valuable to go into his private history, so she replied gently, quick to perceive that there was a flaw in his armour. "On another occasion I shall be delighted to talk nursery, Captain Strange, but the millennium has not yet arrived in Curzon Street." "You've got me there, I don't deny," cried Strange, hardening. "Now this here racket, as I've sailed 'longside's t' fix up." "It will be fixed up, as you call it, at once," said Lady Jim, sharply. "The matter is very simple." "Is it now? Lay on the paint, ma'am." She passed over this insolence very wisely. "You were kind to that poor Mr. Garth," she explained calmly, "and besides took Dr. Demetrius to my husband in Jamaica. For these services I am willing to give you £1,000 in gold, if you like." She thought the metal might tempt him into closing with the offer, but it did not. "Shucks, ma'am, shucks! You've been talkin' paint an' putty fur the last hour an' more. 'Tain't no good, nohow, not a bit, seein' as I'm bein' paid fur cold drawn kidnappin' of your husband, so as y' might loot a company of sorts." Leah winced at this rude blast of speech, which blew to shreds the verbal draperies with which she was trying to clothe naked and unpleasant facts. "I object to the word kidnap. Lord James went with you of his own accord." "You kin lay to that, ma'am, an' mighty spry was he in lightin' out of these gilded halls into the free an' wild. Kidnappin' it ain't, if y' come to the bone, so I climbed down slick. Oh, there ain't no meanness 'bout me, ma'am. Prove me wrong, an' I go pious right along." "As you are apparently pious now, Captain Strange, there may be a chance of our arriving at an understanding." He nodded. "If as how you'll talk down to the bedrock level o' what we've been doin', ma'am." Leah winced again, not liking to run with this ruffian in iniquitous harness. "You want £1,000?" "Well," drawled the captain, "y' might say fairer than that." "Which means that you intend to ask for what you won't get." "Huh! Guess thet'll be as right as pie when I open out." "You can open out now," said Lady Jim, coolly. Her antagonist admired this bluffing to the extent of slapping his thigh and chuckling like a blackbird over a worm. "You're a dandy one to deal with, fur sure, an' a woman at that. My word!" This was Australian. "If my missus hed been your sort, ma'am, I'd 'a been walkin' a liner as a golden barred skipper. You kin freeze on t' that, straight." Lady Jim laughed, not ill pleased. Aksakoff had paid her some such compliment, and it was interesting to see the diverse ways in which the same idea can be expressed. "Go on," said she, nodding her thanks. "Don't waste y'in music, neither," mused the captain. "Wants t' git at my cards afore she shows her own." "You are in the right so far, Captain Strange." "Talks book English like print, if she ain't a queen of diamonds and hearts. I have no doubt you will be some day," interposed Leah, before he could get the word out. "But until you are, suppose you open out. Touchin' the passage money, as you might call it, in a highfalutin way, ma'am." "Passage money for my husband?" "An' fur a double of his, as negotiated the New Jerusalem on the v'y'ge," nodded the captain, extending his long legs. "Then there's the man we planted at Funchal." "Your nephew, buried in place of Mr. Garth." "Nephew! Oh, he wasn't any relative o' mine." "Dr. Demetrius informed me that he was." "Huh! Guess he was filled up with thet idear by me. Yes, ma'am, I reckon t' make more dollars by supplyin' a nevy as a corp. But he was a pick up, bless ye, racketin' off chain, without friend, wife, or kid, till I helped plant him in Madeira." "Will inquiries be made about him?" she asked carelessly. "Y' make me smile some, ma'am. Why, I picked up a stray dog a purpose." "H'm," said Leah, lying back comfortably. "It would have been better for your pocket had you withheld this information until you cashed my cheque. It will make a difference." "Goin' to cut in t' th' 1,000?" asked Strange blandly. "He was not your nephew, remember," she retorted. The mariner stared and chuckled. "Donner und Blitz." "I know German, if you prefer to talk in that tongue." He recovered with another stare. "I reckon ye've hed a board school eddication all along th' line. I swear in any lingo handy." "So I hear," she informed him swiftly. "But I don't stock furrin chin nohow. An' now, ma'am," he expanded his chest and puffed out his cheeks, "I'll trouble y' t' han' over $10,000." "What's that in English?" £2,000. Evidently Strange had gone to considerable trouble in calculating his blackmail. "And if you do not get it?" "Then I guess you'll be sent up." Leah laughed scornfully. "I understand. Unless I submit to extortion, you will tell this story about your supposed nephew and Mr. Garth." "I'll rip out everything," the captain assured her without flinching, "and to the nearest copper." "The last word," she observed, "was popular Cockney." "Be careful," she warned him. "Our police make capital out of rascality." The sailor choked, and his eyes bulged. "Rascality?" "Blackmail, in plain English, Captain Strange." "Now, don't get me riz," Strange implored her. "I'm a holy terror with m' hair off." "Oh, we can tame wild beasts in this country." "But if I tell?" "Tell what?" "Damn!" breathed the astonished man, then almost shrieked in explanation. "Why, that Dr. Demetrius brought Garth as a corp to Kingston, and yanked your husband int' the Blue Mountains to sham death. Ay, he did, y' bet. And that Berrin, Lord James y' call him in your cussed fine way, come aboard my barkie, while the corp, as was called by his name, lighted out fur th' old country, so that ye might run rings round a company of sorts." "How interesting! And what has it all to do with me?" "My stars!" Strange rose to stamp the more freely. "Sit down, please," said Lady Jim, sweetly. "I do not allow people of your class to show their manners in my drawing room." "It should be a prison with you in it," he raged. "What a brute you are! Because you think that I am under your thumb, you not only attempt blackmail, but add insult. I'll make things hum, I can tell y'. I'll bust up this conspiracy." "What conspiracy?" asked Leah, stubbornly. Strange made for the door with a nautical roll. "You can arsk the nearest copper. I'll give him details, never fear." "Close the door after you, please," said Lady Jim, as he wrenched it open fiercely. The captain immediately banged it again with a naughty word, and turned to behold her opening a book. "Cold drawn cheek of the most freezing style," murmured the almost stupefied man. "Oh, my country! 'Tain't no wonder he took leg bail. If I wos married t' her, I'd larrup her every day, an' twice on Sundays." "Not gone yet?" inquired Leah, glancing over the top of her book. "Oh, please do. I dislike hearing an illiterate person muttering." "Lord keep me from murder!" gasped Strange piously. "Say, ma'am, ain't you afeared?" "Awfully. And as there are several policemen within call " "Bring 'em up. Bring 'em all up, right along." "I will, if you do not go away"; and she reached for the bell. "Snakes! Y' must hev a card up your sleeve." "Perhaps I have." "Or y' may be bluffin'." Perhaps I am. Don't you think it would be better if you sat down and talked pleasantly?" "If I'd a wife like you," commenced the captain, obeying, "I am quite sure you would. Bullies like you always enjoy wife beating." "I ain't a bully." He wiped his face with a flaunting red bandana handkerchief, breathing heavily. "Yes, you are, and a coward, who thought to frighten me. Now I am about to frighten you." "Huh!" Strange laughed scornfully. "There ain't man, woman, or kid kin make me sing small. Though I don't deny," he added gracefully, "as you'd make old Nick squirm." "Thanks, but I'm rather tired of costermonger compliments. Come to business. You accuse me of being mixed up in a conspiracy." "Well, an' ain't it true?" "As gospel between ourselves. To the world it is a lie." "I bet you can't prove 'tis so," sneered the sailor. "Proof is not required. Denial is." "Not when I'm in the witness box." "Not when you're in the dock, you mean, my good man." Her visitor grew purple. "Me? In the dock?" he thundered. "Lower your voice, please, or I shall order my servants to turn you out. Yes, in the dock, your natural place. This conspiracy of yours." "Engineered for your little game, mind," he gasped. "Not at all. I have nothing to do with it." Her hard eyes held him as he blankly considered her astonishing impudence. "You tell me that Dr. Demetrius buried a man at Funchal in place of Mr. Garth, and then, when Mr. Garth died on board your ship, sent home his body as that of my husband. As Mr. Garth and my husband resembled one another closely, I can see how I and the family were mistaken when we beheld the substituted corpse. But I do not understand why my husband should have consented to this, no more than I understand how you dare accuse me of conspiring." "But I do. You bet, ma'am, you played low down on a company." "Where is your proof?" "You've got the dollars." She played a bold stroke. "Ignorant that the money was paid under false pretences, it shall be given back." Strange turned white and jumped up. "My share?" he cried. "I know nothing of your share. Apparently Dr. Demetrius, who happened to admire me, kidnapped my husband in order that I might think myself free to marry him. A thing," said Lady Jim, with scorn, "which could never, never have occurred. It seems that my husband was taken away by you and Dr. Demetrius against his will. I shall communicate with him now that I know he is alive. Oh, I assure you, search shall be made, Captain Strange, and the money, every penny, shall be paid back to the defrauded insurance company. As for you, blackmailing hound and bully and coward, the law shall punish you." And she, daring greatly, was again about to touch the bell. Several times during this clever explanation Strange had gasped and sworn softly, almost helpless with rage, but by the time she ended his anger had cooled, and he was regarding her with profound admiration. Her astonishing boldness, her dexterous turning of facts into fiction and fiction into facts, and the unbroken nerve which she displayed when at bay, commanded his respect. Unknowingly he fell into line with M. Aksakoff, and rendered homage to superior wickedness. "Don't shoot, Colonel. I'll climb down," said he, collapsing. Lady Jim, knowing the old 'possum story, laughed and withdrew her hand, secretly relieved that he had not dared her to press the button. "Ah, now you talk reason, Captain Strange." "You bet I'm goin' to," he retorted bluntly. "Ye've played your hand fur all you're worth, and mighty prettily bluffed it is. But I guess," he swung back in his chair largely, "I guess I hold the ace." "You do?" She eyed him uneasily, for he appeared to be much cooler than she approved of. "And the ace?" "Your husband." "Jim?" Leah started forward, grasping the arms of her chair. "Huh!" grunted Strange. "I thought you gilded bummers were allays lords and ladies t' one another." "Jim?" she repeated blankly. "Jim?" "You bet. Kidnappin' wus the word I used, and kidnappin' it is. Thet there burying your husband, sailin' under false colours, come along with me to Buenos Ayres, there's no denyin' thet. But" Here the freebooter winked significantly. "He didn't get set ashore there. Oh no, not much, you bet. I gummed on to him as my ace till I landed stakes. He don't mind, bless you. Likes the life wonderful. We've been cavortin' round Pacific waters for months till the dollars ran low. Then I brought the barky nor'ard, with him under hatches, and now" he stretched out a huge paw "ye kin pass along thet 10,000." Her brain was working so hard that she scarcely heard half the speech. At the back of it she began to see possibilities. "My husband is in England, then?" "Within reach, anyhow, and with my first mate hangin' on to him. Maybe the barky anchors in a French port. Might be Spanish, fur choice, if y' like. There's no knowin'. But he's within hail, same as them coppers of yours. The ace, ma'am, the ace. Y' might put in a day arskin' me why I let him go at $10,000. The hull shoot is worth heaps and heaps more." Leah watched his face closely. "Worth £5,000, perhaps." "Well," he drawled, equally watchful, "I shouldn't mind goin' Nap on that, all things being on the square. Now, if" "Wait, I tell you." She clasped her hands across her forehead and paced the room with slow steps, which did not betray the nervous hurry of her overwrought brain. Strange watched her as a naturalist might watch an entirely new animal. Clever and hard as he was in his bullying way, he felt instinctively that he had little chance of getting the better of this woman, unless, as he phrased it, he kept his tail up. "She's the dandiest devil I ever sot eyes on," was his admiring verdict. "Golly, what a flyer, huh?" Lady Jim, twisting her hands distressfully, strolled slowly up and down, with bent head and thoughtful looks. At times she would halt and reflect deeply. Then her face would brighten as she resumed her prowling. Sometimes she glanced at Strange, sitting like a graven image in his chair, and occasionally she peered into any near mirror, as if to seek inspiration from her own wicked eyes. For 10 minutes, amidst a petrifying silence, she behaved thus. Then, having solved part of her problem, the solution of the other part depended upon Strange's consent. She returned to face him. "Do you mind imprisonment?" she asked casually. The sailor jumped. "Goin' to begin again?" he demanded irritably. "Answer my question. Do you mind imprisonment?" "I do and I don't, accordin' to the dollars. Give it a name." "£5,000." "25,000 States currency," mused the captain. "You wish me to sample one of your gaols for that?" She nodded. "On charges of conspiracy and blackmail." Strange jumped again. "My gun, do you intend to advertise the circus?" "I intend to have my husband set free to enjoy his own. Since you have kidnapped him, you shall confess and suffer for £5,000." "Leavin' you out, ma'am?" "Oh, I had nothing to do with it, nor had my poor husband. You and Dr. Demetrius are the rascals." "Huh? An' what'll y' pay the doc?" "Nothing," she said serenely. "The Russian government is paying him." "Whew!" Strange whistled with a stare. "They've got him at last." "If you mean the Russian authorities, yes." "Poor chap, he wasn't bad fur a foreigner. I kind of froze on to him somehow. But this catchy catchy biznai ain't none of mine, so let him slide." He shook his head vigorously. "Slide it is. And this new game of yours, ma'am?" Bending forward until her mouth was almost at his right ear, she explained a very pretty scheme, which would oust Lionel and restore Jim's birthright without inculpating her. Strange listened calmly, and nodded heavy approval at intervals. All the time admiration deepened in his hard eyes, but this did not prevent him bargaining. "Yes," said he, balancing his hat carefully, "it kin be done. 6,000, ain't it?" "5,000." "6," he insisted. So much was at stake that Leah yielded. She could afford to do so, with 50,000 a year in prospect. "6, then, to be paid when you leave prison." "Huh! And when might that be?" "How should I know?" said Lady Jim, crossly, for the strain on her nerves was great. "Ask some lawyer." "Blackmail and conspiracy," murmured Strange, reflectively. "Sounds like a few years of oakum pickin', don't it?" Not as I intend to give my opinion on these British jails. Sing Sing's good enough for me." "What do you mean by that?" "Never you mind, ma'am. But if the dollars ain't plunked down, they will be. Can't you trust me, ma'am?" "I guess not. You're what I call a holy terror, and no mistake. Firmingham, y' said Firmingham?" He nodded. "I've nailed it. When will you go down?" "Arter I've seen thet land shark, 'bout the kind of poppycock the bloomin' judge 'ull talk. Go slow, ma'am. You get along with your share, and I'll do mine. So long." Leah did not like to grasp the tarry hand extended, but out of diplomacy she was forced to touch the pitch which was defiling her. "I can depend upon you, Captain Strange." He nodded. "Ye kin let it go at thet. So long again. An' if I'd married you," he added with genuine emotion, "cuss me if I wouldn't have been runnin' the U.S.A. in the presidential chair." Leah digested this compliment at her leisure. CHAPTER XXVIII. Of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 28. After that momentous interview, Lady Jim realised the truth of Strange's scriptural quotation, although he had translated it into his own lax vernacular. Unfortunately, hearing it after the event, she could not take Isaiah's advice, and had too hastily condemned the fetish. She would have given much for the recovery of that precise peacock's feather, for having freely thrown it away, it was doubtful to her superstitious mind if the luck would hold. Certainly she had arranged judiciously for Jim's return to civilisation, and the unscrupulous captain appeared willing to earn wages as a scapegoat. But there was always the unforeseen to be reckoned with. A chance word, a chance discovery, a too minute inquiry, these might wreck the whole scheme, and she would reap a whirlwind, stormy enough to sweep her out of a social paradise into the bleak desert of sinners found out, a most uncomfortable locality. She did what she could, poor woman, to propitiate her bail. A new peacock's feather was procured, and she apologised for her want of faith. Also, she experimented with the new symbol. Would a particular costume arrive at a certain hour? Would some very doubtful stock, which she held, turn honest? Would Captain Strange, after consulting a lawyer, still hold to his nefarious bargain? The test proved satisfactory, for her bail, apparently amenable to apology, worked excellently through the new semblance of his deity. The dress duly arrived within the fixed time. The shares rose rapidly, and enabled her to sell at a profit which she did not deserve. Finally, a grubby note from Strange assured her without detail that he was on his way to Firmingham. It would seem that the prospect of picking oakum for a livelihood appealed to him at the agreed price. Pending the explosion of the mine to which Strange was about to apply a match, Leah possessed her soul in patience. 3 days did she wait, and they were days of purgatory. For obvious reasons she did not return to Firmingham, but wrote to Lionel, stating that she had received a terrible shock, nature not mentioned, and intended to consult the family solicitors about the same. She thus made herself safe about the sailor's visit, in case any one might wonder why he had come to her in the first instance. And in the letter she told the truth for once, since she paid a visit to Lincoln's Inn Fields. An explanation of her errand startled the suave head of a justly celebrated legal firm. On recovering from pardonable amazement, he gave his client the full value of her 6 8d. "Kidnapping," explained Mr. Hall to a tearful listener, for Lady Jim thought that the circumstances demanded emotion, "is not in itself a serious offence, and really applies only to persons under 14 years of age. In the case of an adult like Lord James, this sailor would be punished with maybe 2 years' imprisonment. He might even be let off with a heavy fine." Leah's face fell considerably. She would have to pay that fine, and did not relish parting with more money. "How interesting!" she murmured vaguely, and waited for further information. Blackmail, however," pursued the lawyer emphatically, "is a very grave offence, and can be punished with 5 years' imprisonment, involving penal servitude." "That would be better," agreed Lady Jim, thinking that Strange, at hard labour, would earn 1,000 a year, and have an extra 1,000 over when his term was ended. A profitable imprisonment for him, truly, she reflected, and extremely costly for her. Then again, Lady James, if the offence is committed by letter, sentence for life can be passed." "Oh, he didn't write," she said hastily, and congratulated herself that Strange had not done so, since, even for so many thousands, he would not be inclined to remain a prisoner for ever. "But perhaps Mr. Kaimes may receive a letter. The man hinted that he would try in that quarter, seeing that I would not yield to his extortion." "You should have had him arrested." "I had not my wits about me. He would have shot me had I summoned the servants." "Bless me, Lady James, had he a weapon?" "A revolver," she replied unscrupulously. "So you can see how I, a poor weak woman, was intimidated." "That will add to his sentence," said Mr. Hall, upon which she wished she had checked her imagination. It would be foolish to push Strange into a corner, for as yet she could not reckon the exact power of his greed. However, she could not unsay what she had said, and nothing remained but to pray to the fetish and hope for the best. "The Duke must be warned," went on Mr. Hall. "Who?" asked Leah, just as sharply as she had asked Colley. "The new Duke. I beg your pardon, for, of course, if this story is true, Lord James is the Duke of Pentland." "You doubt the story, then?" Hall raised his eyebrows and shook his head. "I cannot give an opinion until I have seen this man and sifted his statements." He paused and looked at her inquiringly. "I presume, Lady James, that this man closely resembles your husband." "What man? Oh, Garth. Yes, you may guess how closely, when the late Duke, Lord Frith, and myself were all deceived. Certainly the likeness was well known in Firmingham. There were reasons," she added with hesitation, "family reasons." "Oh quite so." Mr. Hall, who knew something of the Adamite side of his late Grace, coughed away a laugh. "I can see how the mistake arose, Lady James. Natural enough. Oh, dear me, natural enough." "Why do you not give me my proper title?" she asked haughtily. "Pardon me, but the truth of this man's wild story is yet to be proved. May I ask a few needful questions?" A wave of her hand signified that he might, and she had submitted to a tolerably stiff examination. Being prepared with artless answers to every question, she emerged triumphantly from the ordeal, and when in possession of her facts, Mr. Hall subscribed to the wickedness of Demetrius and Strange. "A pair of villains, my dear lady. The one sinned for love, and the other from avarice. Astonishing whither those passions lead us. Astonishing. Well, well, we must hope. I trust, for your ladyship's sake, that the story is true." "So do I," wept Leah, producing her handkerchief. "Not for the sake of the title or the money, dear Mr. Hall, but because my poor husband oh!" Here she skilfully broke down for want of something to say. "Pray calm yourself, Lady James. Let us hope that in a few days I shall be able to address you as the Duchess of Pentland." "Give me back my husband. I ask no more," was her magnanimous reply. And while driving to Curzon Street, she reflected how very magnanimous it really was, seeing that she had no wish for Jim's company. To be tied to that log again was scarcely worth the income. Besides, Jim, who had no sense of decency, would assuredly laugh his loudest at the thought of her unnecessary trouble. He would not even thank her for giving him his rights, although he must know that it was sorely against the grain for her to put up with his boring society. But in spite of Jim's probable ingratitude, she would behave as his wife, as the lenient woman she felt herself to be. Certainly her common sense recognised that he was returning from his sham grave with gifts in his hands, but of those she was the giver, and seeing that she could betray his share in the conspiracy without inculpating herself, Leah foresaw the possession of limitless power to enforce obedience. That power she resolved to utilise for the purpose of getting her own unfettered way, and all the money she required for contemplated extravagances. Also, she intended to stop Jim's illicit flirtations. Now that he was a peer of the realm, he would have to purge and live cleanly, after the fashion of one Sir John Falstaff, Knight. "We owe that much to society," thought Leah, virtuously, and considered the rumoured doings of black sheep who would be cast out of the Mayfair fold were there housetops removed, that the shifting of the Curzon Street mansion tiles might also be attended with danger she did not pause to consider. On the ensuing afternoon Askew arrived to say farewell, but as circumstances were too embarrassing to permit of her taking any interest in other people's affairs, she declined to see him. Nevertheless, he urged a personal interview, on the plea that he would be absent for months. She yielded very unwillingly, as her nerves clamoured for some outward sign of emotion, which by the rules of society she would be obliged to suppress. "I know I shall be horribly rude," murmured Lady Jim, when the footman left the room to introduce the visitor, "but he has brought it on himself," which excuse she considered ample for ensuing impoliteness. Askew, with mistaken consideration, entered the drawing room almost on tiptoe, and proceeded forthwith to condole with her in stage whispers. She soon put a stop to this artificial sympathy. Further reference to life beyond the grave she could not and would not stand, as she told him crisply. "Don't talk funeral unless you wish to see me wreck the room. I have had months of crying and crape and condoling." "But the sad circumstances " "Are such that I did not wish to see you," she retorted, finishing his sentences for him, as usual, after her old fashion. "I feel so scratchy that I declined your visit out of sheer pity. But you would insist, so don't blame me if I am disagreeable." "You can never be disagreeable," said Askew, soothingly. "Can't I? You wait 10 minutes and see." "I think I had better go, Lady Jim." "For your own sake, I think you had. Good bye." Askew still kept his seat. "I only wish to say that I am very, very sorry for your terrible loss." "Lady Frith's terrible loss, you mean. Go and see her, if you want to play the hired mourner." "Ah, poor Lady Frith!" "Now don't begin about her," snapped Leah, viciously. "But you must be sorry." "I am for myself. I have been dosed with the post mortem virtues of those 3 Kaims men, until I feel that only wicked people are truly agreeable. I regret the Duke, who was a nice old sinner turned saint, and I lament Lord Frith for his goodness and sweetness of disposition. There!" "I never heard that Lord Frith had a sweet disposition." "He hadn't, but I'm only saying the kind of things you expect me to say." "Oh!" Askew looked shocked. "Have the bodies been found?" "I don't think so, but you can ask the executors, who look after these things. Any more questions?" "No, only I am sorry. You said that before. You are sorry. I am sorry. We are sorry. I think that conjugation exhausts the subject. Let us talk of your yacht, Mr. Askew." "She's all right," he murmured, confused. It was difficult to comprehend this woman, who so lightly dropped a family sorrow to take on a subject which he knew interested her but little. "And when do you sail? To morrow or next day? I came to say good bye." "Oh," said Leah, carelessly, "I fancied you came to sympathise." "Well," she rose and extended her hand, "good bye." Askew clasped her hand coldly, wondering how he ever came to love so heartless a woman. As Jim was returning in glory, and had not seen Señorita Fajardo since his reported death, Leah felt that she could safely dismiss this boy to go where he would. Besides, she was beginning to find him a bore. He took things much too seriously, and was by no means so good looking as she had imagined. All the same, after the manner of woman who wants to have her pie and eat it, she by no means approved of his readiness to depart. "You don't seem to care much," she said reproachfully, and felt quite ill-used. Askew coloured boyishly. "I am not broken hearted, certainly. I do not believe that you have a heart." "You are right. It is at Rosario." "Then I advise you to go after it, lest it should get mixed up with other men's hearts." "Lola is no flirt," cried Askew, loyally. "Then she must be altogether too good for this world. Good bye. Bring Mrs. Askew to see me when you return." "I fear you would be bored with her," said he, sore and sarcastic. "Probably. Married women are not interesting, except to people like you and Jim, who persistently break the 10th commandment." "I know one married woman who has just said good bye to you and repeats it," snapped Lady Jim, seeing he was about to be rude. "Oh, very well, then, good bye," said Askew, going out in a rage with her and with himself, and so they parted. Leah returned smiling to her seat, delighted that she made him lose his temper, as by doing so she had recovered her own. It was so satisfactory to a deserted woman to think that a man whose love had cooled should go away uncomfortable. "And what a mercy he is gone," said Lady Jim, settling to read fashions. "I hope he'll stop in America with that Lola creature for the rest of his silly life. I suppose he won't turn over this page of his book of life, but tear it out." And in this she was perfectly right. He did. Towards 5 o'clock Lionel arrived. Although she had no intimation of his coming, she quite expected to see him, and was prepared to make any necessary scene. The young clergyman looked white and excited, entering the room so rapidly that the footman had hardly time to announce the title that he was losing. Lady Jim, recognising a crisis, came forward rapidly with studied emotion. "You know all," she said in a choking voice, and caught his hands. He was taken aback. "Yes, if you mean that your husband lives." "It is true, then. It is true." She tottered to the sofa and cast herself down with passionate emotion. "Say that it is true." "I think so." "But how do you know?" Leah sat up with a puzzled look. "Did you not get my letter saying that I had had a shock, and intended to consult Mr. Hall?" "Yes, but you did not explain." "I could not, seeing the position it places you in." "Never mind me. If Jim is alive, he takes the title. So this man came to you?" "He did, and tried to extort money. Because I refused, he hinted that he would buy your silence. I never thought that he would dare to go to Firmingham, but when you entered, a look told me all. But can you believe this story? It seems incredible." "The police did not think so," said Lionel, grimly. Lady Jim dropped on to the sofa again. "The police?" "Of course. This scoundrel came to Firmingham, and said that if I gave him £3,000 he would keep Jim away from England, so that I could enjoy the title. I learned the truth about this conspiracy of Dr. Demetrius, and then had Captain Strange arrested. To day a policeman brought him to London. He is in prison." "Serve him right, the brute. Did he not tell you how he threatened me?" "No. I never guessed that he had come to you." "But he did, and said that if I gave him £2,000 he would bring Jim back. Failing me, he tried you at a higher price. I should have had him arrested, Mr. Hall says, but I could not. I was bewildered, quite bewildered. It seems incredible. Oh, Lionel!" She laid her hand imploringly on his sleeve. "Surely Demetrius did not behave so vilely?" "I fear that he did. The man, as every one in London knows, was madly in love with you. I never encouraged him. Really, I didn't." "No," said Lionel, bluntly. "I do not think he was rich enough for you to encourage." "How can you think so badly of me?" "Because you are all self. You admitted that long ago. To do you justice, I think you were a good wife to Jim." "I am a good wife. Don't make me out to be the widow I am not. Of course the story must be false," she ended, helplessly. "I think not. It is too circumstantial. And moreover, this man, who appears to be illiterate, could not invent such a tale. Plainly the Russian, who seemed to be clever, conspired to get rid of Jim, so that you might be induced to marry him." "As though I would ever do such a thing. I told you at Firmingham that I had no intention of marrying. I dare say Jim and I will come together again, and be very happy." "I hope so. I trust so," said Lionel, with solemn emphasis. "Remember, God is giving you another chance." "I made very good use of the last one," she retorted sullenly. "Jim was always to blame, and not I. I suppose this insurance money will have to be given back." "Certainly. You can hardly complain of that, seeing the income you will now receive." "Jim will, you mean. I expect he'll turn out a screw now that he is rich. Your spendthrifts are always old misers, and I don't see why you should be nasty. I'm sure I have had a miserable time." "You will have a happy one now," he said, relenting. "With Jim?" she cried derisively. "How optimistic you are! Surely I have a right to be, when God is so good to you." "God?" she echoed, vaguely, and thinking of the obliging fetish. "Oh, yes, of course. I'm awfully thankful. The insurance money would not have lasted for ever, and I might not have found so manageable a husband as Jim. Things will be jolly now." Lionel groaned. "Is that as high as you can rise?" he asked, rebukingly. "Oh, Lord, what do you want me to say?" cried Leah, with the causeless anger of the overwrought. "I can't think of pious proverbs when I am like this. What with supposed deaths, and real deaths, and nothing but funerals to amuse one, I don't know if I'm on my head or my heels. There, that's vulgar, and you needn't look disgusted if it is. I feel vulgar. I could run out and howl up and down Curzon Street like a Whitechapel woman in a tantrum. And if you preach, if you oh, what fools men are!" She choked, rolled in her chair, ripped a handkerchief, and kicked away a footstool. The curate, as he was once more, saw how she tried to fight down the hysteria, and wisely refrained from speech. A single word might cause the primitive emotions to burst with volcanic force through the imposed customs of civilization. Considering the joyful news of Jim Kaims' resurrection and the trouble of the attempted blackmail, it was natural that she should suddenly betray feminine weakness. She was but a woman when all was said and done. Leah would have repudiated this conclusion with scorn, as she had small regard for her sex, but a woman she was at the moment, unstrung, foolish, wild with dread that the unforeseen might happen. Lionel moved silently to the door. In a moment she was at his side, reaching him with the bound of a pantheress. "Don't be angry," she panted, laying her hand on his arm, "but you do worry me so. And if you really knew," she gasped, and bit her lip to prevent an unguarded tongue blurting out the whole. "There, there." He patted her hand, and she could have slapped him for the caress, which revealed his knowledge of her weakness. "It's all right, all right. Be calm. There, there." Oh, Lord, what tact! And so disgusted was she with the stupidity of the man that her nerves relaxed. "I say, Lionel," with an artificial laugh, "aren't you sorry for yourself?" "Not in the least," he replied promptly. "I am no Jacob, to usurp the heritage of Esau. High or low, we can all serve God in our degrees. Ask Jim to make me vicar of Firmingham." "I will, if you promise not to preach." "How would you have me earn my salary, then?" he asked humorously, and glad that she appeared more composed. "Now I advise you to lie down." "Yes," she assented submissively, "I will lie down. And you?" "I go at once to see Mr. Hall about getting Jim set free. Good bye, Duchess." And in a moment he was gone, anxious to escape further irresponsible speech. "Duchess!" echoed Leah, staring at the closed door. "Duchess!" It was all right, then, so far as Lionel was concerned, seeing that he gave her the title which Mr. Hall withheld. He at least believed in the wonderful story of Strange. With Lionel on her side, things would be bound to come out all right. Still, although the trees were thinning, she was not yet out of the wood. The green light of safety had not yet been substituted for the red danger signal. "I am aching all over," said Leah, addressing her reflection in the mirror. "There's a twist of nerves between my eyes, and I could scream the house down. But I shan't." She flung away from the glass, gripping her courage with both hands. "I'll be calm and easy in my mind till Jim comes back. When the worst is over, I shall collapse. I know I shall. Till then, oh God!" The weakness she declined to recognise broke forth in prayer. "Give me grit and pluck to fight through to the end." So she prayed, but not to the fetish. In this uplifted moment Leah felt that Lionel's deity was not a myth, but a terrible reality. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 29. Then did rumour, painted full of tongues, enter into Lady Jim's strictly private life, and depart with half-truths for the bewildering of gossips. In some marvellous way the news leaked out, as news will, despite careful caulking of the human vessels containing it. Lord James Kaims, ran the babble, had been kidnapped by his medical attendant, who, substituting an illegal corpse for that of the husband he wished to supplant, had plotted to secure the wife. This was the tune, correct enough. Then came its variations. the hurdy-gurdy of society, ground out wonderful twiddles and twists of false notes, distorting the original theme into a melody Leah herself would not have recognised. Not that she heard any of the fioritura. Prudence counselled a retreat to Firmingham, pending the home-coming of Jim, and thither very wisely she went. At this crisis of her fortunes, Lady Jim felt that she required the countenance of all truly respectable people, however dull, and therefore sheltered like a maltreated chick under Hilda Frith's wing. To console the widowed and orphaned was her obvious excuse, so obvious, indeed, that she declined to make it. Thus did she escape questions about the one engrossing topic of drawing room, club, and public house bar. Every one from the lowest to the highest talked exhaustively, and the newspapers, cheap and costly, printed scandal with alluring recklessness. Out of London, E.C. issued halfpenny journals with lurid headings over incomplete histories of the plot, invented on unsound premises. These transparent fictions began with the Russian's snake-in-the-grass intrusion into the happy home of an attached couple, and ended with a political cry for the exclusion of such immoral aliens from the island of the blest, which is England. The more expensive small beer chronicles refused to believe that so fantastic an occurrence could have happened in these enlightened days of police courts and publicity, but nevertheless supplied middle-class breakfast tables with equally doubtful data out of which to weave romances of the minor peerage. "The triangle of Dumas the younger," cried one scribe, with a fine disregard for meaning and metaphor, "must never be sounded in our dear motherland." A sufficient sample, this, of the stuff supplied; but since the silly season prevailed when reporters, one and all, were credited with March hare madness, such incongruities were pardoned, and the public gaped to swallow full-sized camels. The clubs buzzed like hives at swarming time, for their members wondered at Jim's adventure, wondered also how so knowing a Johnny, so they put it, could allow himself to be diddled by a measly little foreign beast. All were agog for the hero's appearance, and curious friends thirsted for a first-hand account of the enforced Odyssey. Many speculated as to the probability of Jim being sobered by untoward experience into becoming a truly respectable duke, and a few made original observations anent a much-quoted leopard and his unchangeable spots. In this way was the statement that men are not born gossips contradicted, for the Eveless Edens of St. James's Street, Pall Mall, and Piccadilly resembled a village sewing class in mid-career. The drawing-rooms, as was natural, interested themselves chiefly in Leah, and chafed that she should become an unexpected duchess. Hitherto Lady Jim's skilful manoeuvring had saved her reputation, but as animals fall upon the wounded of their kind, so did the pack of hounds she had never hunted with fling itself forward, full-voiced and open-mouthed. Rejoicing women cried her sins on the housetop with surprising details. She must have encouraged Dr. Demetrius shamefully, else he never would have gone to such lengths, though why he should do so for such a woman it was impossible to understand. They had never admired her, said the pure-minded, and had always suspected her of being no better than she should be. Poor Mr. Askew, too. Had she not put an end to a family matrimonial arrangement by her arts? Had she not inveigled him to Paris in the hope that he would marry her in haste, to repent at leisure? Certainly, aware of her character before it was too late, he had sailed to the South Pole or North Pole, or to somewhere she could not follow, as she was certainly dying to do. Her vanity was insatiable. She had flirted quite indecently with Sir Billy Richardson, though he was but an infant lately breeched. Julia Hengist had only snatched her lord from the claws of this harpy by the merest, the very merest chance. And the money she wasted! Oh! Why, the bailiffs had twice and thrice been in the Curzon Street house. Also, she was so lucky at bridge that she assuredly must cheat; and it showed what a blackleg she was, that no one had ever caught her cheating. Then her dresses were ridiculous for a woman with her poor husband's income. She had ruined him completely. That was why he ran away, in a dying condition. And the money had not gone to discharge lawful debts. She never paid anything. Therefore she must have spent the cash on some secret vice, which she certainly must have, since she always posed as being so very correct. She ought to be cut. She ought to be in gaol. Whipping was too good for her. Put her in a pillory and throw stones at her, and let such a creature be anathema maranatha for ever and ever and ever. Amen. But for all this throwing of stones by ladies who were without sin, Leah had her supporters in some, who must have been wicked, since they declined to condemn her wholesale on hearsay evidence. These pointed out that she had behaved admirably when Jim's supposed death had been reported. The late Marquis of Frith was himself deceived by the likeness of the corpse to his brother, though of course there were family reasons for such a likeness. Also, the old Duke had paid the Curzon Street debts, which so good a man would not have done had they been of a questionable character. And the very respectable Hengists, kind things, spoke highly of Lady Jim's patience under trying domestic difficulties caused by an unfaithful husband. Besides, Leah, poor dear persecuted woman, was now the Duchess of Pentland, and could do no wrong. She was a misunderstood angel. Hilda Frith doted on her, and every one knew how very, very particular Hilda Frith was. To decry a woman who had suffered so much, and who had so nobly borne suffering, was a crime. Worse, was a blunder, seeing that the latest Duchess would assuredly sway society to bless or damn at her good pleasure. The peerage, the immaculate peerage of Great Britain and Ireland, would stand or fall by Leah Pentland as a perfect example of what a titled woman should be. In this way raged the war of tongues, while Lionel, in Mr. Hall's company, and with the assistance of Scotland Yard officials, sought for the missing prodigal. Strange, playing the game with characteristic stubbornness, refused to indicate the whereabouts of his victim's floating prison, and as the Stormy Petrel, under a new coat of paint, with readjusted rigging, and bearing a prettier but unknown name, could not be found in any shipping list, there appeared little prospect of finding the kidnapped. The telegraph wires sizzled in the air and under the sea, with messages to home and foreign ports. Bills with Jim's portrait and a most flattering description were scattered broadcast. A reward large enough to tempt Mammon himself was offered in every journal, and in many languages, and the journals themselves denounced the police authorities, who were merely mortal, poor scapegoats, for not producing a mislaid nobleman in 5 minutes. It was an enjoyable time for armchair critics, who, on insufficient evidence, knew exactly what should be done, and blamed the police, confronted with hard facts, for not doing it. As to the culprit, he might have been Nero, Judas Iscariot, and Captain Dreyfus, rolled into one, from the obliquity which was heaped upon him. Since he refused to produce his prisoner, inquisitive people were frantic with annoyance. One enthusiast even suggested that torture should be used to make him speak. Another considered that so recalcitrant a brute should be starved into submission. A third that he should be offered a free pardon, on condition that he sent back a regretted duke to his lonely wife. But Strange, chuckling over the storm he had raised, hugged his secret close. Hall, the ducal lawyer, knew what his terms were, and if Hall did not choose to accede, he would have to remain without an aristocratic client. Hall, however, had no notion of losing the money with which the accession of Lord James Kaimes to a wealthy title would probably fill his pockets. Still, Strange's terms were too preposterous to consider for one moment. He had to consider them for a fortnight, all the same, and finding that they did not vary, he came down to consult Lady Jim, after a lengthy interview with the Reverend Lionel Kaimes at Lambeth. Even though Jim had risen from the dead, Leah had not laid aside her mourning. Indeed, she added fresh crape to show her grief for the recent deaths, and greeted the lawyer with the air of one to whom life is a burden. And so it was to her at the moment. The funereal atmosphere of the great house, the delicacy of her position until Jim returned to tell her that all was safe, and the constant boredom of listening to Hilda's wordy lamentations, these things wore her out, and Mr. Hall noted that she looked fatigued. Natural, very natural, thought Mr. Hall, unfortunately aloud. "What is natural?" asked Leah, seeing his eyes on her. The man's parchment cheeks reddened. "I beg your pardon, Duchess. I did not intend to speak aloud. A trick of mine when I am interested. Bad habit, bad habit. I was thinking that you looked weary. Natural, very natural." "Weary?" Leah placed her elbows on the table which stood between them. "I tell you what, Mr. Hall, unless you bring my husband back soon, I shall take to drink." "My dear Duchess!" "Well, and don't men take to drink when they are worried? What better can a poor woman do than imitate the lords of creation? You are so inconsistent. What about my particular lord? Has that beast spoken out?" "No, he refuses to speak, save on his own terms, which are, I may say, preposterous, extremely so." Leah thought of the price to be paid for the imprisonment Strange was now undergoing, and smiled dryly. "He is the kind of man who would ask for the sun and get it," she added as an afterthought. "Whether he gets it is for you to determine, Duchess." "Oh!" She looked at him sharply. "Am I to arbitrate?" "Quite so, quite so. A very well chosen word, arbitrate." He chuckled heartily, and adjusted his pince nez. "And the joke, Mr. Hall?" "It might almost be one, Duchess. So preposterous is the demand of this man. He refuses to reveal the whereabouts of his Grace, unless prepare yourself for a surprise unless he is set free." "Now then, Duchess," Mr. Hall threw himself back in his chair, and flung open his frock coat, "is that not preposterous?" "I can't see it myself," replied Leah, coolly. "He seems to be a very sensible man." "But he ought to be punished." "I fear he would not agree with you there. Is this what you have come to see me about?" "Yes. All attempts to find the Duke have been made in vain. The resources of civilisation are exhausted. Only one thing remains, to accede to the prisoner's terms. I saw the Reverend Lionel Kaimes, and he agrees not to prosecute. Now I come to you to ask me not to prosecute." "Exactly, exactly. The man attempted to blackmail you and the Reverend Mr. Kaimes. If neither one of you will prosecute, the magistrate will be obliged to dismiss the case for want of evidence, and then Captain Strange that is his name, isn't it? Will send Jim back." I question it. I question it. Once free, he may again attempt to blackmail. That is, he may refuse to surrender his prisoner without money being paid." "I do not agree with you," said Leah, mendaciously. "The man has had a fright, and will not trust himself again into the lion's mouth. Besides, even if he did try to blackmail, we could refuse, and he can't keep my husband for ever on board his dirty little boat. A prisoner who cannot be ransomed would be expensive to keep. Jim has an enormous appetite." Hall smiled at the aristocratic jest. "True, true. You put the case concisely, very concisely, I may say. The question is whether it is right to set the man free, and trust to an honour which I fear he does not possess." Leah thought for a few minutes, playing her part to perfection. "It appears that Captain Strange very wisely will not open his mouth so long as he is shut up. If set free, he promises to be amenable to reason. Of two evils I choose the least, as Mr. Kaimes has done." "That means you will not prosecute?" "Yes. Let the man go, and probably my husband will arrive within the week." "How can it be done?" "Very easily. To morrow or the next day Strange can be brought before the magistrate. But as neither you nor Mr. Kaimes will appear, the charge will be dismissed." "And then?" "Then, my dear Duchess, he will vanish into the world, and we shall have to trust to the honour of an admitted blackmailer. It is really a terrible dilemma," cried the lawyer, dismally, "and forms such an evil precedent. Oh, a most deadly blow at justice, I assure you." "Not at all," contradicted Leah, coolly. "We can say that Captain Strange turned King's evidence." "But, my dear Duchess " "What's the use of talking?" she snapped impolitely. "I've told you what to do. Go and do it." "Really " "Pardon me if I am rude, but I am not fit to talk"; and she hurried out of the room, glad that she had settled the matter thus. Hall departed to London, reflecting that the rudeness of the Duchess was quite explicable under the circumstances, but resenting it all the same. To punish her, he had a great mind to delay the return of the Duke until his good sense, or his avarice, told him that this would be a costly price to pay for a petty revenge. In this way Captain Strange triumphed, as most people can, by simply holding his tongue. As no evidence was forthcoming when he presented himself before the magistrate, he could not be committed for trial, and after a few formalities walked out of the dingy court a free man. Hall followed him as quickly as was consistent with the dignity of a Lincoln's Inn Fields solicitor, but stepped into the open air to find his bird had flown. Nor did inquiries at the third rate Strand Hotel result in an interview. The buccaneer, warned of possible danger, never reappeared to claim the carpet bag which held a few shirts and oddments. He disappeared, apparently into the air, as did Macbeth's fortune tellers. Hall was vexed, as he had intended Strange should be shadowed by detectives. Of this the astute sailor might have been aware, as he gave no chance to the bloodhounds of the law. "And we have to depend upon his Honour about restoring the Duke," thought Hall, with anguish. It might have eased his mind had he known that the dependence was really to be placed on £6,000 being paid within a stated period. But of that he was ignorant, and Leah did not think it necessary to comfort her legal adviser in any way. Indeed, she needed comfort herself sorely, for when a week passed and Jim did not reappear, she began to think that Strange was contriving some new villainy. Perhaps he was about to put up his price, and Leah was determined not to ransom Jim at any greater sum than that she had already agreed to. The newspapers were filled with astonished paragraphs about the inexplicable conduct of the authorities in connection with Strange's acquittal, and some kind friend sent the most spiteful of these to the waiting wife. Leah did not read the opinion of cranks, set forth in inferior English, and was much more taken up with a letter from Katinka Aksakoff. It was not easy to answer such a letter, yet she would be compelled to reply. Mademoiselle Aksakoff wrote indignantly, saying that she did not believe the statements of the papers concerning the conspiracy of Constantine Demetrius. She denied that such a noble man would act in so base a way, and reminded Leah of their conversation on the terrace at Monte Carlo. "You then said that you did not love him," complained the letter, "and insisted that he did not love you. But if he kidnapped your husband, so that you might be free to marry him, he must love you, and you have lied. But I cannot believe that you would break my heart in this way, nor can I credit so honourable a man with such conduct." Katinka then went on to say that Demetrius had not been seen since he crossed to Paris. Where was he? Did Lady Jim know? If so, let her tell the writer, or else Then the epistle ended with a vague threat about hunting out Demetrius and learning the truth. "And when I do," ran the final line, "your conscience will tell you if we are to be friends or foes." This challenge, as it truly was, came from Paris, where Katinka was stopping at the Russian Embassy. It had been registered to ensure delivery. A most unpleasant letter. Leah felt inclined to tear it up. But some instinct told her that Katinka Aksakoff was a persistent girl, with much obstinacy in her character. If no reply came, she would probably hasten to Firmingham for an interview, and Lady Jim did not care about having the second honeymoon of herself and her restored husband spoilt by the scene which would surely take place. After destroying several sheets of note paper, she produced a concise reply, saying as little as ever she could. Nevertheless, she was forced to say much she would have preferred left unsaid. "Captain Strange," said Lady Jim's reply, "declared that Demetrius had so conspired, but he had been set free and had disappeared. What he said might be true or might not. Nothing could be known for certain unless Lord James returned, and up to the date of the letter he had not put in an appearance. Demetrius certainly had come to Paris, not to see the writer, but to interview M. Aksakoff about a possible pardon. At the Henri Trois Hotel the doctor had been seized with a fit, and a Dr. Helfmann had taken charge of him. "Since then," wrote Lady Jim, "I have not seen him. However, I enclose a letter which he sent me on the day I left Paris. It would seem that he has gone to Russia." "And I hope Katinka will follow him there," said Leah, after adding a few Judas words of endearment. "Aksakoff might keep her on his Volga estate. She'll only make mischief if she comes to England. I'll warn her father of that." And she did, for M. Aksakoff received a letter which hinted that his daughter might prove to be a possible firebrand, and so the matter for the time being ended. But Jim had not yet arrived. 7 days passed, and the 8th night since the Buccaneer's release closed in. Leah felt the strain terribly, and hardly ate or slept. Hilda did what she could to cheer her up, but not knowing the whole truth, could do very little. Lady Jim declined to take drugs, as her last experience of these had shown her how they aged people, though that might have been her fancy. All she could do, and did do, was to keep a tight rein on her emotions, and beyond looking pale and a trifle haggard, no one could have told that she was in any way disturbed. Joan was a great comfort to her in those days of strain, and so was Lionel, with his prophecies that all would yet be well. But Leah had no one to whom she could tell the whole shocking truth, and it was desperately trying to a woman, whose nervous system was almost wrecked, to hold her tongue. These still waters were running very deep. She found a certain relief in motion, and while Hilda wept and wailed that the bodies of her dear husband and his father had never been cast ashore for Christian burial, Leah's motor car tore round the country through storm and sunshine. She would not even take a chauffeur, but engineered the machine herself. Providence, or the fetish that stood to her in place of it, watched over her escapades. She met with no accident, not even the most trivial, although in her reckless driving she did her best to reduce the car to matchwood. Like a witch on a broomstick, she flew round the country, frantic and insistent, as though she sought the enjoyment of some wizard's Sabbath. The motor flung mile after mile behind, with a buzz and a hum, and the speed of a destroyer buffeting a rough sea. Leah, with her hand on the lever, swooped down narrow lanes, spun furiously along the King's Highway, crashed through scared villages, and raced the setting sun to the verge of the astonished lands. It was the extreme danger of these flights which delighted and strengthened her, and if she had a large bill to pay for breaking every known law in the county policeman's notebooks, it was easy for the Duchess of Pentland to pay for such frolics. The thrill, the dash, the knowledge of power, the governance of a flying bombshell, these things were worth double, treble, quadruple the money. She was inebriated with danger, exalted by the constant nearness of death, and like a she Satan, defiantly self-sufficient, scorned both God and man. Of woman, needless to say, she took no account whatsoever. Then came one memorable night, riotously wild with wind and rain, with gleaming lamps at top speed, facing the wrath of conflicting elements, battling under a stormy sky. She drove her machine roaring up the avenue. A quick turn of the hand, and she stayed it, fuming and whirring like a live thing, before the porch. Contrary to custom, the door was open. Against the light she saw Lionel, and in a moment guessed the inevitable. Leaving the chauffeur to attend to the monster, this Mrs. Frankenstein sprang up the steps and dragged Lionel under the glare of the electric lamp. A look into his face redoubled the beat of her heart. There, sure enough, she saw what she expected to see. "Take me to him," she breathed, still retaining her grip on his arm. "But are you quite prepared? He is in the library, and " Leah flung the curate away so forcibly that he staggered against the wall. She was out of the hall, she was at the library door, she was in the library itself, and all in two quick drawn breaths. "Hullo, Leah," said a well known voice, in a well known manner. She did not answer, but stared with a bloodless face. possessed entirely by the devil of hysteria. Then she dropped without a cry or a word. Like a blood mare she had held out to the winning post, and thus paid the price of victory. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 30. There are periods in the growth of a tree when the sap, unable to circulate freely, coagulates into knots and protuberances. Leah had heard some empirical dabbler in science say as much, and recognised it as a truthful symbol of her existence for the 12 months following Jim's return. There was certainly a knot in her life, for somehow, in an unaccountable way, things seemed to be at a standstill. Before intermeddling with criminal matters, she had indulged her senses in every possible way, and now that she had receded within the legal limits of action, she was prepared to indulge them again. To her surprise, they did not respond, and she discovered that the nursery stage of enjoyment had been passed. That intermezzo of fierce endeavour, of scheming and fighting, of dancing on the edge of a precipice, and of wandering in perilous ways, had ruined her for untroubled days and comfortable nights. While battling with desperate fortunes, she had detested the storm and necessary stress of the encounter. Now she longed to set her forces in array once more, and dare the worst. The salt had lost its savour, and her vitiated palate demanded pepper, red pepper, hot and biting, to flavour the good things ready for her eating at life's banquet. But Leah found, as many had done before her, that desire is better than success, that there is more zest in striving than in attaining. She had longed for ample funds, and since she possessed full control of the Pentland income, this longing was almost, but not quite, satisfied. Nevertheless, her soul was hungry still. She bought everything she fancied, and scarcely cast a look on her most costly and attractive purchases. She travelled with the luxurious surroundings of a queen, and only felt bored. She stopped at home and yawned incessantly twice round the clock. She would have willingly remunerated the inventor of a new pleasure, but like Xerxes, she could not find so imaginative a man. It was truly lamentable to think that she should possess the moon she had cried for, only to find it was but a used-up world. Jim, on the contrary, flourished healthily under his strawberry leaves, and this best of all possible world satisfaction added to his wife's exasperation. Daily he grew stouter and more plethoric. Daily he made the same stupid observations, and daily he indulged in the gross material pleasures dear to his infinitesimal soul, which was being smothered in superabundant flesh. "You are like a pig removed into a new sty," his wife scornfully informed him. "Not a bad sty," answered the Duke, looking round the room. "Good enough for middle class people, but not for us, Jim. We are desperately poor as Duke and Duchess." "That's so, Leah, but you spend most of the income." "I have a right to. Don't forget what I have done for you." "You give me no chance," said her husband bitterly. "Every time we have a row, you mention things that needn't be mentioned. And after all, Leah, you got me back for your own convenience." "I'm not so sure of that. I wish now that I had kept the 30,000 which we had to pay back, and had let you remain where you were." On board Strange's odd job steamer it wasn't so bad, though I was chained by the leg. I learnt a lot about engines there. Used to watch 'em when she was bumping through hurricanes. They were triple expansion, too. It was fun to watch the old Scotch engineer with his hand on the throttle valve, and hear him curse when the screw leaped sky high to race like a motor. I've had worse times, much worse." He spoke with more animation than usual, and Leah sympathised with his enthusiasm. She also would have enjoyed herself on a rotten hulk with doubtful engines, and an hourly chance of going down into the great green seas. The excitement would have been intense, and the death a clean one. Perhaps Jim had forgotten the softer emotions of man when the Tramp stormed north with every rivet in her hull straining for dispersion. She wondered. "I suppose you missed Señorita Fajardo, then?" "No, curiously enough, I didn't. There was too much fun in thinkin' what would come next to bother about her. I'm a bit of a philosopher, Leah, and when I can't get cake I chew bread. Now I've got the cake, I'm enjoyin' it." "And eaten too much of it. Look how stout you are getting." "Respectable men always get stout when they grow old." "You are not old." "I'm a bit elderly. Somehow I don't enjoy larks so much as I used to," mused Jim thoughtfully. "Sign of age, I suppose. But I daresay I'll get some sort of fun out of life, and maybe we'll need old Jarvey Peel's money at 60. It'll be more than 30,000 by then." "Less the 6,000 you paid Strange," said his Duchess cruelly. Jim winced. "Bit of a pull that, eh? Nice fancy price I've had to pay for your fun, Leah." "It was to bring you back to make you a Duchess, you mean? One would think you were middle class, to hear you talk of titles in that respectful way. Who bothers about such things nowadays? I've been bored to death since Strange's blackmail turned you into a pauper duke." Her husband made a grimace at this very plain speaking. "I wish you wouldn't talk like that, Leah. Hang it, I thought you really loved me when you fainted on my return." "All acting, my good man," she assured him, annoyed by his recalling that 12-month-old weakness. "I had to impress the family somehow." "Then you don't love me?" said Jim, slowly. What a question to ask after nearly 7 years of married life! "But I'm respectable now," urged Jim, setting forth the contents of the new page he had turned over. "I don't race or bet overmuch, and never look at a pretty woman. I go to church, and sit in the Lords, and take the chair at charity dinners, and " "You do that last because you love eating. All the charity funds are spent on the victuals, and the poor get about a penny in the collected pounds. Oh, you are quite a model, Jim, and so dull." This is but a sample of the few conversations the ducal pair allowed themselves, for they did not foregather with any enthusiasm. For propriety's sake, the Duke and Duchess of Pentland were seen together at the few functions they could attend during the months of mourning. Their home life was outwardly harmonious, and the crying down of a grass widow, which had been heard during those weeks of suspense following Strange's arrest, had changed to crying up, when it was seen how very correctly the new Duchess behaved. Therefore they saw one another only officially, save on rare occasions. Leah found Jim dull, as she had frankly told him, and he winced always at his wife's tongue, which had lost none of its cutting power. Even his stupid brain grasped the fact that she was changed, though in what way he could not exactly say. She was certainly restless, and his bovine contentment with things as they are could not understand this phase. Also, she was dissatisfied, although she had secured all she had wanted by almost a miracle. "Rum creatures, women," soliloquized the philosopher, sauntering to his club. "If you gave 'em the solar system to play with, they'd howl for the universe," which was a high flight for Jim to take in the way of metaphor. Leah sometimes thought that the long period of mourning might have darkened her outlook on life. She and Jim were forced by a ridiculously particular world to live quietly, and she could not indulge herself to the full. A constant succession of black dresses palled on one fond of colours, and custom forbade her filling the various ducal residences with amusing people, who in any case were almost impossible to find. Then, as Leah stated, they were really poor, considering the title. What with regiments of servants, and the stately mansions which housed them, the horses and carriages, and motors, and rents and taxes, and unnecessary personal expenditure, and equally unnecessary charities, it was truly difficult to make two aristocratic ends meet. The Duchess of Pentland had to contrive and arrange almost as much as had Lady Jim. From 2,000 a year to 25 times that amount seems a large jump, but the title nullified the value of the estates. Leah ardently prayed that the fetish would increase the incoming and decrease the outgoing, but her Baal seemed to think that it had done enough, even for so devout a woman. "Am I never going to have a good time?" wailed Leah. Later she found that the wail was unnecessary, for the fetish pitied his worshipper and granted her prayer. Coal of the best quality was found on a Welsh property of the Kaims family, and Hall prophesied that in a year or two the ducal income would be doubled. Leah took heart at this sign of grace, as one really could manage pretty well on 100,000 a year. But £1 a minute was Leah's idea of a moderate income, and then she would have grumbled that each hour only brought her in 60 sovereigns. However, she decided to spend what she had, and what was coming along, from the coal to the last farthing, and arranged when the year of sorrow was ended, as it now was, to take her place in the very gayest of society. She would be presented again this season, according to custom, and then would see about exhausting the most advanced pleasures of a civilisation that could not do enough for one of her greedy appetite. This she told to Lady Canvey. "That is a mistake," rejoined the sagacious octogenarian, who was a year older in body and a year younger in brain. "If you exhaust everything in this world, nothing will be left for you but to try the next. And I don't think you are quite prepared for that, my dear." "Perhaps not. I never set up for being a saint." "No, that is a pleasure you have not yet exhausted. Why not try it?" "Because I am no hypocrite. What is the use of pretending to be goody-goody when you are not? Saints are holy, not goody-goody." "It's the same thing." "It might be with you, certainly, but you are not the sort to be canonised." "Well, I don't know. A sinner is the raw material out of which a saint is manufactured. You can't be really good unless you have been really very bad." "That is useful information," said Lady Canvey, dryly, "and very encouraging to people like yourself. You might make an attempt at being Saint Leah or Saint Jezebel." "Lady Canvey!" "Oh!" The old dame chuckled. "Then you do know something of Scripture?" "Yes, but I don't quote it to annoy other people." "Your tongue is quite clever enough to do without such aid, my dear. And don't lose your temper. I'm only talking for your good." Disagreeable conversations are always prefaced by that remark. "Yes?" "I was thinking you might begin on your saintly career by endowing a church with this coal money. They build churches very cheap nowadays. You can have one of red brick, and—" "There are too many churches, and too few worshippers," interrupted the Duchess, with a shrug. "Besides, I propose to endow myself with the coal money. I daresay I shall give £50 or so to Lionel for his paupers." "You must not ruin yourself, my dear," said Lady Canvey, with affectionate spite. "I thought that Lionel, as a married man, and the Vicar of Firmingham, had nothing to do with paupers. There are none in the parish there. At least there were none in Pentland's time," she ended with emphasis. "I suppose you mean to hint that Jim is stopping his charities and putting on the screw. Don't distress yourself, godmother. Everything is as it was, save that our tenants and villagers are more gorged and much more impudent. Lionel doesn't appreciate the godliness of his heritage, because his parishioners pay their rents regularly and come to church without the whip. They are so pious that his occupation is gone. That would not suit an energetic Christian like Lionel." "It doesn't. He and Joan take pleasure trips into the Lambeth slums, and ask seedy ruffians to stay with them in the country. What with converted burglars and wives who assure you they haven't been beaten for weeks, the place is quite a Whitechapel paradise. Lionel preaches to the ruffians, and Joan listens to the wives with whole skins. I believe they join forces to wash the children. Oh, they have rollicking times at Firmingham Vicarage, I assure you." "Very meritorious times," said Lady Canvey, reprovingly; "quite like the primitive Christian Church." "Less clean, I fancy, and more ungrammatical," murmured Leah. "Don't mock, my dear. Lionel is a noble man." "I quite agree with you, and without mockery. Jim is also a noble man, in a different sense, if you will forgive the pun." "It is unworthy of your wit." "I cannot always be pyrotechnical. You need flint and steel to strike fire, and I find no flints amongst the idiots I have to entertain. Do you know, godmother," Leah stared into the fire, "I often wish that Lionel had remained the Duke." "And your husband had been really a corpse? How like you!" "Well," said the Duchess, cheerfully, "Jim might have been of some use if his what do you call those things? Oh, yes, if his vortices had combined with other elements to grow into plants and sheep and cows, and generally do the sort of things which vortices are supposed to do. But as a duke he is a failure." "I don't exactly know what you mean by your heathen talk of vortices," snapped Lady Canvey. "Dust we are, and unto dust shall we return." "Not Jim," protested Leah. "He would return to mud. He just looks as though he were made of sticky, clayey, stodgy mud." "It is not original to abuse your husband." "I know that, but you are too old fashioned to admire originality." Lady Canvey thumped with her stick vigorously. "Do not be so desperately sharp, Leah. You make my head ache. By the way, I have news for you about that nice boy you treated so badly." "I have treated so many nice boys badly. Billy Richardson, Algy Turner, Harry Askew " "The last. He is to be married." "I knew that a year ago. He left before Jim came home to make some Spanish creature his wife. Miss Mamie Mulrady does not sound like a Spanish name." "That girl! You don't say so!" Leah looked genuinely surprised. "I suppose Señorita Fajardo would not have him. Perhaps she is waiting for Mr. Berring." "Who is he?" "Oh, a friend of mine." She put up her muff to hide a smile. "I know that U.S.A. heiress. A nice girl, if she did not affect the Wild West, of which she knows absolutely nothing. No doubt she thinks it chic to let Europeans hear the American eagle scream in the vernacular. Fancy! And to Askew. A good match for him. I suppose he will call pounds, shillings, and pence collectively dollars, now that he is brother to George Washington." "I don't think so. Mrs. Askew will probably be more English than the English." "She might easily be that, since the English are mostly aliens nowadays. Well, I must go. Good bye. I have enjoyed my hour. I always do with you, godmother. Such a clever tongue." "I am not leaving you any money, my dear." "Please don't. Your grandson is finding that opera dancer expensive. Give Canvey your savings, and his lady love will dance professionally on your grave." "I am glad cats don't talk," said the old woman, addressing no one in particular. "One is quite enough." "Ah, they do talk, then," laughed Leah, and having got the last word, slipped away before Lady Canvey could rally her forces. The Duchess, well wrapped up in expensive furs, stepped into the crisp air, thinking of Askew and his triple dip into the matrimonial lucky bag. Lola Fajardo, Marjorie the fixture, and Mamie Mulrady, not to speak of herself, whom he would have married had she cared to call herself by his unpretentious name. Certainly he was a man unfettered by prejudices in love affairs. Dark or fair, tall or short, and of any nationality, he adored them all in an entirely respectable fashion, which included a ring and a parson. "Though I don't believe the silly boy knows what love is," thought Leah. Passing into Piccadilly, she was walking for exercise towards the Park. But people of that ignorant sort always seem to land on their feet, like the cats Lady Canvey spoke of. "I have landed very comfortably myself. I wonder why I can't love any one. How is it that no man can stir me into experience of the grand passion?" Lately Leah had taken to analysing herself, with fatal results. It seemed to her that she was shallow, since nothing in the world made any difference to her, or could make her feel. If Jim had dropped dead of the apoplectic fit which was waiting for him, she would merely have shrugged her shoulders. Had the old Duke come back to claim the title, she would have had small regret in surrendering it. Everything seemed trivial and dull and vulgar. A remark made by Lionel occurred vividly to her at this moment. "You will never be truly happy," he had said, "until you are truly sorrowful." It was an unintentional epigram on the vicar's part, as he was dense, like all the Kaimes family, but it was clever enough to be true. Only, and here was the hopelessness of her life, she saw no chance of becoming sorrowful in any degree, since her indifference nullified deep feelings of any sort. "I suppose I shall have to run in this society circus till I die," she thought drearily. "What a clown's destiny!" The mention of one lover naturally recalled the name of another, and by the time she passed Apsley House, thoughts of Demetrius were running in her head. Not a word had she heard of him since his enforced journey to Siberia via Paris, Havre, and Kronstadt. Katinka Aksakoff might have supplied information, only that Katinka, for reasons which Leah guessed rather than knew, had disappeared some 9 months ago. According to Monsieur Aksakoff, she was ruralising on his Volga estates, and her health forbade an exciting life. The Duchess did not quite believe this smooth explanation, and yet at times she fancied that the diplomatist might have taken her advice regarding the shepherding of an infatuated child. It was then by one of those curious coincidences, perfectly explicable to the psychological mind, that the man himself glided to her side. He looked as tall and lean as ever, but his eyes were less direct in their gaze, and he did not seem to exercise his former self-control. Leah and he had met but rarely during the past year, owing to her retirement consequent on mourning observances, and when they did meet, each had avoided mention of that memorable afternoon in Paris. But when he crossed Leah's path thus unexpectedly, and when her head was filled with Demetrius, and with the woman Demetrius did not love, she resolved to learn the worst or the best. After greeting, she began to speak with unconventional abruptness. "Where is your daughter, Monsieur Aksakoff?" "On my Volga estate," he replied nervously, and from his averted eyes she made sure he was lying badly. "In Siberia, you mean?" He turned with a start. "How do you know that?" "I am right, then?" Aksakoff clasped and unclasped two restless hands over the knob of his cane. "I really cannot say. I do not know why you should make that observation, after I have informed you of my daughter's whereabouts." "I make it because I am a woman, and being such, I know that Katinka's love for that waxed moustached creature will lead her, perhaps has led her, even into Siberian wilds." Aksakoff stopped under the Achilles statue, and probed her mind with his eyes. "Do you really think so?" "I do. Does my thought confirm facts?" He resumed his walk with a troubled face. "I will be frank with you, madame, since we both know that Constantine Demetrius left Paris on that afternoon en route to Siberia." "I know nothing of the sort," contradicted Leah, sharply. "Yet you have admitted that the man is in Siberia." The Duchess laughed carelessly. "All Russians go as naturally to Siberia as Cockneys to Margate. It's a kind of Bank Holiday with them, I suppose. Why not be frank with me?" "Madame, I rather think that I should ask you that question." "I never answer questions," said Leah, coolly. "It saves a lot of trouble. But I make statements, and one is that Demetrius and the woman who loves him are in Siberia." "Do you really think so?" said the diplomatist, repeating himself. "I do think so. But surely you know." Aksakoff shook his head. "Katinka refused to marry her cousin Petrovitch after the disappearance of Demetrius. She questioned me continually about him, and showed me the letter and enclosure which you had sent. A very diplomatic letter, if I may say so. I, of course, denied that I knew anything. She appeared to be satisfied, yet 9 months ago she left my house, left this country, to rusticate on your Volga estates. That was my excuse for her disappearance, and I beg of you, madame, to accept that excuse in society, for the sake of her good name and mine." She nodded, and he went on gravely. "I confess to you, madame, that I do not know where she is. You suggest Siberia. It is possible." "I fancy so, seeing she is infatuated with the man. But how could she possibly learn that he was there?" Leah asked this question a trifle nervously, for there seemed to be something menacing in the strange behaviour of Katinka. "Very easily. You sent her the letter supposed to have been written by Constantine Demetrius in Paris." "What letter is that?" she asked obstinately. The Russian's eyes flashed. "You must know, madame, and you do know, that the letter was forged for your safety." The Duchess stopped abruptly, and became as ice in manner and speech. "You talk very strangely, Monsieur Aksakoff. My safety was never in danger, so far as I know. Your anxiety makes you indiscreet, and thinking so, I pardon the indiscretion." Aksakoff, knowing that she would continue to feign ignorance, even in the face of aggressive facts, apologised with a bow, since it mattered very little. In that forged letter he was determined to stick to the word was the name of Helfmann. "Dr. Helfmann," she corrected. "I gave him that degree, madame," said Aksakoff, dryly. "Helfmann is one of our secret police." "Then you had no business to introduce such a creature into my rooms," said Leah, angrily. "Pardon. The crime is 12 months old. To proceed." "Katinka knew the real business of this man, and may have learned the truth, or enough of it to make her journey to Siberia. Tomsk yes, Tomsk." He leaned his stick on the ground, his hands on the stick, and stared vaguely at the leafless trees. "Assuredly, Tomsk. Is Dr. Demetrius there?" Aksakoff nodded vaguely. "I wish you a good day, madame," said he, and turned away abruptly without raising his hat. The omission of a usual courtesy either betrayed his absence of mind, or showed that what he truly thought of the Duchess of Pentland. Leah, having a tender conscience, chose to assign the latter reason, and resolved to cut the man if he should dare to speak to her again. "But what can you expect from the Russian bear?" she said, resuming her walk. It ended in Curzon Street. She and Jim rented the ducal residence to a wealthy American, and retained the smaller mansion, on the plea that their happiest days had been spent there. This excuse was, of course, a lie, but every one believed it, and said how touching it was to see that a duke and a duchess could be so human. And after all, Leah really did like the cot of her humble days. It was pleasant to think that she had been Lady Jim of Curzon Street, and had taken her title in that way, just like a peer in his own right. Sometimes she regretted that she was simply a duchess, and not Lady Jim as of old. Then she had enjoyed life. Now she found it excruciatingly dull. And it was all the fault of Demetrius, who had taught her more exciting methods of passing time than by killing it. When in the drawing-room she recalled the conversation with Aksakoff, and began to think that there were troublesome days ahead. If Katinka had learned the truth through Helfmann, she was assuredly hovering round Tomsk in the hope of aiding Demetrius to escape. Should she be successful, as so determined a girl might easily be, the man would return to this island of refuge, breathing out vengeance of the diarist. Leah had often contemplated a possible escape, followed by a certain return, and the contemplation invariably produced a shudder. Now that there seemed to be some ground that the man who knew all and would tell all might come to England, she was conscious of rising spirits. The feeling puzzled her. "I ought to be shaking in my shoes," she reflected, "but I feel rather pleased than otherwise. I am spoilt for a life of cotton wool and policemen at every corner. Danger is the sole thing which amuses me. That must be the explanation of my feeling jolly. I expect the heroes and heroines of cheap novels feel the same when they settle to a dull marriage after pages of hair-breadth escapes." She was perfectly right. Leah Pentland was a bad woman, mainly because she had been looked after too carefully. It required upheavals to bring the possible best out of her. She had behaved unscrupulously and basely in dealing with the insurance fraud, because that was the sole adventure which had come her way. But had the adventure been heroic and noble, she would have enjoyed it quite as much, and would have struggled quite as bravely. The reckless way in which she pulled the whiskers of death when throned on her motor car was characteristic of the woman. Given danger, and she blossomed into a heroine, good or bad as circumstances served. At heart she was no vapid society woman, and her fiery pursuit of aimless pleasures merely showed her restless and masculine temperament. Danger braced her. At times, during her first taste of it, she had certainly given way from overstrained nerves, but now she was steeled to the worst that could happen, blooded to the open trail, baptized in unholy fire. If Katinka and Demetrius returned to London to give battle, she was certain, absolutely certain, that she could beat them single-handed. Katinka, she felt, was the more dangerous of the two. Well, let her come, let him come, and victory be to the self-confident. Leah was so sure of her triumph that she did not even cast a thought to her hard-worked fetish. All the same, she kept the peacock's feather constantly in her pocket. "Jim," said the Duchess that night after a tête-à-tête dinner, when the pair reached the coffee stage, "let us sell up, drop our rank, and go to Canada." The Duke stared, as well he might. "Good Lord!" "Pooh! Why do you not say damn, as I feel inclined to do?" Jim still stared with infantile blue eyes. "You say such queer things," he objected, fishing for a cigar. "I should like to do them. Oh, why wasn't I born a real live man? I should have lived." "Well," said Jim, stolidly clipping his weed, "you live now, don't you? In a satin-lined, rosewood jewelled box, if you call that living." "I see what you mean," confessed the Duke, lighting up. "Same here. I was ever so much jollier aboard that dirty tramp. I slugged one of the crew, a Finn he was, a hulking Finn who thought I was a world crawler and no man. They carried him away in bits," finished Jim, with the battle light in his blue eyes. Leah looked at him curiously. "Jim, I really believe that we might understand one another. You and I are meant to be pals, and not a conventional man and wife. If you were only a backwoodsman, I should adore you." "And do the washin' and the scrubbing and the cookin'. I fancy I see you puttin' your back into that sort of work, Leah. Honey pots are more in your line." "I am as sick of honey pots as you are. All this dressing and undressing, and court functions, and paltry pigeon shooting, and skating at Prince's on sham ice, and yachting at Cowes, and a floating hotel. Oh, Lord, how it bores me!" "You're always bored," grunted her husband, unsympathetically. "Can you wonder at it, when I have to go round and round and round in a decorated ring, like a trick pony? If I were a woman, it would be satisfactory, no doubt." "Well," said Jim, obtusely, "ain't you a woman?" Leah sprang from her chair and flung out her arms with a deep chest breath. "I am a man," she announced in resonant contralto tones. "I feel like one, anyhow. Didn't some one say there was no sense in this grown up business? Well, I am like that. Up to the time you went after Lola Fajardo, I did enjoy things all round. But somehow I feel as though the bottom had dropped out of creation." "Drop Lola Fajardo also, then," growled the Duke, colouring. "I never went near her." "Because you couldn't. The serpent in the bamboo, eh, Jim?" "I don't care anything for her now." Leah looked at him steadily. "I am glad of that, because you belong to me to me." "And much you think of me." "I think you are extremely selfish, and desperately weak with even ugly women, and quite a brute when you don't get your own pretty way. And, in short, you are a man, a glorious lord of creation." "Oh, drop rotten." "I am not rotting, as you delicately put it. Like myself, this sugary civilisation has spoiled you. If you had to earn your bread, I should respect you, Jim. I might even love you. Yes," she considered for a moment, "I daresay it might come to that." Jim was growing bewildered. "What does all this mean?" was his very natural interrogation. His wife bewildered him still more by acting in a way which made him gasp. She walked round the table, and, standing at his back, placed her arms around his neck. "I'll tell you, Jim. I have just found out by my very own self that you and I are cave people, pitchforked into the wrong century. We lived 10,000 years too late. Just think of it, 10,000 years of life and death. Let us go back to the mud, Jim, and take up the life where we left it when you were killed, spearing that mammoth." "Leah!" His head was thrown back, and his eyes stared upward in alarm. "I know what you think, but I am as sane as you are, and 10 times cleverer. No." She loosened her arms from his neck and locked them behind her. "Look at me, Jim. Am I a doll?" The startled Duke wheeled his chair and stared at her brilliant eyes, no longer hard and cold, at her stately figure, her splendid red hair, her clearly cut face, flushed and animated. "You're a rippin' fine woman," said he, his sluggish pulses stirred. "So you think. So the world thinks. Yet I have to live in a wadded box, like a wax doll. I want to get out of that box. It stifles me, chokes me. I am sick of the tents of Shem, and wish to house under those of Esau. You and I will take the privilege of rank, and be eccentric. As pals, we'll get on much better than as a Mayfair man and wife of the wrong sort, beyond the borders of this horrid civilisation that is. Buy a yacht, Jim, a tramp hulk with those triple expansion engines you told me about, and let us make for the South Seas. There's a clear path down Channel. Let us explore. Let us venture into the naked lands, and exploit the fringes of the empire. I want to live, you understand." "Oh," she cried almost fiercely, "can't you understand?" "No," said Jim, truthfully, and as stolid as ever. "You have your rank to think of, and my name." The fire died out of Leah's eyes, the colour from her face, the ring from her voice. Even her figure seemed to dwindle from that of a tragedy queen into a conventional Belgravian wife. Then she laughed shortly, and in a way which Jim did not approve of in his Duchess. "I beg your pardon, Pentland," said Leah, using his title to mark the far recoil. "I took you for a man. You are nothing but a society gramophone." Jim would have resented this contemptuous description, but that she gave him no time to formulate an idea in his slow thinking brain. With swift steps she left the room and ascended to her boudoir. There, after locking the door with a strength which disordered the lock, she flung herself face downward on the sofa and cried quietly, passionately, with that suppressed anger and grief and rage which rends the body and brain so terribly. Jim could not, would not understand. He was what he always had been, the sole Gadarene pig into which a devilkin had not entered. "Can I never put fire into that clay?" sobbed Leah, savagely. Only God could have done that, and she did not believe in God. But the fetish was in her pocket. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 31. Leah made no farther attempt to decivilize Jim. He was too engrossed in Egyptian flesh pots to set out for the promised land of splendid adventure and Elizabethan enterprise. In his clay there did lurk a spark of that Promethean fire which, melting meaner aims into one passionate purpose to explore the world and exploit the world, has made England great. Unfortunately, it could not be fanned into anything resembling a flame. The cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, and the garlic of civilization appealed to him insistently, and even if he did betake himself to roaming unfenced wastes, he certainly would not number a wife amongst his luggage. Moreover, and this she knew by instinct, his basic qualities were markedly those of the homing kind. This being so, a few months of tent and road would be used by him as a relish to increased appreciation of the cedar chambers and painted halls wherein his cradle had been rocked. It was clearly impossible to make a silken purse out of this particular sow's ear, so Jim drowsed very contentedly beside the fire, while his wife, out of sheer ennui, chased Piccadilly butterflies, or sat in her ducal niche to be bored with social adoration. But one thing rendered life endurable to Leah Pentland at this juncture, and that was her coming opportunity to exhaust the enjoyable. Now that the days of compulsory sorrow were ended, she had plenty to do, and ample funds for the doing. At Firmingham, the new King and Queen celebrated Christmas, new style, with celebrants who were but doubtfully informed as to the why and wherefore of the festival. Certainly Jim and his Comus rout invaded church on the holy day, and yawned impatiently through liturgy and sermon, but this was a concession to county prejudices. Leah would tolerate no Santa Claus tree, no druidical decorations, and no modernized mumming of the Middle Ages. These out-of-date enjoyments were replaced by political and poetical tableaux, by amateur renderings of smart French and dismal Russian plays, and by the kitchen lancers, when riotous cake-walks palled. Imported musicians in an incorrect foreign uniform played Grieg's melodies, Tchaikovsky's weird sound poems, and that nerve-exhausting music of the present by Herr Wagner, which has now arrived at its future. For the uncouth carol of innocent Victorian days was substituted Sousa's clanging marches, comic songs, clean but inane, and catchy airs from the newest vaudeville, miscalled musical comedy. Out-of-door sports included skating on artificial ice, since it was a green Christmas, motor car races, attempts at golf and polo playing, riding, driving, and sauntering flirtations, while bridge circulated the guests' money at odd moments. It was truly wonderful to see how completely these nominal Christians had substituted a heathen festival of some sort for the orthodox pleasures of tradition. The participants in the orgy were all smart and all blasé, perfectly dressed and triumphantly selfish. With that careful avoidance of spoken appreciation which marks the modern trifler, they took leave of the Duchess with the remark that her notion of what Yuletide should be was not half bad. A week of dull Sundays, so to speak, had been got through capitally. "Nothing frumpish about the thing," pronounced Mrs. Penworthy, who had been asked to gratify Jim, and who had been found woefully wanting in snap. Every one was quite up to scratch. Leah Pentland did simply ripping off her own. The little woman was not talking an unknown language, for the latest successor to Algy understood her excellently well. She spoke the gibberish of those in a hurry, which she had taken some pains to acquire. The very few words in the dictionary used by the fashionable were dropped into the melting pot, and came out in ungrammatical lumps of misused adjectives and verbs, with a paucity of pronouns and prepositions. Mrs. Penworthy, whose sense of humour was strong, had proposed that Lionel should translate the Bible into this time-saving vernacular, so that its spiritual meaning could be arrived at by those who thought the verse of Milton and the prose of Bacon starchy. "Wouldn't hear of it," said she to Algy's latest successor, while munching American sweets in the up-going train. "Told him it would be spiffing to fetch the Psalms up to Mark, but he didn't catch on somehow. Wonder the Duchess can stand him with his horrid correctness. She's fond of doing herself well." "Thought the Duchess had rather a shoppin' face," replied the man, meaning that his hostess had looked worried. "Don't know why she should. Got heaps of cake to chew. Might be she missed Demetrius." "Where'say hang out?" "Don't know. Went prancing off on his own. Got a puff?" The inheritor of Algy's shoes provided the lady with a cigarette. "Fancied she cottoned to th'Askew chap," he remarked, striking a match. "Sure she did. Oh, rather. Aksakoff let on to me 'bout the boy jumping Paris to get fixed. British Embassy fixings, you know. Leah Pentland didn't bring it off somehow. Lucky for her, seeing Jim wasn't a goner. We really could not have received her," ended Mrs. Penworthy. Then, aware that she had lapsed into decent English, corrected her mistake. "Mean we couldn't have let her chip into our game." "Like the Duchess?" inquired her companion languidly. "Don't know quite. Saucy and swagger and all that. Freezes a bit. What? Talks like a book, you know. Awfully expensive rattle." The man nodded. "Thought she wasn't up to Dick. Dare say she'll spin along on her own freely when the hump's off." "Hump? She hasn't got the hump, or the needle either." "Very saucy hump," insisted the male linguist. "Quite birdish. Sorry the old Duke and Frith hopped, maybe." "How very unnatural," sighed Mrs. Penworthy, reverting to English in her disgust. "Quite too awful to think how luck hooks on to her. Really makes one wish to be a bad woman to see how she lands the salmon," she finished more creditably. Algy's latest successor was right. For once in his life of mistakes, Leah was not entirely her own brilliant self, notwithstanding that successful inauguration of the new era. The early excitement consequent on the conversation with Aksakoff had died away, and again she felt the old haunting fear of the possible. But this absurd mood, she hoped, would pass away when the test came. Facing her enemies, male and female, she would doubtless fight like a cornered rat, and would conquer from sheer determination not to be beaten. Nevertheless, this period of suspense was trying to one who had no listener, and who could not talk herself into heroics by mere monologues. A confidant, but necessary only to the weaker part of her character, since her deepest feelings had advised her that pure strength must needs be solitary. She was an oak, not an ivy, and unknowingly agreed with Emerson as to the vitiating effects of comfortable circumstances. "Cast the bantling on the rocks," sang the seer of Concord, and Leah indubitably squirmed thereon, as Jim had informed her in his simple way in a conversation now apparently some centuries old. "Every month's a year now," sighed Leah, wearily. However, pending a possible fight for her social throne, the Duchess made the very best of the passing hour. After the pagan entertainment of the winter solstice, she endured the gorging Christianity of a few belated country houses, whose inhabitants were still eating in honour of a birth which had taken place some 2,000 years ago, as a book they seldom read assured them. She went alone to these Vitellian feasts, as Jim was off the chain until such time as he would be needed to play Duke during the season. The aristocratic prodigal's reformation was but skin deep, and the late whitewash soon wore off to show the unchanged black fleece, since he began with the zeal of a newly uniformed subaltern to poach on various matrimonial manners. Mrs. Penworthy he had naturally grown tired of, as she preferred syndicates to partnerships, so he placed his tried affections on Lady Sandal, who was horsey and doggy and tremendously expensive on account of her betting craze. She and Jim talked kennels and stables, discussing their very unplatonic loves between times, and found each other kindred gutter snipes of the earthly, sensual kind. Leah, speedily informed by a feminine side wind of this new amusement of Jim's 24 leisure hours, did not object, or even hint her knowledge of his backsliding. He kept him out of her way, and Lord Sandal, a Nero with limitations, who dwelt in a superlative glass house, was not likely to submit his wife's latest sin to the fierce light which beats upon the divorce court witness box. Nothing could be more satisfactory to a woman who wanted complete freedom, and Leah again thanked the agreeable fetish for making straight her very crooked paths. But all this time the sword dangled over Leah's head, and its menace became so insupportable that she wished the single hair would give way to decide brusquely for hit or miss. Her desire was gratified on the very night when she made her curtsy to the sovereigns. Having created an immense impression, the Duchess, with eyes as radiant as the family diamonds crowning her imperial head, returned at midnight to her home in the company of a purring husband. Jim really felt that Leah had upheld the family name with her insolent beauty, and moreover was quite the grandest looking woman in London, or out of it. When they arrived in their own drawing room, and she had emerged a royal court butterfly from the chrysalis of her cloak, he turned abruptly and took her in his arms with the hug of a bear. "Leah," he murmured hoarsely, "oh, Leah," and kissed her fair on the mouth with the kiss of Pan. But only once did he exercise that connubial privilege, for she released herself roughly with a sense of intolerable outrage. "Isn't it rather late in the day?" she asked, scornful and angry. "'Pon my word, Leah, I'd be a good husband to you if you would only let me." "Oh, as an over married Turk, I am sure you would be admirable. I know you disapprove of monogamy." "What the deuce is that?" "Something that the Church encourages and society shirks. The Sandal woman can explain the objection." Jim winced at her knowledge of his latest love. "You said that I belonged to you," he reminded her sulkily. "Officially. May I ask the reason for this sudden devotion?" "You look so rippin'." "Thanks for the belated compliment. I am aware that your love is dependent upon the eye." "And what else should it be dependent upon?" "The heart may have something to do with it, you know. Or rather, you do not know. Since our conversation when I asked you to buy a yacht, I have given up trying to educate you in the affections." "I'll buy a yacht now, a dozen yachts, to please you." "Oh," said the Duchess, with a cold smile, "so that Epsom Newmarket woman has been nasty." Jim uttered a bad word under his breath, and flung out of the room in a pet. "I'll play at the club till all's blue," he called out, while banging the door, and a minute later she heard the butler whistle for a hansom. The deserted wife was perfectly aware that Jim's sudden admiration arose from pride of proprietorship, and objected to be cajoled into righteous matrimonial principles on such terms. As it was scarcely 1 o'clock, she seated herself to consider if it would be worth while to lift her uxorious pig out of the mire he loved. A footman with a salver interrupted these creditable meditations. "A lady called twice to see your Grace this evening," said the man, presenting a visiting card, "and has now called again." The Duchess lifted her eyebrows as she lifted the card. "At this hour?" "The lady says her business is important, your Grace." "What business?" Here her eyes fell on the card, and a swift alteration of expression changed her into a different and harder woman. "Ask Mademoiselle Aksakoff to join me here," she ordered abruptly. The sword had not yet dropped, but the hair could not suspend it much longer. Katinka was in England, in London, in her house. And Demetrius? What of him? Why had he not come also? Leah asked herself these questions with brutal directness, resolved to shirk nothing of the imminent danger. After the first dash of dismay, her nerves braced themselves for the ordeal, and she advanced to greet Mademoiselle Aksakoff with a conventional smile, meaning nothing and yet everything. This gave place to an amazed look when she beheld the haggard antagonist with whom she had to cross swords. "My dear girl, what have you been doing with yourself?" She might well ask. Katinka was no longer the demure nun, but a fierce, goated creature of the feline tribe. Dressed quietly in unrelieved black, hatted, cloaked, and gloved, she presented the appearance of one sorely tried in the fiery furnace of affliction, and less lucky than Daniel's brethren. That thin, worn face, those hollow eyes, the wry mouth, the dark hair plentifully bestreaked with grey. She was demoralised, uncanny, and aggressively cruel. In a flash the Duchess knew that this untimely visitor knew the truth, and was prepared to do battle. No quarter would be given by Katinka Aksakoff, and Leah, with a deep breath, braced herself for an Armageddon duel. The contrast between the dowdy Russian girl and the magnificently arrayed woman lay entirely in the garb. Otherwise they were cats of the wildest. Their faces took on a marked resemblance. A stealthy, cunning, sly, guarded expression effaced their ordinary looks. If Katinka's eyes gleamed dangerously, so did those of Leah. If Leah held herself like a pantheress about to spring, so did Katinka. In that splendid room two prehistoric creatures were about to fight over the male. Here indeed was woman, the female of man. Civilization was nowhere. "You know why I have come?" asked Katinka, in a voice as hard as her eyes, and those might have been fashioned of granite. Leah, with flattened ears, so to speak, professed ignorance. She did not intend to criticise until fully aware of facts. A shake of her head conveyed the denial, and brought forth one bitter word: "Liar!" The Duchess glanced towards the door, remembering that the servants had not yet retired, and might be within earshot. "Would you mind speaking in a lower tone?" she suggested between her teeth, for the insult struck home. "Sit down," ordered Katinka imperiously. "I prefer to stand," retorted her antagonist, fighting for the inch. Mademoiselle Aksakoff advanced one step, and her eyes probed those of the Duchess. Without words the situation was adjusted, and in Leah's favour, for the Russian suddenly sat down with a quick, indrawn breath. By that action the woman who had done the wrong knew that she was the stronger of the two, and a tyrannical instinct to bully the weak rose hotly in her breast. "What do you mean by coming at this late hour and misbehaving?" she demanded harshly. "You know well what I mean." "Pardon me, I never professed to understand the vagaries of a mad woman." At this brutal speech Katinka's hand shot into her pocket, but Leah did not move. "A weapon?" she asked sneeringly. "That would be quite in keeping with your blatant nationality. Foreigners are so fond of the melodramatic." The girl withdrew her hand quietly. "You are too poor a creature to kill, Lady James." Leah smiled at the old title, and passed the remark with a contemptuous shrug. "Later on, perhaps. Who knows?" "Who, indeed? It is impossible to foresee what an hysterical lunatic will do. Do you propose to shoot or stab me, or to blow me up? I understand that bombs are favoured in your happy country." The crude hostility of this speech was plainly intended to infuriate the Slav woman, but it missed the mark aimed at. Katinka looked at the mocker gravely. "How afraid you are!" Leah shrugged again. The remark was too futile to be commented upon. "Yes, you are," went on the other, a trifle roused, "else you would have me turned out by your servants." "Later on, perhaps. Who knows?" repeated the Duchess, using the girl's own words; then continued soothingly: "No, I shall not call the servants and make a scandal, since your father is my friend." "Your accomplice, Lady James." "What an unpleasant word, and how very unsuitable." "For what you did in Paris." "I did nothing in Paris to deserve such a word. Perhaps you mean something else. You foreigners know the grammar of English, but rarely the meaning of words. I remarked the same defect in your father." "I have no father." "Indeed, I have not yet heard of his death." "Your misunderstanding of my meaning is pretence." "Ignorance, I assure you. And as it grows late, and I am tired, may I ask you to explain your business?" "I can do so in one word Demetrius." Katinka rose to give full force of expression to the name, and her voice rose with the utterance. Leah remained perfectly calm, and indulged in badinage. "Demetrius? Oh yes, that horrid little man with the waxed moustache. A doctor or a chemist, wasn't he?" "Your lover." "Oh no, I have no use for that sort of person. If I had, I should certainly not pick one out of the gutter." "Demetrius?" "Yes," she went on musingly, but watchful of her enemy. "I had almost forgotten him. He went to St. Petersburg, didn't he? And you loved him, I remember. A queer choice, I thought at the time. Well, have you married him?" "It grows late, and you are tired," mocked Katinka, successfully keeping her temper, and thereby disappointing the Duchess. "We had better not waste time." Leah yawned. "It seems to me that we have been doing nothing else since you came in. Demetrius is in England." "Really? How very interesting. As doctor or prince?" "As an escaped Siberian felon." "No." Leah's face assumed a skilful expression of mingled pity and horror. "Poor little man! He was mad to go to Russia. I thought so when I read his letter, which I sent you." "The forged letter." "Don't be silly. One would think you were on the stage." Katinka bit her lip to prevent furious speech, and locked her arms behind her, as though she feared lest temper should engender violence. Leah noted her expression, however, and retreated towards the bell. "You are talking nonsense," she said coldly. "As much as I respect your father, I shall certainly summon the servants to put you out, unless you go at once." "I shall not go, and you shall not order your servants to put me out," cried Katinka fiercely. "I defy you to press the button of the bell." With a feeling that the girl had scored on this occasion, Leah withdrew her hand, making the usual excuse. "For your father's sake, I spare you the indignity." "I repeat that I have no father, and I repeat that I am tired. What do you want?" "You must arrange with me to see Constantine." "Who is Constantine?" "You know. I do not. You do." Their eyes met, and this time Leah won the victory over a woman obviously worn out. "Constantine is Demetrius," explained the Russian in a fatigued voice, and closing her eyes. "Oh, my God!" She dropped into her seat with a low wail, and covered her face. Leah heard the clock strike the half hour through the sobs of her visitor. She was absolutely sure that Katinka was at her mercy, and wished to dismiss her, beaten and crushed. But first it was necessary to learn why Demetrius had not come also. Leah moved swiftly towards the broken creature, and laid a firm hand on her heaving shoulder. "My dear." She got no further. With the elusive spring of a wild animal, Katinka flung off the hand, reared, and struck out. The blow fell fairly on Leah's mouth, and she found herself mopping up the blood of a deeply cut lip before she had any clear idea of what had taken place. "Oh, you liar, you beast, you devil!" cried the Russian, with the savagery of a Kalmuk tent woman. "I could kill you kill you!" "Mad," mumbled Leah, with the lace handkerchief to her lips. "I am sane," retorted the other swiftly. "I know all. You lured Constantine to Paris. You sold him to my father to hide your iniquity. I saw Helfmann the spy. Do you hear, the spy? I bribed him. It took months to bribe him, but in the end I bought the truth. My father, shame to my father, drugged Constantine at your table, and Helfmann, as a sham doctor, took him to Havre, to Kronstadt, to Moscow. The Grand Duke Sergius," here she spat when mentioning the hated name, "yes, he, that beast of beasts, sent him to Siberia for life. Ah, for life, do you hear, Judas Jezebel animal that you are? I followed the man I loved. And who did not love you, muttered the Duchess, rocking with the pain of her swollen and bleeding lips. She had seated herself by this time, and did not seek to stem the torrents of insults. "And why?" Katinka flung back her head, and her nostrils dilated. "Because you stole his heart, that he might do your evil bidding. But he loves me now, with all his heart and soul. He loves me now. I went to Tomsk to aid his escape. I followed to Sakhalin. I waited and waited, eating my heart out. Oh, my heart!" She laid her hand on her breast. "Oh, my breaking heart! We escaped. He did. I did. We escaped. Do you hear? You who sold him. There were months of terror and sorrow and cruel cold. But God was good. He was kinder than man, more merciful than you, who damned a soul to that frozen hell. God, the good God, whom I adore and worship." She fell on her knees, striking her hands together. "He aided us to reach the waiting ship of Strange and Strange." Leah rose, shaken and sick. "Strange?" Katinka leaped up to face her. "The man you bribed with £6,000 to take your sin on his soul. I know all about your wickedness. Strange knows. Constantine knows. We will tell the world what we know. And you, shamed, disgraced, beaten, hounded out of your world, ah, down will you fall, unless," Leah, gripping a chair and swaying, looked up. "Unless you come to Southend to see Constantine." "I refuse." "Then I tell everything. I go to your husband." Leah, in spite of her pain, laughed at the idea. "I go to your police. I tell " "Stop. I shall come, since you insist upon it." "I do. Constantine likewise. He is ill, very ill. His eyes are blinded by the glare of the snows whither you sent him. He is oh, my poor angel, my patient saint, he is " Stopping abruptly, she looked with an evil eye at the woman she had so shamefully marked. "I will leave you to see the wreck you have made of him. You will come?" The Duchess nodded. "But I can explain all," she mumbled. "Explain it, then, to Constantine," said her enemy contemptuously. "I go now. Meet me to morrow at Liverpool Street Station, at the barrier. We can go to Southend by the 5 o'clock train. Constantine is on board Strange's ship, which lies off Southend." "Ah, then you mean to " "Carry you away? No, you are not worth it." Leah's indomitable courage, quelled for the moment, blazed up fiercely. She forgot her pain, her disfigured mouth, and faced Katinka in a blind rage. You," she clenched her hands and panted like a spent runner, "you have said all. I agree to all." The Russian looked at the wounded mouth with a cruel, calm smile, then sauntered deliberately to the door. There she smiled still more serenely, pointed a mocking finger at her enemy's wry mouth, and slipped away without a word and almost without a sound. Leah sprang to the mirror. Had this woman marred her beauty? The mouth was swollen, the lips still bleeding. There were wounds within and without, and a rather loose tooth. Leah could have howled aloud at the shame, the humiliation of her defeat. That she should be struck, beaten, mastered, she of all women. She ah, she cried, but softly, mindful of danger. Then the thought came to her that she would have to account for her damaged mouth, and with the thought came enlightenment. Passing quickly out of the room, she ascended the stairs rapidly to her room. Half way up she stumbled and fell. The footman, hearing the fall, ran up and lifted her. He saw that her mouth was bleeding. Natural enough, oh, perfectly natural. "It's them beastly long trains," explained the footman in the servants' hall. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 32. "Never knew you to tumble before, Leah," grumbled the Duke next morning, when admitted into his wife's bedroom. "Accidents will happen," murmured the Duchess, rather lamely, and too much shaken to be original. "I can't talk, Jim. My mouth is still sore." "What can you expect if you go a mucker? And the season's startin', too. You'll not be able to show with that swellin'." A week at Firmingham will put me right. Katinka Aksakoff is coming down also." "Heard she looked in last night. What made her call at so late an hour?" "She's worried about her father," lied Leah, prepared for the question. "Had an almighty row with him over that bounder doctor, I expect." Leah nodded languidly. "Monsieur Aksakoff has gone to Southend. I take his daughter with me there to make peace." "Southend! There's a hole. What's he doin' in that roost?" "How should I know? I'll reconcile the two if I can, and Katinka can be my companion at Firmingham." "Dull company," confessed Jim candidly. "She never could flirt." "That will be no drawback," said his wife dryly. "Go away, please." "What lie am I to tell about your sickness?" "Tell the truth, by way of a novelty. Or, if you prefer a lie, say that I have appendicitis. One must be fashionable even in diseases." "All right," said Jim, too obtuse to note the irony. "Sorry you're so ill. You've made an awful mess of yourself. Women will wear such confounded trains." "Good bye at present. I'll look in at Firmingham durin' your week of penance"; and, talking himself out of the room, Jim went about his ordinary nefarious occupations, feeling that he had behaved as a husband should. The Duchess turned wearily on her pillows and winced, not with pain, for her mouth, though still swollen, was much less tender. It was the prospect before her that hurt. In the evening a difficult interview had to be got through somehow, and her brain began to forecast the probable result. If Katinka could be believed, it would scarcely prove to be a pleasant one. Demetrius apparently intended to punish her by blackening an unsoiled character. Such a nasty, revengeful spirit, thought Leah, feeling ill-used and depressed. But after all, what could the man say, likely to incriminate her, seeing that she had moved amongst the pitfalls of the plot as delicately as Agag? Demetrius had conceived and executed the entire scheme, and what could he say would only fit in neatly with Strange's confession, which the public already knew and condemned? Her hand could not be traced either in his Parisian journey or in the drugging of the tea. How was she to know that Helfmann was a police spy, or that the letter assuring her of the doctor's intended return to Russia had been deftly forged? Her surface behaviour, at least, was perfectly honest, and would bear even the scrutiny of an interviewer. She could, taking a broad view of unpleasant circumstances, defy the creature, but nevertheless felt instinctively that it would be unwise to dare him to do his worst. Such a plotting, narrow-minded, sneaking beast would ruin himself to ruin her, and mud, if thrown persistently, was apt to stick even to the whitest robe. What a shame that this animal should so persecute her! How hard on a kind-hearted woman, whose sin, as he called it, was merely an error of judgment. By the time Leah finished her reflections, her frame of mind was one of much injured innocence. Later in the day, when driving to Liverpool Street Station to keep her hated appointment, Leah half decided to call on Aksakoff, but second thoughts assured her that his intervention was quite out of the question. Were Demetrius to be arrested in British waters, the Radical press would howl, and nasty, meddling politicians would ask unnecessary questions in the Commons. It would be wiser, after all, to fight alone and to the bitter end. If Demetrius thought she would give in, Demetrius was entirely mistaken. He had yet to learn that she could be as nasty as hitherto she had been nice. But he was horridly ungrateful, as all men were. In this way did the arch plotter salve her conscience and compose her mind. It was darkish when the brougham arrived at the station, and Leah, glancing about under the electric lamps, saw Katinka waiting at the ticket barrier. For the benefit of an inquisitive maid and an observant groom, she addressed her gaily, though it was not easy to speak with still aching lips. "You are punctual," said the Duchess, pressing an unwilling hand with ostentatious warmth. "Excuse my speaking much. I fell on the stairs last night after you left, and hurt my mouth." "I commiserate with you, madame," replied Katinka, sarcastically. "So good of you. I hope Monsieur Aksakoff will not expect me to chatter." "My father?" echoed the girl, staring. "He's at Southend, isn't he?" said Leah, impatiently. "At least you told me so last night. I have instructed my maid to go on to Firmingham while we travel straight to Southend. Such a cockney place, isn't it? Then we can get back. Oh, about what time?"
"Say 11 o'clock," returned the Russian, grimly. She now saw through the clever comedy which was being played. "You understand, Marie," said Leah, turning to her maid, who was all ears and eyes. "See that the brougham is sent in time. Come with me, dear. There's a reserved compartment. At least I ordered one. Curl, go and look." Thus prattling to deceive her domestics, Leah adjusted a very thick veil, which hid from the public a face whose expression was quite at variance with her sweet nothings. When the two entered the carriage and the train was moving slowly out of the station, Katinka burst into a harsh laugh. "I congratulate you, Lady James. You should have been a conspirator." "So your dear father told me. Compliments run in your family, apparently. Surely you do not blame me for putting things right with my servants. They might think it queer otherwise, and one cannot be too careful with such creatures." "I fail to see what good your exceedingly clever explanations will do. Constantine intends to speak out." "What about?" asked Leah, chafing and throwing up her veil to manage the girl more easily with her dominating eyes. Katinka, always fiery and with slack nerves after her Siberian experiences, almost lost what temper she had left. "Need we keep on your comedy, madame?" "I'm sure I do not know what you mean. One would think that I wish to deceive people the way you talk. And after what I have done for you, too. It's most ungrateful." "And pray what have you done, Lady James?" "Don't call me Lady James. Your stupid mistakes get on my nerves." "Done? Why, I pretended to fall on the stair, to excuse the state of my mouth. Had I been a nasty, spiteful creature such as you are, I should have given you in charge for assault." "Give me in charge now," sneered the girl. "I might. Don't drive me into a corner." "You are inconsistent. If you have done nothing wrong, how can I drive you into the corner you speak of?" "Because you are a monomaniac," retorted the Duchess angrily. "You seem to think that I am the cause of the doctor's exile. I, of all people, who would not hurt a fly." "You would hurt a dozen flies if anything was to be gained," snapped the other, irritably. "You betrayed my Constantine." "I did nothing of the sort, as he will understand when he hears what I have to say. Hearing and believing are two different things, Lady James." Leah shrugged away the speech. "Of course you are prejudiced because Demetrius loves me." Mademoiselle Aksakoff fetched a long, deep breath. "Do not try me too far. Do you intend to assault me again?" "No. I even apologized for the blow. I told Constantine this morning of my interview, and he said that I was wrong. It is for him to deal you justice and punishment." "Punishment? Justice?" Leah laughed aloud in sheer rage at her inability to parry these insults. "And for what, pray?" "Constantine will tell you." "In that case, I do not wish a second-hand judgment from you." The two glared at one another, venomous and defiant. As usual, the younger woman's eyes fell first, and she retreated to the furthermost corner of the carriage, while Leah, pulling down her veil, tried to face this most disagreeable situation. Not another word did they exchange until the ducal servants branched off at Shenfield Junction, and they had to be publicly amiable. Then again silence reigned until their destination was reached. By that time Leah was more her old insolent self, and disposed to be unpleasant. "Will you drive or walk?" asked Katinka, coldly, when they alighted on the South End platform. "Walk, of course. I do not mind at all being recognised, since I have come to see your father on board this yacht. Captain Strange would be flattered by your description." The Duchess laughed contemptuously as they stepped into the street. "I am scarcely responsible for Monsieur Aksakoff's notion of a yacht. Foreigners are so ignorant." "They are not so clever as Englishmen or Englishwomen." "Except in trickery and blackmail, where they surpass them," retorted Leah, her petty rage insisting on having the last word. Katinka permitted her the gratification, and they walked the whole length of the High Street in grim silence. At a rude quay jutting from the beach of the lower town they boarded a disreputable boat, rowed by two pirates and steered by a third. The night was starry but moonless, comparatively calm, and noticeably chilly. Leah shivered as the boat made for a vivid green riding light, which shone, an emerald star, no great distance from the shore. But her shiver might have been an admission of dread. Katinka took it to be so, and smiled in a gratified way as her enemy climbed the side of the steamer, which was a veritable gipsy of the sea, untidy, dirty, and decidedly questionable in honest eyes. Strange did the honours, loud-tongued and raucous. "Guess it do my eyes good to see your Grace," was his welcome. "Hold your tongue, and don't use my title," she replied furiously. Strange's milk of human kindness turned sour on the instant. "I ain't highfalutin enough, I s'pose. Pity I ain't a dandy skipper of sorts, all hair oil and giddy gold tags." Leah turned her back without deigning a reply, and looked inquiringly at Katinka. The girl, with an enigmatic smile on her wan face, led the way down some greasy stairs into a stuffy stateroom, and opened the narrow door of a side cabin. Leah entered, and heard the lock click behind her. Evidently Mademoiselle Aksakoff did not think it judicious to remain. "But I daresay her ear is at the keyhole," thought the Duchess contemptuously. She was trying to preserve her self-respect by heaping obloquy on her rival, but scarcely succeeded as well as she desired. Then she said "Ugh" twice, and with emphasis. The interjections were not meant for the girl's possible eavesdropping, but to show Leah's disgust at the close atmosphere of the cabin. It was a nauseous, musky, sickly odour, which reminded her only too vividly of the monkey house at the Zoo. Neither light nor air entered the den, save through the round porthole over the bunk, which was unscrewed. But even the briny sea breeze, blowing softly, could not do away with that thick, tainted atmosphere which had provoked the visitor's exclamations. With her handkerchief to her mouth, Leah's eyes strove to become accustomed to the faint light. She saw dimly a heap of blankets, but no form was visible beneath, and no face was to be seen. Possible trickery occurred to her, until a voice came heavily through the fetid gloom. Then, in spite of its odd, strangled sound, she felt instinctively that Demetrius was buried somewhere under the clothes. "You will excuse the absence of a lamp, madame? My eyes are half blinded with the snow glare, and very tender." "How strangely you speak," remarked Leah, involuntarily. "A sore throat," was the hoarse reply. "Siberia, as madame must be aware, is not a summer climate." The wheezy sound ended in a kind of piping whistle. "I am sorry you have suffered," said the Duchess, at a loss what to say. "Ugh, the smell," she thought, seating herself on a locker, and feeling almost too sick to control her faculties. "Madame is too good." A dangerous pause ensued, while Leah wondered what was about to happen. The man assuredly was Demetrius, and Demetrius was assuredly extremely ill. It was within the bounds of possibility that he might spring up and kill her. The thought did not trouble her overmuch. So dangerous a business had to be faced undauntedly, and she kept down her womanly weakness with masculine strength. During those slow minutes she could hear the lapping of the waters on which the vessel rocked, hear also the laboured breathing of the sick man. This stopped for a moment, and then did she hear her own easy breaths. Demetrius evidently heard them also, and had paused to listen. He laughed weakly, softly, clucking like a fowl. "Madame is very brave." "I'm frightened to death," she assured him, to excite his pity. "Your breathing tells me otherwise. I am certain, madame, that your pulse beats regularly, and that your nerves are entirely in order." "Is this a consultation?" she asked coolly. "It is the farewell of two who loved," murmured the hard, thick voice, muffled by the blankets. "That is, madame, of one who loved and of one who did not. And therein, as Monsieur Heine truly remarks, lies the tragedy of existence." "Demetrius, Constantine," Leah felt that she must come to the point and get rapidly through the interview, if only to escape from the sickening atmosphere. "Katinka accuses me of betraying you." "Well, madame?" "I did not. I swear I did not." "Indeed? Mademoiselle Aksakoff is doubtless mistaken." "In a way. She wishes to save her father from blame." "As a good daughter should. Will you explain further, madame?" "Certainly. I came, of my own free will, to explain. Katinka told me how ill you were, and I could not bear to think you should die, believing me to be dishonourable. Madame speaks hopefully of my dying. It would please her, perhaps. No. What do you take me for? I never loved you as you wish to be loved. But if Monsieur Aksakoff had not interfered, and we had married, I should have come to love you." "You speak of what might have been." "I suppose so. Circumstances are altered. Marriage is out of the question." "Assuredly. And I am scarcely fit for a bridegroom." "What is the matter with you?" asked Leah, anxiously. Demetrius passed over the question. "Besides, Captain Strange informed me that your husband has returned. Madame was doubtless pleased at that marvellous resurrection, so cleverly managed." "No," said Leah, honestly enough, "I was not. But circumstances made it imperative that Jim should return." "And for me to travel in Siberia?" "Blame Monsieur Aksakoff, blame Monsieur Aksakoff," she insisted. "I am innocent." "Be pleased to observe, madame, that as yet I have brought no accusation against you. Katinka acted as your mouthpiece." "You have not my authority to say that." "Then I gather that you do not blame me for your exile?" "How can I, with any truth, madame, seeing that you accuse Monsieur Aksakoff?" "I do," said Leah, resolutely. "In that case, I regret that mademoiselle struck the wrong person." "You know that she struck me?" "I was informed of it this morning, and express my regret that she acted so foolishly. Did the blow hurt you?" "It was most painful. I feel it still." "Your lip is cut, then?" "Both lips, inside, luckily, so there will be no visible scars. But even now a very little would make them bleed." Such was the profound egotism of her nature that she expected further sympathy from the man she had reduced to such a condition. But the doctor's stock of polite phrases appeared to be exhausted. In place of a compliment came a hoarse chuckle, like the cry of an early starling. "You appear to approve," said Leah, ironically. "Pardon. I mentioned before that mademoiselle, in my humble opinion, was wrong. She was very wrong. I am not accustomed to deal with wild beasts. Spare me, madame. I owe her so much." "I owe her nothing except revenge for striking me. But I excuse that, because she is ignorant of the truth." "I am also ignorant, madame." "You shall hear it now. Yes, the absolute truth." Again came the raucous sound, which might have been a laugh or a groan. Leah could not tell which. "The truth," murmured the sick man, adding, after a significant pause, "I am waiting, madame." "I went to Paris with Miss Tallentire," explained the Duchess, beginning anywhere in her hurry. "And Mr. Askew followed." "Followed you?" "Certainly not. I always detested the boy. So conceited. He admired Miss Tallentire, and his liking for me was the passing fancy of a shallow nature. To arouse your jealousy, Monsieur Aksakoff put it about that Mr. Askew intended to marry me in Paris. The gossip, and it was merely gossip, came to Mrs. Penworthy's ears. That woman hated me then, and hates me now. To make mischief, she told you. You came over to Paris. There, you remember what took place." "Not at our final meeting. My last memory of your face is seeing it across the tea table. You had a fit of some kind, and Monsieur Aksakoff called up a Dr. Helfmann, who took you away in a cab to be cured. Then I received a letter from you stating that you were going to Russia. As I fancied you might have settled with Monsieur Aksakoff about your pardon, of course I quite believed it. And I think that is all." "Did you not know that the letter was forged?" "No." "That the so-called Dr. Helfmann was a spy?" "No." "That the coffee, or rather that the tea, was drugged?" "No. How could I possibly know that Monsieur Aksakoff was using me as his tool? If the tea " "It was tea." Well, if he put anything into the tea, I did not see him do it. It was Monsieur Aksakoff who gave you into Dr. Helfmann's charge when you were insensible. Now, am I to blame?" "Your explanation is eminently satisfactory, madame." "And you believe me? It would be impolite to doubt a lady." Leah was nonplussed. She was manufacturing conversation, and his comments were trivial, if not ironical, as she shrewdly suspected. She could not quite arrive at his real meaning. He avoided answering leading questions, and would neither accept nor decline her asseverations. "I have no more to say," she remarked, with an air of one washing her hands of the whole affair. Again a deadly silence ensued. Again she heard the heavy breathing of the creature hidden under the heaped blankets. Again sounded the drowsy lapping of the water and the faint sigh of the wind. This time she resolved to make him speak, so that she might learn precisely what he thought. But the moments passed, and no speech came. Finally it did come, in the unemotional voice of one who speaks in his sleep. He discoursed on a subject about which she had no desire to hear. "Paris, Havre, Kronstadt," said the slow, drawling, monotonous tone, "and then the weary journey across the Urals. Oh, the cold and the snows and the bitter storms of Siberia! Chains and hunger, dirt and rags, and always, always the hopeless future. None loved me, none lifted me up, none spoke words of kindness. Loneliness and sorrow, and the constant torment of painful memories." The voice died away in a sob. Leah, desperately anxious to defend herself still further, would have spoken, but her mouth was dry, her lips ached, tremors thrilled her body as the nerves twittered, jumped, and quivered. Over the low bunk she could see the rocking stars as the vessel swung to her anchor. What glimmer of light there was revealed faintly the piled blankets, and nothing more. The face was veiled by almost material shadows. And again, drearily and heavily, rose the thick, muddy voice, without variance in its tones, without the music of feeling. It might have been, and probably was, a voice from the tomb. As it surged sluggishly through the fetid gloom. "St. Petersburg," announced the toneless voice, "Moscow, and the farce of a trial, the waving of a white-gloved hand, and a courtly bow to dismiss me into pain and darkness and to a living grave. Nijni Novgorod, and Mother Volga, who takes us convicts to her breast." Here came the dry chanting of a weird song, which made the listener's flesh creep and her guilty soul quail. Then again, slowly, wearily, Demetrius began to name the stations of his cross on the way to the cavalry of a final prison: Kazan, Pianibor, Perm, the bleak Urals, that prison wall of the exile, Ekaterinburg, Tiumen, the doorstep to the baron's cell, Borka, Dobruna, Oshalka. The rough Russian names grated on Leah's ears: Yevlevoy, and the slow-flowing river, the prison barge, the black bread, the bitter, biting, burning cold, Tobolsk, with its deathly mists and clammy darkness of Egypt, the charity song, the weary, weary Miloserdnaya. He sang another line or two in a cracked voice, and broke out more humanly. then the warm sunshine, like the smile of the good God, and days of those gentle winds we shall never breathe more. The flowers and the winds, the sunshine and the laughing children, Samaroff, Surgout, Narim. He paused to gather strength for the crying of a name which issued with a sob of heartfelt agony. Tomsk. Oh, Tomsk! Those long, long days of waiting for what was to be, the horrible mercies of the unjust. Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison. She saw the convulsive movements of the blankets and knew that he was making the sign of the cross. After the crying to God and His Son came the protest against the cruelty of man. The weary prison of Tomsk. The road, the long horrible road to the ice-bound coast. Sakhalin, the island of pain, the hell of the innocent, and a human soul lost. Christe eleison. A loving, sinning soul, for which thou didst die. Lost, lost, lost. Leah's nerves ached and shook and shuddered as the account of the vile journey welled forth smoothly, like thick oil. With fixed eyes and fascinated ears, she took in the terrible Odyssey. After another sobbing pause, the broken creature was crying bitterly. The voice recommenced, droning on one note, until Leah felt that she could have screamed, if only to vary the sound. Demetrius spoke of the barren wastes of Sakhalin in the Gulf of Okhotsk, where the freezing straits of Nevisky run between mainland and island. He told of obdurate Cossacks, of cruel jailers, of the treacherous Gilyak natives who prevent the escape of the mortal damned. A note of emotion crept into the voice, and in its level tones she discerned a faint hope, a smuggled letter, and the assurance that help was at hand. A corrupted warder, a bribed soldier, a black starless night, and a desperate escape over deserts of snow. Then came heart-rending relations of a drifting boat, of suffering and starvation and cold, which burnt to the bone. Leah heard of a brave woman. My love, said the voice tenderly, toiling with a bought Japanese fisherman to bring the tiny shallop to a haven beyond the grip of the merciless Muscovite. The weird tale took her through La Perouse Straits, northward amongst the Kurile Islands, and into the naked lands of Kamchatka. Here again, as she gathered, the fugitives were in danger of recapture, but they fled still further north, through the bitter cold and under a bleak, sunless sky, to herd with the Koryaks. The tormented voice droned ever on about these filthy savages, fish-eaters and hunters of the unclean. It shuddered through accounts of loathsome diseases, and of smoky, defiled huts like the hells of Swedenborg. And the man wailed, always, ever and again, of the danger of being retaken, of terrible suspense, of shattered nerves, and of the eternal strength of a pure woman's love. The tale ended with painful outbursts of joy at the sight of strangers tramped standing towards the inhospitable Siberian coast. Peace, plenty, warmth, food, safety, kindness, hope, love, chanted the voice, broken up into almost musical gratitude. Then a pause of infinite meaning, ended by a dry, clucking chuckle. And I lived that I might see you, breathed the man she had cast into the hell he had described. Leah's hair bristled at the roots. The speech was so terribly significant, but her soul still fought against the inevitable punishment, whatever that might be. Not my fault, she panted eagerly. Horrible, horrible, but not my fault. Oh, believe me, Constantine. You have asserted your innocence before. murmured the sick man, ironically. "And now?" "Now?" Her heart almost stood still, so intensely did she listen. "We must part for ever." "But you?" "I devote what remains of my life to the woman who has saved me, to the angel who drew me out of the frozen deeps of hell." "And you will say nothing?" "This boat leaves here to night for a place which needs not be mentioned. I go out of your life for ever, and silent." "Oh, thank you, thank you." "For what, madame, since you assure me of your innocence?" Leah felt awkward. She had said too much. "Katinka is so prejudiced that I thought " Her voice died away. The lie would not come forth in the presence of this dying wretch. "You thought she would be jealous?" "Ah, no, madame." Demetrius paused, and clucked again like a brooding hen. "She permits you to kiss me with a last kiss." "No." Leah half rose and fell again, recoiling with a cry of terror at the prospect of setting the final seal on her treachery, as did Judas in the garden. "I beg of you, my first love, one kiss to dismiss me into the silence, to close my mouth for ever and ever." So he did doubt her. He did not believe. All her lies were discounted. All his conversation was merely ironical and make believe. He held her in a vice, and release would come only when she submitted to a revolting caress. "I will not. I dare not," she stammered, shrinking against the wall in an agony of physical fear from an object which a guilty imagination revealed as loathsome to sight and touch. You have no right to" "The right of love," said the weary voice. "You have no proof. The cipher letters." And a lean hand held out a packet, drawn from under the discoloured blankets. "For one kiss, madame, for one kiss." "Ugh!" groaned Leah, and snatched eagerly. Packet and hand disappeared swiftly, and the voice whistled in a jeering manner. "One kiss, madame, one kiss." She still fought. "My mouth is sore. I am " "One kiss, one kiss, the last and the best. Or " Leah, writhing against the wall, gasped soundlessly. In that last word there was the sound of a terrible threat. It was the knell of respectability, of ease and luxury, and of all that makes life worth living. A single caress would buy the evidence, a touch of her mouth, and she would be free for ever and ever and ever. "One kiss, then," she muttered, and with all her soul crying strenuously against the horror, she tottered forward. "One." Her lips sought the place where a mouth might be supposed to be waiting. Two arms flew up and gripped her. She could not scream, for the arms dragged her down, belted her like iron bands. Her mouth was on his lips were on hers. She writhed, silent and agonized, in the horrible caress, in the abominable embrace, trying to free herself in vain. Demetrius placed his lean hand on the back of her head and absolutely ground her mouth against his own. She could feel the wounds break and bleed, sanctifying the kiss of Judas. His arms relaxed. She flung backward, and the long withheld scream broke forth shrill and vehement, as if in answer to that terrible summons Katinka tore open the door and entered with a smoky paraffin lamp. With one hand the girl thrust the shaking, sobbing woman forward, with the other held the lamp towards the face peering out of the blankets. "Oh, my God!" shrieked Leah, and sprang from the cabin, pursued by the cackling of broken laughter. She made for the deck, for the side, for anywhere to be out of the sight of that face which would haunt her till she died. Strange, in silence, handed her, sobbing and whimpering, down the black side where the boat received her. She dropped in a heap, and beside her dropped from Katinka's hand a packet of letters. Above, from an open porthole, came clucking, cackling, chuckling laughter, insanely gleeful, and the silent stars of God shone over land and sea. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Lady Jim of Curzon Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lady Jim of Curzon Street by Fergus Hume. Chapter 33. So Leah won after all. She went out with a definite purpose, and returned with that purpose achieved. Yet not fully, since what she desired had been flung to her as a bone to a dog. In the panic-stricken flight from the field, she carried with her the spoils of victory, and something less desirable, the price of her good name, the security of her position, the entire triumph. These, as she well knew, had been gained by shameful self-surrender. Indeed, it could scarcely be called a victory, seeing that she had succumbed to the masterful brutality of her enemy. Nevertheless, and she derived comfort from the thought, it could not be termed a defeat. Her social glory yet flamed unextinguished. Her character could not be smirched, and she could yet hold up her head to flout the found out of her sex. But something bitter spoiled the flavour of these sweets. She had lost her belief in the fetish. Its spell of good luck was broken, her nerve was gone, and with it self-respect. All she desired was to hide herself amongst familiar surroundings, that their very familiarity might fence in her quailing soul from impossible danger, and that the danger could be so described by her intellect revealed a demoralized will. The cipher letters attesting her share in the conspiracy she destroyed by fire. They were genuinely those she had written, and the number was correct. So when their ashes floated up the chimney, Leah drew the long, deep, relieved breath of one whose chains had been struck off. Yet even at the moment of release she shuddered to the core of her being. The ghost of a futile crime was laid, but the ghost might return. Demetrius had truly parted with all tangible evidence, and his unsubstantiated story would be whiffed away as too romantic for belief. Moreover, M. Aksakoff, for the sake of his own good name and that of his government, would swear to her innocence of this gross intrigue. She was safe, absolutely, entirely, and wholly safe. The world would never know how she had capered on the verge of an abyss, or how nearly she had missed her footing. But something, her conscience probably, told her that an unseen judge was summing up her delinquencies, that she was being weighed in the balance, and would be found wanting, even though her kingdom did not pass from her. This judge, impartial, terribly quiet, severely righteous, might have been God. And he was God, although she refused recognition. Her tormented soul inspired her with a dread of an all-seeing and condemning eye, but she resolutely declined to admit the Maker, the Judge, or the Unseen in any way. Shadows should not frighten her, for these were not of the eating, drinking, merry-making world. All the same, shadows, elusive and unexpected, did strike terror to her guilty heart, and she reluctantly knew herself to be a broken woman. In those earlier hours of safety, this knowledge was very insistent. The week of her retirement passed pleasantly enough. She doctored her bruised lips, mended their torn skin, and argued occasionally with her shameful soul. The quiet life of silent hours in the midst of civilised balms partially restored her courage, but not as entirely as she could wish. Piecing her broken nerves together as best she could, she strove to remount the pinnacle of supreme and self-sufficient egotism whence she had fallen. But Humpty Dumpty could not be set up again, try as she might to replace him. During those brooding hours Leah recovered much, but not all. The week's end found her cured of the skin-deep blow, and outward the same insolent, radiant beauty of an adoring world. But she knew herself to be a changed being. The pantheress had become a hare, although less innocent. The sword of her tongue was still sharp, but the shield of self-righteousness was broken, and a keen-eyed antagonist, sufficiently assertive, could have reduced her to the same moral pulp that the interview with Demetrius had left her. Woe to the vanquished indeed! What remained but that she should receive the wooden foil of retirement from destiny, and leave the arena for ever? Her soul protested against this tame submission, so with indomitable courage she braced herself to further battle. With the world, that is, not with Demetrius. His abominable kiss had sapped her forces. She could face social enemies, she could defy the eternal, she could encounter the fiends of hell, but not the man who had flung her into the dust, who had trailed her, and was still trailing her, at his chariot wheels. Certainly he had steamed into the unknown, and she would never behold him more, but his black influence remained, and made itself felt at untoward moments. Jim paid his promised visit almost at the end of her seclusion, and was disposed to be disagreeable on the plea that his wife had lied unnecessarily. Being truthful himself, when there was nothing to be gained by swerving from the path of rectitude, Jim abhorred a wasted fib, and proceeded to condemn Leah for shooting an aimless arrow from her mental quiver. It was the most pensive hour of the summer twilight when Jim began his sermon, and he preached in his wife's sitting-room. Darby sat beside Joan, who lay languidly on a sofa. What a perfect and touching picture of connubial felicity! If only a reporter of backstair gossip had been present to describe this middle-class domesticity of these great leaders of fashion, Brixton might have learned an edifying lesson from Belgravia. "Now I do call it hard on a fellow," complained the Duke, "jolly hard that you can't talk straight, Leah. If I did, you would scarcely feel flattered. What is it now?" "Aksakoff says he was never near Southend. Swore till all was blue that he'd never set eyes on that girl for months and months." "A sad deprivation for so affectionate a father." "Well, then, he wants to know where she is." "How should I know?" replied the Duchess indifferently. "She chose to remain at Southend, and I returned here alone." "What were you doin' at Southend?" "That is my business, Jim." "Mine also. You said something that wasn't true." "Really?" The accuser of the brethren in the pulpit with a vengeance. The Duke stared. "I don't know what you mean." "I am quite sure you don't. Stop talking, please. I am too ill to be worried." "Rats," said Jim elegantly. "You look like a picture." "Then permit me the privilege of one, and do not ask for replies." The Duke strolled to the window in a huff, and surveyed his property with sulky looks. Leah sat up on her sofa, and pondered as to how much she should say, and how much leave unsaid. Jim had always been under the impression that Demetrius had done his dirty work for money, and the truth would not probably strike him as amusing. Leah could easily have conceived and told a pretty fairy tale, as she was always resourceful in the way of fiction. But the sight of his pink, fatuous face filled her with rage. Why should he be a beast with women, and she a vestal with men?
Was not sauce for the gander sauce for the goose also? She determined to tell him the whole brutal affair, with certain reservations concerning the betrayal of Demetrius. Jim had few moral scruples, but what he had would be averse to the betrayal of an accomplice, however dangerous. Yes, she would tell him enough to annoy him and shake him out of his aggravating complacency. Also, she wanted some one in whom to confide. But how to bring up the subject again without pandering to her husband's desire to be master? He gave her the chance immediately. Like a bulldog, Jim never let go of anything he had once gripped. Into his thick head had crept some idea of a mystery connected with Southend and with his wife's visit thereto. Therefore he stared out of the window until he thought she was more amenable to reason, and then came back to his seat with the old question. "Why did you go to Southend?" he asked doggedly. Leah, not yet ready, fenced. "I told you why I went." "No, you didn't. Aksakoff says." "Of course he does. Did you ever know a diplomatist who told the truth?" "Ha! That comes well from you, considering." "I never knew that white lies were political privileges. Besides, Aksakoff is too ashamed of Katinka to tell the truth." "What's she been doin'?" asked the Duke alertly. He had the soul of a knitter in the sun for gossip. "Rescuing Demetrius," answered Leah, curtly. "What?" Jim turned white and purple and red and green like a rainbow, and spluttered at the mouth. His wife, eyeing him coldly, did not think this exhibition of genuine fear a pretty sight. He'll tell," gasped Jim, gulping down an extremely serviceable word, which better fitted his feelings than surroundings. "Of course. It's a question of money, I suppose." "No, it isn't. But you told me what I chose to tell you. I always do." Was there ever such a trying woman? Jim gulped down another out-of-place oath, and strode noisily up and down the room. He halted at intervals to tell his wife precisely what he thought of her. As the room was isolated, and there was no danger of eavesdropping servants, he indulged in a raised voice and a flow of language which revealed his very limited vocabulary. Leah, with her chin on her knuckles and a round elbow on the sofa cushion, listened unmoved, and looked as though she were having her photograph taken. Jim might have been executing his dance before a graven image for all the emotion she showed. "I've had enough of this," shouted his Grace, maddened by a disdainful silence. "Just you explain, or why, hang it, I'll forget that I am a gentleman." "It seems to me that you have forgotten." "Oh, you would drive a saint mad." "Lionel is perfectly sane, and he is the sole saint I have met." "Ain't you afraid of my striking you?" demanded Jim's bulldog nature. "Horribly afraid. Can't you see how I tremble?" Poor Jim! He was quite at the end of his resources. Mrs. Penworthy always quailed when he was in his tantrums. Lady Sandal fought fairly and squarely, slang for slang. But this calm, smiling she-fiend only sat like a dummy, waiting for him to do what she very well knew he would never dare to do. "I wonder if you're a woman," groaned the Duke, returning beaten and baffled and completely exhausted to his chair. "I wonder, too, seeing what you have made me put up with." "Come now, I've always treated you well." "And other women better." "What other women?" growled Jim, on his guard. "You know very well." "I don't. I know nothin', not even why you're bullyraggin' me. I swear," cried Jim pathetically to the ceiling, "that it's uncommonly hard for a cheery chap like me to be tied to a woman who Here words failed him, and he gasped. "Go on. I admire your descriptions of my personality. They are so extraordinarily vivid and true." "Who ain't what she ought to be." Leah's opportunity to break the ice had come, and locking her hands together, she gazed pensively at the Duke, who wriggled uneasily on his seat. "How did you guess, Jim?" "Guess what?" demanded the tormented man. "That I am not what I ought to be." The Duke stared aghast. "Then you ain't," he shouted. "Dr. Demetrius might say so." "Leah!" He sprang up with clenched fists, and his face took on a direfully black expression which rejoiced her heart. "Jim, I believe, really, I believe that you have some love for me after all." "Oh, hang your fine talk. Demetrius?" "I have kissed him." "He dared to kiss you?" "I dared to kiss him." "You devil!" He suddenly raised his fist. Leah never winced, although he towered over her with his mouth working and his eyes animal in their unconsidering passion. It was impossible to strike, although his heart cried out that she ought to die. With an oath he came out savagely. This time the fist dropped. "I'll have a divorce," muttered Jim, and plunged for the door. "Because I kissed a man? Nonsense." "Kissin' don't stop at kissin'. Not with you, perhaps." "Leah!" He turned and reclosed the door, which his rage had wrenched open. "I know you've got a beastly tongue, and all that, but I could have sworn that you were as pure as my mother." "Well, and so you can." "What? After you confessin' that you kissed Demetrius?" "Ugh!" Leah shuddered, as a picture after the style of Wiertz rose to her mind's eye. "I kissed a thing which was once Demetrius." "Is he dead, then?" "Better if he were. Ugh! That kiss was the most horrible thing I ever had to do in my life." "Why did you do it, then?" "I was forced to," she said faintly, and nausea made her place a handkerchief suddenly to her lips. The Duke returned for the third time to his seat, and looked into her changing face with round, inquiring eyes. "There's something in this I don't catch on to," he muttered. Then, with gruff tenderness and a timid caress from which Leah did not shrink, "What is it, old girl?" The Duchess laughed. It was amusing to find her husband playing the spring bachelor. "I believe you love me," said she, recovering her colour. "You know I do, only you keep me at arm's length." "Have I not cause?" "You wouldn't have, if you behaved as a fellow's wife should," said the Duke, bluntly. "Drop skirtin' round the bush and plunge in." Leah admired and respected him in this peremptory mood, and for once showed no disposition to use her sharp tongue. Instinct told her that she had at length reached the end of Jim's tether, and that her easy going bulldog was inclined to curl his lips. Therefore did she relate picturesquely and half truthfully all her doings since the beginning of things in the gallery. For the time being her story broke off with the return of his Grace. Jim listened with praiseworthy self-control. He certainly growled and scowled at the relations of that early loss which had bound Demetrius to the service of the woman who betrayed him. But her artless confession robbed the butterfly caress of half its iniquity. Sometimes he grunted admiration of her pluck during the perils of his absence, and grinned when she detailed the melodramatic interview with Strange. Most of the time his eyes searched her face to make certain that she was telling the truth. He believed she was, although she kept back the precise way in which Demetrius had departed for Siberia. But she laid enough of this particular blame on Aksakoff's back to make Jim swear. "The mean, dirty foreign hound," cursed Jim between his teeth. "I don't pretend to be an angel, but if I dropped to that" he shook his fist with a scarlet face. "And to think Aksakoff should dare to make use of your room. The rotten cur! I'll tell him what I think." "Better not, Jim. Let sleeping dogs lie." "Sleeping mongrels," muttered the Duke. "All right, but don't you ever speak to him again, do you hear?" He blared out the order in a regimental manner, and Leah nodded. "Yes, dear," she said meekly. "We must draw the line somewhere." Jim nodded and gloomed, and rumbled something about Aksakoff that certainly was not a benediction. Then he harked back to his leading question, which had not yet been answered. "Why did you go to Southend?" "Katinka, who had rescued Demetrius from Sakhalin Island, made me go to see him. I had to obey, else there might have been trouble. The man was ill on board Strange's steamer." "Strange? Thought we paid the cad." "We did." Leah frowned at the recollection of the sum. "But he had some liking for Demetrius, and helped him to escape. Worse luck." "Come now, don't say that. Siberia?" Jim shuddered. "Beastly place, Siberia." Nonsense. The climate is quite decent, if you make up your mind. I don't believe those convict creatures suffer so much as they say." She told the lie without sign of emotion, but all the same felt an inward qualm at the memory of the doctor's terrible narrative. The Duke chewed his moustache meditatively. "And you saw Demetrius?" "Ugh!" Leah covered her face and rocked. "To live with that in my thoughts, and to think that I kissed it!" "Why did you?" demanded Jim, furiously. "To get the cipher letters connected with the insurance plot," she replied, looking up, then detailed with necessary suppressions the greater and least repulsive part of her nauseous visit to the tramp steamer. The story sounded by no means pretty, and all her courage was necessary to enable her to arrive at finis. When she did, the Duke sprang up in a pelting rage. "My wife to be treated like that!" "Oh, the treatment was not so bad," lied the Duchess easily. "Of course my mouth was sore with the fall on the stairs, but I managed to touch the lips of that oh." "I'll go to Southend to morrow," announced the Duke, frowning. "I can't thrash Demetrius, poor devil, but I'll hammer the life out of that second hand skipper." "You won't find the boat there, Jim. I made inquiries and learnt that it left, as Demetrius said it would, shortly after my visit, and we are quite safe. That kiss " "Leave the kissin' alone," cried Jim, turning on her fiercely. "Of course I see you couldn't quite help it, but " "No 'but' at all," contradicted Leah, sharply. "If I hadn't bought back those cipher letters in that way, the whole story might have come out. And then, Jim well, you know." "I do," Jim groaned, and dropped on the sofa beside her. "Oh, what fools we were to go into that insurance business." "It was my fault, dear. Don't worry. Demetrius will die soon, and Strange has his blackmail. We are entirely safe." "Katinka?" "Oh," said the Duchess, with a flippancy she was far from feeling, "I suppose she'll sit by the grave of that man for the rest of her days. You're sure he's dyin'?" "Yes." She turned pale, and her voice quavered. "Such an object could not possibly live. It would be sin." "What's his trouble?" "I don't know. I can't say. I don't want to say. It's too beastly for words. Ugh, he looked oh!" Leah's mouth worked like a rebuked child, and she burst into tears, into real womanly tears of shame and terror and outraged modesty. "That horrible kiss oh, that horrible kiss!" she wailed, pinching his shoulder in her hysterical emotion. "Poor old girl," said Jim softly, and put his arm round her. For once she appreciated marital sympathy, and learned that woman was not made to live alone. Leaning her cheek thankfully against the rough tweed of his coat, she sobbed vehemently, a frightened and crushed creature. Jim felt that he was a married man, after all, and administered gruff consolation. It worried him to see this high-spirited woman break down so utterly. "There," said he, tenderly. "It's all right, old girl. You've got me." "Thank God," murmured the beaten atheist. Jim thought she must be going out of her mind. What's that? That she should thank a God she did not believe in, and for a husband whom hitherto she had always scorned, quite frightened him. "What's that, Leah?" he asked again. "Thank God for you," sobbed the Duchess brokenly. "Oh, my aunt!" muttered the startled husband, then proceeded to fresh consolation. "Well, then, I'll break the head of any bounder who dares to say a word against you." "Yes, but I'm afraid we're wicked, Jim." "Other people are as bad," said the Duke stoutly, "though I don't suppose we'd get a Sunday school prize. Course it ain't much good racin' in blinkers. We're a bad lot, the pair of us. I've behaved like a rotter, and worse, while you're like something I can't think of. Seems to me, Leah, we've been runnin' awfully crooked. Let's make a fresh start from scratch, and go straight for the future. Tandem, you know," suggested Jim. "I'll be Wheeler as usual." "We must make the best of things, I suppose," whimpered Leah, drying her eyes, and still too much unstrung to realise her regeneration. "That's about it. We'll give sin a rest for a bit. I'll chuck that woman and be your husband. I swear, Leah, I'll be a Methodist parson sort of husband." "No, don't," said the Duchess, alarmed. "It's a mistake to overdo things." Jim laughed, and she laughed. "Well, I don't suppose I could keep on that game for long," said her husband. "But I mean that I'll be awfully square, and foodle after you round the town. It's the sort of thing good husbands do, you know. Give us a kiss, old girl, and we'll begin our married life all over again." Leah obeyed very contentedly, and nestled in Jim's strong arms like an innocent schoolgirl. She felt worn out and tired, and drowsy from excess of emotion; felt also that here was a much desired haven for a worried woman. "Dear old Jim," she sighed, and Jim kissed her again. The light was dying out of the sunset sky, and the room filled with pale, warm shadows. The reconciled pair sat silently on the sofa in the gathering darkness, locked in a close embrace. The remorseful Jim felt that they were prisoners in the same dock, and anxiously paved a certain place with the very best intentions. Leah went to sleep, thanks to a less tender conscience. To the world, these two were the prosperous and happy Duke and Duchess of Pentland; to themselves, a misguided couple driven to do wrong by circumstances. But to God, what did they appear in God's sight? Remorse is not repentance, and remorse was the sole feeling of which they were capable. Leah's sleep was the slumber of the worn out; Jim's self-promised reformation the result of shame. Shallow beings, miserable creatures, they could not plumb the depth of their wrongdoing. To them sins were faults, and they were governed less by the Sermon on the Mount than by the laws of society. Indeed, it is questionable if either one of them was aware that such a sermon had been preached, but both knew to a hair how far they could go without being ostracised. Jim was the better of the two, for the cold, brutal story told by his wife made him hot with the public school shame of having done things which no fellow could do. The drastic codes of Eton and Harrow and Rugby and Winchester came to his mind, and he saw how he had sinned against the primitive laws of honour. Without oaths, he swore to lead a better and cleaner life with Leah to help him. He would be charitable and a good landlord, and take the chair at public dinners, and speak in the Lords, and chuck Lady Sandal, who was too expensive, and drop gambling to a certain extent, and not swear more than necessary, and do what a man in his high position ought to do. It will thus be seen that poor Jim's ideas of reformation were crude. He felt this himself, poor man, in his narrow brain, and, like the child he really was, looked down to ask his clever wife's advice. He had no time to consider the irony of the thing, even if it had occurred to him, for discovering that Leah was sound asleep. He wondered hugely. From the placid expression of her face, it was very plain that her crimes had not followed her into dreamland. Jim whistled softly, marvelling that she could slumber so immediately after what she had told him. Laying her gently back on the sofa, he summoned her maid and went about his own business. This was to begin reformation without loss of time. "I must help Leah to be good," said the new groom. But first he had to reform himself, and set about the first step, or what he conceived to be the first step, with the enthusiasm of the very bad person made uncomfortable by remorse. The vicar of Firmingham received a visit from his patron just as he was about to enjoy a well-earned dinner. "Lionel," said the Duke, nervously, "I'm comin' to communion in a month. Could you get me whitewashed in that time?" Lionel stared and looked upward. Strange to say, the heavens did not fall. End of chapter 33.